I like when you guys link me tweets that like half these accounts have me like blocked already. Who is this Wheat PM guy?
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
XD.
XD. I just started watching. Please watch on stream. Oh, don't worry. We will. We got Dr. Mike here, guys. Anti-work Reddit mod on Fox News. God damn it. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie, I hate the anti-work subreddit.
No one tell the bear.
And I hate the moderators of that subreddit. I watched the interview though. I didn't think the interview was that bad. I mean, like, it was a little bit but I didn't think it was like especially horrible. I'm not sure where all the insane amounts of hate came from. Even people in the subreddit were mad. But I think I'm gonna have to do a different planet making photo. Oh wait, no wait, they're making. Wait, what happened? How did I? Oh, I must have stopped researching for a while. Fuck. He makes them all look like losers. I mean, they all are losers. Right? I mean, like, wow. I mean, all right, hold on, guys. Let's see what Dr. Mike has for us today. How are your lifts today? I haven't lifted yet today. I lift at night. I'm a night lifter.
Hey, folks. Dr. Mike here for Renaissance Periodization. Today's topic, continued from last week, is how much muscle can you expect to grow at any given...
Please. More than 2 pounds a month, Dr. Mike. Okay, don't cuck us here. Okay, don't cuck us here. Is he a fake doctor? Wait, is he? Is he actually a doctor? I don't actually know. All I know is I haven't heard him say any dumb shit yet, and I haven't heard of any drama or dumb things he's been involved in.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Ain't he geek? Welcome to the Tier 4 Purple Club.
Given unit time and all the way through like 10 years of training. Well, here is a detailed discussion. Now, here is a huge caveat before we start. These are my synthesized estimates. They are very estimates.
Dr. Mike is debate bro. He unironically is. I've seen people link videos and other subreddits are like, oh, this guy has a good... He has like a video on like how to get people to agree with your arguments. It was really weird looking at it. I was like, oh, I thought this guy only does gym shit.
They're very general. The variance is huge, and I could be way far off. So if you'd like to debate me on my estimates in the comments, please do. It boosts the algorithm. But to be honest, I could be totally wrong. However, maybe I'm not totally wrong, maybe just a little wrong, and there could be some value here. Point 0, what we'll start out with, is the factor list of things that determine how much muscle you gain, or largely determine anyway.
You want to know something really creepy? You fell into the vegan gains access rabbit hole. Let's say that I was able to give you an anesthetic, and the anesthetic, and there are 2 worlds for this anesthetic. In one, it genuinely knocks you out, it puts you to sleep, and you don't feel any pain, and you're chill. But let's say in the other world, you're actually still conscious, but you're not recording memories, and you're in excruciating pain the entire time. But then by the time you come out of the surgery, you just don't remember it. There would be no way to know the difference between whether or not you were asleep or whether or not you were awake the whole time and you just don't remember it. Something that's kind of weird is I read on, I think it was a science subreddit, there was a study that was posted that has to do with not recommending ketamine as an anesthetic for people anymore, because I think they're worried that this might be the case. Because apparently there are some people that come out of anesthesia, ketamine-induced anesthesia, that exhibit symptoms of PTSD or trauma. So people are wondering if maybe it doesn't actually do a good job at knocking you out, but rather it's just like such a strong dissociative that you don't really remember what happened afterwards. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of interesting to me. But anyway.
Then we're going to talk about how much muscle you can gain per week, per month, in year 1 of your training, in years 2 and 3 combined, in years 4, 5, and 6, and in year 7 plus, which is to say really kind of 7 to 10. And then an interesting little hook. What if you're no longer natty? And if you don't know what that means, tell your mom to put your coloring books away and turn off the video. If you do know what that means, you're a psycho, overlord, criminal, rebel, and we'll get to that in a sec. All right, factor list. How do various factors actually imply how much muscle you're going to gain during any one time and your career? Well, here's the thing. Genetics, huge. Actually,
huge.
Dependently and independently sort of determine how much muscle you're going to gain with the following characteristics. The following characteristics are both somewhat independent and dependent on one another, and they determine how much muscle you're going to gain. So first is how much you start with. Okay, if you start pretty jacked, you're going to be really jacked at the end of the whole thing, and that's pretty sweet. Also, people who start jacked usually gain more muscle. One of the reasons you start jacked is you just have higher test. So just naturally, and when you train with higher test naturally, you usually gain more muscle. Another one is how fast you initially gain. Another one is how quickly your gains curve flattens out. For some people, it flattens out pretty fast. For some people, it goes and goes and goes and goes, and of course flattens out, but less. So they get some total long-term gains that are higher. And also how long you gain for total. Because some people will, at year 7 or so, have negligible gains after that. And then some people are natural and gaining muscle still 15 years into their career. There's always Jeff Alberts. Feel free to look him up. 3D Muscle Journey. He's like fucking 100 and still getting more and more jacked. Doesn't make any sense. I think he's legit like 50 years old. It's pretty crazy. Lifetime natty, really super inspirational. Some people just keep gaining, slow but steady, and some people peter out. You don't really have a choice in the matter, so genetics are a big deal. Now, sex. People do have it. I've heard it feels nice. I've seen it on the videos even occasionally when I'm not doing this. JK. So sex here means sort of a similar thing to gender. Females, for all the numbers I'll list, multiply them by 0.5 or by 0.66, somewhere between the two. 0.666 is the devil's multiplication. We don't do that here. But anyway, roughly half to 2/3 is what you can expect of male gains as a female. And point number 3 is the difficulty and consistency of your training, which is to say, look, if you're doing 4 to 6 weekly sessions that are solid, your technique is good. It doesn't mean perfect, but decent. You do a squat and someone's like, that is a squat exercise. It's not like you do a squat and someone's like, that person walked out a barbell and then stood there for a while and did things with their knees and then went back in. Hard training, you're pushing it, and no periods of like many months off. Like people say,
bro, Melina got a cell phone bill at the beginning of the month for like $300. And she was like, I think this is kind of high. And I'm like, well, what happened is you probably missed the last few. So they're like rolling it into one big one is my guess. So I think on January 3rd, we paid like a $300 T-Mobile bill. Now on January 26th, she got another bill for $499. What the fuck is happening? Do they still have like not unlimited data plans or some shit? How much data? Probably a lot because she streams. I thought that every fucking phone was like unlimited data now though. Why don't you just look at the bill? Because you can't look at the bill. When you log into this like T-Mobile pay shit, it just shows you the number. So I'm looking at it, it's pay your bill. There's no place for me to like click like show me the bill. I don't understand what the fuck this garbage interface is. You can look at itemization. Where? Let's try. Oh, never mind. I can go back and look at shit. Hold on. That was just the payment page. 1 second. Is she using a hotspot? I don't think so. Let's check. View bill. Your balance explained. Wait, it's not showing me anywhere. Oh, here it is. Melina had a...
Thank you, Steven!
Should have switched to E-Mobile.
Wait, what is happening with this? Did she get scammerinaed? Plans. 2 voice equals $130. Does that mean for 2 phones? That's one part of it. Then one-time charges. 1 charged usage equals $308. 3 other one-time charges. What does that mean? Oh my god. Oh, Melina. Don't talk to your dad anymore. International calling is still a thing? Dude, I'm such a boomer. I don't know anything. I thought that shit was like free. Why do I feel like international calling was not at a charge for so long? Five calls to Sweden, 88 minutes, $264. That seems insane. Wow. Oh my god. This is why no one uses phone anymore and instead uses WhatsApp. Does it really cost that much to wire an international or route an international call? That seems so insane. I guess I just haven't used like a phone to talk to someone generally. That's like, Jesus, whatever.
Say like, yeah, I've been training for 5 years, and like, oh, cool. The entire time, like, well, it took 3 years.
Stop! I literally just unbanned you, Golden, and you were shitposting in chat. Listen, Anna went like 1 or 2 streams without saying anything. We're chill. Everything is chill. Everything is cool. Everybody calm down, okay? Don't shitpost about her in chat, okay?
Years off in the middle of that. Like, well, motherfucker, that's not 5 years. So if you're doing that stuff, you're checking the boxes, and to the extent that you're not doing that stuff or doing less of it, then you're not getting all the gains that we're going to be able to talk about here.
All right, Mike.
Another one, and these all sort of assume these gains here. These gains I'm going to talk about in a bit. The actual numbers assume that you're doing most of this kind of good stuff. Intelligent programming. Okay, do you manage fatigue? If you don't know what a deload is and you've been trained for 2 years, oh boy, right? Do you know how to detect poor stimulus to fatigue?
Wait. What, do you really, never mind. I don't have to worry about that because I've only been training for 4 or 5 months.
Ratios, exercises that aren't really hitting your muscles that well, and just hitting your joints, and do you know how to replace them with exercises that better suit your needs? Because a lot of people get a lot of growth just finding exercise that work for them, and if you don't know how to do that, you could be missing out on a lot of growth. Obvious one here, another one is diet. Point number 5, if you don't gain any weight, it's difficult for you to gain all the muscle tissue you could have. Anyone who starts out at 150 pounds or 130 pounds when they're lifting, they're not getting 180 and jacked by main gaining or gaintaining. It's physically fucking impossible. You have to add calories somehow because your body's not made of some, substance that doesn't have any matter. You have to add matter. So if you're not gaining weight the entire time, you start at 130, you're going to stay at 130. You're going to be like a Bruce Lee type motherfucker 130, but you're not going to be 180. And there's a big difference.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
And, if you undereat protein or just poor nutrient intake, you're like deficient in a bunch of vitamins and minerals, you're not going to get as much gain as you could have. So that impacts the curves. Sleep, stress, recovery. We don't mean professional bodybuilder. All you do is you don't answer the phone the entire day. All you do is train and sleep and rest. Just enough sleep per night to be rather rested. You're not like chronically underslept. Average stress, ideally below. You know, you're not like CEOs calling you and firing you every hour or whatever. And no other sports. So a lot of times people will train during wrestling like I did when I was in high school.
Wait, okay, I haven't been running because I'm getting really paranoid now about running and weightlifting. Because now I'm actually starting to like squatting. I'm getting there. Not traumatized by it anymore. Can I run for 20 or 30 minutes a day on my off days? Or am I going to fuck my main days up? I'm getting paranoid about it. The last time I did my first run, my ankles were hurting for a while. But I think it's because I haven't ran before. But maybe it gets easier. You're fine unless you're sprinting. Why would it fuck up your main days? I don't know. I'm super paranoid about it now, like being too much for my legs or something. Are you sprinting or a light jog? It's just jogging. It's that I was doing the couch to 5K program basically just for cardio.
They get like good gains, but not ideal gains because wrestling is not great for your gains. It tires you out, it gets you hurt. And that last point is if you have tons of injuries or more than a few, then of course your gains aren't going to be what they would have been had you not been hurt. And lastly is age. After 40, things get a little tougher. And if you're curious how tough and why and the specific dynamics of that, we have a whole video on aging. Hopefully Scott, the video guy, will throw it in one of those magic YouTube clickers. Click on the aging video. We'll see if he does. And if he doesn't, I'm sure you can.
Mine is a hot take on food stamps. Oh shit. Do I know what this is? Is it about unhealthy food being available via food stamps? Oh shit. I don't know. I wonder sometimes. I don't know. That's a hard one. I do think it's a little weird sometimes that you can buy like, because I think there are some fast food restaurants that take EBT. And I'm like, I don't know. So you're trying to gain strength on squatting. Any form of cardio above moderate walking will affect it. What is this?
Amy's gonna be a smart baby, man.
Hot air rises, so you do the outtakes at the top.
Yeah. Me and Brett are gonna homeschool her and are gonna teach her to be really smart.
Bro, I keep dropping it as well.
Do you need help?
Yeah.
Wait, she's homeschooled?
Yeah, why? What's up? What, man?
Nothing.
You don't think me and Britt can homeschool somebody?
I feel like it should be illegal for you and Brett to homeschool somebody.
Why?
Jesus.
Because listen.
No, I'm gonna throw up.
Like, man, listen, I'm not the parent here. Do you know, I'm just gonna start talking about.
Bro, I need your help.
Yeah. Yes, I get help.
Thanks for this, man. I might have to take it out first. Probably have to take it out first. Let's make sure it's straight. Not
Amy's gonna be a smart baby, man.
Hot air rises, so you do the outtakes at the top.
Yeah.
Me and Brett are gonna homeschool her and are gonna teach her to be really smart.
Don't care. Sorry.
I was going to say Google, but Google owns YouTube. Google owns all. You guys remember what happened to me in my Bill Gates video? I got that muscle cramp when I was talking shit. So now that Bill Gates is single, who knows what he's capable of? And oh my God, fuck, Scotty, hamstring cramp. So whoever's in charge of Google and YouTube, Sergey Brin, is that one of the people? I love you. You're great. Please don't hurt me. All right. Per week, how much muscle can you gain? Fascinating and almost entirely irrelevant. Imaging isn't that good. We can barely tell. We have to do tracer studies, and then they're super complex, difficult to infer. Maybe between 1/10 of a pound and 1/2 pound per week. And average for noobs is like 1/5 of a pound of actual muscle per week in year one. But you can gain 1/2 pound to a pound per week in the first 8 weeks in some cases. So sometimes it's barely detectable, and sometimes it's like you watch someone physically change and get stretch marks over the course of 8 weeks. You're like, holy shit, the hell's going on with you, Hulk, right? So you get everything in between. For anyone not just starting out, it's an amount you can barely tell, okay? And it hardly matters. So it's better seen from a month perspective or a year or longer than that. So let's go to a month. Still hard to tell. Imaging isn't that good. Tracer studies are limited in utility. And, you know, maybe we're looking at between 1/6 of a pound and 2 pounds of muscle gain per month. And that's for
Jesus.
noobs, mostly is like, 1 pound per month in year one, which is to say like roughly 10 to 12 pounds, maybe 10 pounds in the first year total, right? It's like a pound of muscle per month. That makes sense. But it's probably like 1 to 3 pounds per month in the first 6 months. And then it levels off a little bit because it does one of these. And the last note about per month is also kind of useless to speculate, but outliers are a big deal here. That some people actually put on 10 pounds plus of muscle in their first 6 months. Legit, they do. No steroids or anything like that. And some people just put on a few pounds and they're kind of woefully disappointed, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, much more realistic and branching off of our video last week, in year one, the average gain I would estimate.
If you knew you were genetically predisposed to having an extremely hard time gaining muscle, that change your mind about going to the gym? No, I don't think so. The only thing right now is I just want to manage my weight is the only thing I'm worried about. So today, for the first time, I almost tipped 170. It was 169.8. I just want to make sure that I don't mind gaining more weight as I keep going to the gym, because I'm definitely gaining muscle because I've had other people comment on it now. But I don't want to be getting super fat. I don't want to be like the starting strength guy that weighs 220 and has no arms and chest and like a huge thighs. Now, I don't think that's how starting strength will make you look on average, but like we've all seen the meme. You know what we're saying, right? Something too though, fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, I feel a lot hungrier now, generally throughout the day. I think I always used to say on stream before that like, I never ate breakfast, because why the fuck would I eat dirty, nasty calories in the morning? There's just no reason to it. But now when I wake up, I'd say over the past month, when I wake up, I'm pretty hungry. Like every single day I wake up, I'm pretty hungry. I could eat like a full breakfast now. I don't know if that's because I'm burning slightly more calories or just for whatever fucking reason, but yeah. But yeah, I don't mind gaining a little bit of weight. I just don't want to be like 220 pounds. And it's like I've gained 40 pounds of fat over the last year. Like 3 pounds of muscle is not good. Are you having a carb plus a protein with every meal? I usually try to avoid as many carbs as I can. But I'll eat like a sandwich and stuff. Or if I'm really hungry, I'll eat some carbs. Because eating just protein sometimes isn't enough. I feel like I need some more calories, but
Is between 5 and 15 pounds of muscle for young, healthy males. And the outliers here include people who don't gain at all. Okay, there have been long research studies where some subjects actually gain zero muscle, as detected by the best instruments we have.
Jesus.
Boy, oh boy, you want to be the researcher, a grad student working on that study, and then you come in a year later, like, what did I gain, coach? And you're like, you're great. Did we tell you that? They're like, yeah, you told me a bunch. And that's what matters. They're like, I didn't get any muscle. They're like, you lost 2 pounds of muscle. It legit happens sometimes. It's like Captain America before he had the steroids. He was like probably the guy that was going to lose muscle if he tried training. Some people gain 20 pounds or more per muscle in the first year on rare occasions.
I don't understand. Are you saying 170 is too big right now? This is the most I've ever weighed in my entire life. There was a time before, I remember when I was staying with cats for a long time ago, I got to like 165, but I was like ugly fat, like weak and fat. I'm still fairly weak, but way stronger than I was before. So I'm 5 pounds heavier than I was with cats, but I don't think I look anywhere near as bad as I did back then. And I like did a huge hardcore diet to cut like 20 pounds. It's like, this is way too big. How tall am I? I'm 5'8".
It absolutely happens. Now, 10 pounds of muscle in the first year for decently dedicated and relatively well-fed training is realistic for perhaps like half of all young, healthy males, which is pretty sweet. And that's maybe 5 to 7 pounds for half of all young, healthy females. So something to write home about for sure, but lots of variation there. So be mindful that you don't take these as what you should expect to gain yourself or expect your clients to gain. Big normal curve, right? Years 2 and 3. So we got year 1, that's like roughly 10 pounds for a young, healthy male. Years 2 and 3, probably about 5 pounds per year in both of those years. Some people are on the...
And normal for you would be, prior to weightlifting at all, normal for me is probably, probably around 145. So I'm like up like 25 pounds. Most of it is probably fat since I started 4 to 6 months ago. I'm just curious, like how much is muscle versus how much is fat? And then there's probably, on the upper end, it would be 4 to 5 pounds of water weight. Now that I've been doing creatine for about a month now, I'm probably at like that max saturation, I think. So it's probably about, because I gained a really fat, well, not really fast, but I gained like about, I think 4 pounds over the past It's a few weeks, I think, but it's probably because I was like hitting the creatine saturation thing.
road to 2.5 pounds per year of that. Some people are still doing 10 pounds of muscle every single fucking year. So you'll have people legit who gain like 10-ish pounds of muscle in the first year, like 10 their second, and like 10 their third. It happens. It absolutely happens. How good someone does on the muscle gain factor up to year 3 is determined heavily by the usual suspects, genetics, etc., gender, blah, blah, or sex. Another one is, are you trying to gain weight? Like if you want to gain 30 pounds of muscle in your first 3 years of training, you had better be eating, because where the fuck do you think that physical tissue is going to come from? Nowhere. You can't maintain or gain your weight into that bullshit. It just straight up doesn't happen. So unless you start out really fat, like, and even then, eating at maintenance or a slight surplus will just boost your gain.
Isn't 170 for 5'8" overweight by BMI standards? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I think around 165 is when you hit into the overweight category at 5'8".
Gains big time. Another one is, did you successfully sort of earn your rank of intermediate by actually doing smart shit? Are you now doing deloads? Are you doing good technique? Is your training intensity high? Because if you have dog shit noob approach to training in year 1 and you never get any better at training, like you're like, oh, my biceps, I do biceps like this, and someone's like, do you feel your biceps better with the barbell or the cable? You're like, what is bicep feel? Oh God. Well, I don't know if you really know anything. You're like, how hard are you training? They're like, I do sets of 10. You're like, how close to failure? They're like, I don't fail, I succeed. You're like, are you a fucking alien or a robot or what?
Sounds awesome. That guy sounds like a Giga Chad lifter.
Some people put almost no thought into their training. They're just like automatons, and they won't make the obvious adjustments you should be. So if you are, you're probably on that higher end. If you're not making the obvious adjustments, someone could pretty quickly watch you train at the gym for a week and be like, I can tell you why you're not making really good gains, and we can fix a lot of these issues really, really quick. All right. Years 4, 5, and 6. Per year, during these years, many people will get roughly 1 to 5 pounds of muscle gain per year. Okay? Now, some people will gain somewhere between no muscle and 1 pound per year. Tough. Legit. It happens. If it happened to you, comment below. That's rough. I don't know how many people want to admit that sort of thing. For some folks, they're gaining every year 4, year 5, year 6, 5 pounds or more muscle on average. That also happens. Okay, somebody's got to be an IFB pro around here, right? It sure as hell ain't us. So there's a huge, huge, huge variation here. Now, at this point, how much muscle you gain versus your genetic potential starts to really be affected by your training quality, the degree of individualization you have made to your training. Like, is bent rows really your exercise for building a big back, or is machine rows just hitting you 50 times better in every respect? Nutrition, all these things start to matter a lot more, and even down to individualized exercise selection, down to exercise technique.
How do you determine your workout intensity? Honest to God, I feel like I'm not... Okay, everybody... Yeah, I have to preface every time I say that so people don't get fucking ass mad as fuck. All right, everybody trains for different reasons. Everybody's training for different purposes. So you figure out what you want to do. There's no right or wrong way to do anything. Everything does something, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, okay? Sometimes I notice that there are people that will go to the gym. I notice this at like real gyms and even in the apartment gym. Sometimes somebody will go to a gym and they'll do like a full set of like whatever exercise they're doing. But there's like no effort. So like they'll sit down and they'll do like 10 rows, and then they'll get up and they haven't even like, I'm not even going to say broken a sweat, but they're not even like breathing heavy. Or it seems like you had like 50 more reps that you could have done. Or the most common, not to be incel, the most common thing I saw were women on like the hip adductor and abductor machines. They'll kind of like, they'll be on their phone and they'll like, I'm opening and closing my legs right now, do like 10 reps, and then they kind of pause for a bit. And it doesn't even feel like there's like any effort put in. There is a, if you want to go hardcore in terms of like measuring your workout intensity, there's a number called RPE, which is your rating of perceived exertion. But like essentially, like some people will lift and go through efforts and sets, and it feels like they're not even like really that tired by the end. So like something I told Mr. Moot when we started working out is if like to figure out like where his weights are that he should start, like we'll do like 3 sets of 10 on a given lift, but like on the last set, like see how many more reps you can do. So like let's say that, so he's starting out, let's say that he does 1 set of 10, 2 sets, and then a 3rd set of 10, and then on his last set he can do like 18 reps, right? Well, if that's the case, in your first 2 sets, you probably weren't working very hard because you've got so much more left in the tank, right? So we up the weight way more for next time, right? We might add 10 pounds to that lift. And then on the next time, let's say that you go to your very last set, and it's like, do as many reps as you can past 10, and you can do like 11 reps. It's like, okay, we're like really close to where you probably should be, I would imagine, because you're exerting yourself a lot. There should be like some effort to move the weight at the end. But yeah, it feels like sometimes people will go and they kind of like do things, but there's not like a lot of exertion. Keep in mind that like fundamentally, the reason why your body builds muscle is because you're adapting it to a stimulus that you can't comfortably handle. If you go and do the exact same lift every time and there's no like big exertion, then you're, I mean, why would you grow muscle? You don't need to. Your body can already handle the weight like just fine. The point is to like progressively provide more and more stimulus to necessitate an adaptation that allows you to move more weight, right? To my earlier point, if not being able to gain much muscle wasn't a deterrent to you, I hope it would remain the case that you wouldn't be tempted to take roids when progress was on in the future. Oh yeah, good. I've read all about that. I don't think I have to worry about that for a while. That's like I think the necessity for complex training comes in at like, it's like, isn't it around like 1.5 years of like good consistent training? I don't think that would happen in like your first year, but maybe, I guess it would depend, but yeah, I don't know, we'll see. What do you think about those who say to never train to failure so you can train more times throughout the week? I don't know if training to failure necessarily is going to like increase or decrease fatigue. My guess would be that like if you have, this is all guessing at this point, okay? If you're having questions about whether you should or shouldn't train to failure, then chances are you're a new lifter. And if you're a new lifter, you probably don't have to train to absolute failure to cause a adaptation to your muscle. Because I think if you're a new lifter, you can grow muscle pretty easily early on, as long as you're like exerting yourself. But you don't have to push yourself to like, I failed the last rep on every fucking set. I've always got a spotter because if he's not there, I'm going to fucking die. Like if you're like in month 3 of lifting, your muscles are probably going to grow as long as you're like exerting yourself pretty hard. Like these are challenging sets of weight that you're doing. That would be like my guess. I don't think you have to train to failure all the time. Now that might change once you're like super shredded and you've got to put like huge burdens on your muscles to like get, maybe that's different for like intermediate to advanced lifters, but I don't think for, I don't know. I don't think that's, yeah. Destiny, if you can rebound from a set really quick without resting much, should you? I can bang out a good session in like 30 to 45 minutes, but I feel like I could do more. Then there are guys doing super heavy 3x5s and resting like 10 minutes between sets, and it confuses me. I don't know if it's a body thing or what. I'm just not sure, but like people in chat that say things like, hold on.
I suggest you look up Tonkat Ollie and Fagia agrestes. These are natural supplements that can help your body produce more testosterone.
I'm good.
Taken in tandem can boost your T levels by 200, 400 points.
No shot.
Tonkat is a root and Fagia is shrub.
I absolutely do not believe that. And I'm talking shit right now, and I might be so wrong, and somebody's about to link me studies. The idea that you could eat something that would boost your T by 200 to 400, I don't even think some tier T regimens will boost your T that much. I don't believe that. But I could be totally wrong. I'm talking a lot of shit there. I might be 1,000,000% wrong on that. So just yeah, don't take my word for it, but that sounds really, 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 really high. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Fuck, what was I just talking about? Why did I let that dono sidetrack me? Destiny, you are wrong. I made the donation. There are lots of studies on it. Why wouldn't everybody just eat this shit then instead of ever doing TRT? Oh, if you could rebound from a set. Oh, some people will say things like they do working sets of like deadlifts or squats and then they rest for like 1 minute and then they get back in and then they go again. Either my body is exceptionally garbage or other, but I'm taking the words of people less and less now that I understand how people lie about their gym shit. If you're doing big compound lifts and you're taking a minute rest between sets, you're not lifting as heavy as you should be. That's what I think. I feel more strongly about that now, whereas before other people are saying, now I realize how much people lie about their fucking gym shit. If you're taking 1 minute breaks between any big compound lift, you're not trying on your lifts. Like I feel like the only stimulus you're getting is probably on your very last set, on your last few reps. Because no fucking way do you do a huge compound lift like that and you wrap the bar and it's like, 60 seconds, ready to go again. No shot. No fucking way, dude.
5 to 6 days of training is now obviously superior to 3 to 4. So if you're like, well, I haven't been gaining a ton of weight, and I'm in year 4, and someone's like, well, how often do you train per week? And I'm like 2 to 3 times a week. Like, well, fucking shit. You got to train 4 or 5 or 6 times a week, and then you'll gain much more muscle because now you're not gaining that much per session that you need to add sessions to keep the gain rate up. And it's, you're into it culturally. You're not going to just like burn out if you add a session. If you like it after 3 years, you're probably going to be just fine for year 4. And now for many people, specialization becomes a clear advantage. So, generally you just work out all your muscles or whichever ones you want to grow for the first like 3 years. But year 4, 5, and 6 is when it's maybe like, oh, okay, like I should do 3 or 4 months of really, really hammering my chest and triceps. And then
hold on.
Yo, Destiny, stop telling August to upload at 3 a.m. EST. It's killing your immediate video views. Post at 10 a.m. EST again. BTW, I lost 10 pounds in 2 months W.
Wow.
and being easy on my back and biceps, and then another 3 months the other way, another 3 months for the legs, and sort of rotate. That starts to have really clear benefits, or is sort of leaving the other training approaches a little bit behind, just exiting that envelope, because it really does matter. You can make more of an impact with specialization.
Why would FTM people need HRT if these miracle gym rat foods exist? Yeah, if they, like, this is one of those things where, and again, I'm warning you, I am actually using my common sense or whatever, okay? So I could be wrong on this. It might be unintuitive or something, right? But if there was a thing you could do to grow your dick by 1 inch, it wouldn't be a secret. Every single person on the internet would be talking about it. Every single person. It would, like, this is what we do to grow a dick by 1. Everybody, every man in the world would know this. If there was a food you could eat to boost your T by like 200, and that guy said 200 to 400, then this food would be laying all over the gym, because every time guys go to the gym, they would be bringing this shit with them and eating it constantly. Like, it would just be every fucking day. Yeah.
Before, your whole total body systemic fatigue was, your cap was so high that it didn't matter. You could train everything and be just fine. So, just to tally up so far, after year 6 of training, a sum total of 6 years of training from year 0 to year 6, on the ouch side of that, not so great things happened, maybe because of genetics, maybe some other factors, you might be looking at 10 to 15 pounds total muscle so far, on average for the ouch side. There's people on the ouch side that are getting nothing, and there's people on the ouch side that are getting much better than that. On the average side of gains, you may be looking at 20 to 30 total pounds of muscle for the average young healthy male. Oh, that's pretty sweet. On the Yahoo side of like, holy shit, I'm God's gift to lifting weights, you may be looking at 30 to 40 pounds total muscle up through year 6. Big deal, and you might be headed somewhere if that's the case. Particularly like to Gainesville. What's up, Florida? Been to Gainesville a few times. It's a fine town. Now, what about year 7 plus? For many people, year 7, 8, 9, 10, etc., you're looking at 1 to 2 pounds of muscle per year for most people.
Okay, I don't think
if you ever dive into the natty forums and get real depressed, this will really feed the fires of depression, because it's probably true. Right? Some folks, it'll be worse. They'll essentially be all but plateaued, and that happens. For some people, they'll put on, or many people, maybe even most, will put on like 1.5 pounds of muscle per year through year 10. Year 7 to 10, 1.5 pounds. And then some people will still be able to crank out 3 to 5 pounds of muscle per year here for like 3 to 5 years. So all those 7.
Jesus Christ! I thought I was going crazy. Okay, sorry.
Year 7 to 10, 1.5 pounds. And then some people will still be able to crank out 3 to 5 pounds of muscle per year here for like 3 to 5 years. So all those 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa. Is Mike trying to kill me?
Is that Bill Gates again?
Seriously, I really need to stop talking that shit. So some folks can actually put on 3 to 5 pounds of muscle on average every year for like year 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe even 11. Right? That really does happen. Now, at 10 years after beginning diligent diet and diligent training and good eating, 10 years total of that, On the ouch side of like, you know, some combination of genetics, lifestyle, et cetera, blah, 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 you didn't do all that great. You may be looking at something like 12 to 17 pounds of total muscle so far. Right? Something like 15 pounds of muscle, which is awesome. 15 pounds of muscle is a lot of muscle, but after 10 years, it could seem underwhelming, especially if you do the reverse math and go like, fuck, that's 1.5 pounds a year. That kind of blows. And you know, yeah, it kind of does, right? Now, on average, young, healthy males will be able to gain something like, I think, 25 to 35 pounds of total muscle per year. So like per year, good God, over the course of 10 years.
Jesus, okay.
So, hey, that's pretty sweet. 30 pounds is a lot. And on the Yahoo side of like, hey, you really did well genetically and other factors, you may be going for 40 to 55 pounds of muscle total over the first 10 years of your training. And probably that's close to within as far as you'll get, because after 10 years, the gains are really, really slow in most cases. I don't. For context, let's use an example. We're going to develop the perfect male. He is going to be exactly 5'9", which is the perfect male height. I'm not 5'9", by the way. 5'6.5".
Wait, what does the mean? Why is 5'9" the perfect male height?
Oof. Why didn't you make me taller? Microphone. And then God above that. On the ouch side, our male is 130 pounds, 5'9", starts training at 18-ish years of age.
When do you think I should force Nathan into the gym? Do you think you should start when you're like 14? Like when he's in high school, should I tell him he has to lift or else he's no computer, or?
We're looking at 145 pounds, and because all the gains of 15 pounds there were muscle, 145 pounds lean, because you probably started average, you know, Harry Potter physique. 145 lean, it's a good look. It's a good look. Well into the club fuckboy look, right? So even if you don't have like amazing genetics, you can still fucking look good. Because remember, like regular people, if you're 145 and lean and you take your shirt off at the beach, pool, dance club, they probably kick you out at the dance club for that sort of thing. Unless you are in the countries of Europe, and then it's totally cool, especially Hungary. Just kidding, Europeans. Stay calm. That was my awful impression of the entire continent. So 145 pounds lean, pretty neat. Starting at 130, training for 10 years. Another person on the average side, kind of a stereotype here, may start at 130, 5'9", same idea. 10 years later, they're 160, and they're stage lean or close, if they choose to push that. Now, obviously, they could be 170 and as lean as they started, they add some muscle and some fat. Same body fat percentage means you add some fat as well. So 160 stage lean, I mean, yeah, well, that's to almost every normal person, that's jack dude. Okay, that's when you pull off your shirt at the grocery store, they call the police. And not because you're robbing them, but because they're like, you could fight crime. We're going to call the police to come pick you up so you can beat up bad guys with them. Because clearly with biceps like that, you're overqualified. On the Yahoo side of things, you have really good genetics. You did super well, and you really got dedicated and did all the right stuff. You start at 130 at 5'9", at roughly 18 years old. You're a young, healthy male. And you may end up at like 180 pounds, stage lean. And interestingly enough, this is where a lot of natty pros land, especially top natty professional bodybuilders, 5'9", 180, stage lean. Yeah, that's a really good natty pro. Now, some natty pros are bigger than that, but not so commonly. And that's why sort of our example kind of adds up to where elite genetics is elite genetics. Right. Now, all this talk about natty pros, you may be asking yourself the obvious question, what if I were to hypothetically at year 10 no longer be natty, and what if I choose to go to the dark side? A decent impression of the Emperor? I don't know. I give myself a B+. We'll go down that road in the next video next week. Oh, I got you guys. You thought I was going to talk about that shit today, but we would run out of time. And people just don't watch videos past a certain length. You guys know that. See you next week, and we'll talk about unnatty gains. Darth Vader. See you next time.
Wait, I was just like talking for like 2 minutes. Wait, how long was that screen up for? Wait, hello? Wait, what? Why did I push that button on my thing?
Thank you, Steven.
Wait, how long was that? How long is my AFK?
I know what he's doing behind the AFK screen.
Did you hear
There's
me?
a hole where a painting used to hang and I can see through it. He's at the PC on his fucking phone playing Malvar Idol.
Did you hear me shouting at Strophium? No. Oh. Strophium, you're gonna go broke. Okay, I'm worried about your financial well-being. You're shitpost donating way too much for these fucking Duke Nukem screams, okay? We're all worried about you in chat. Your mom messaged me. She says, come home. What was I? Oh, okay, wait. So nobody heard about the psychologist person I'm talking to soon. I had somebody email me a few weeks ago, I think, about chatting about some psych topics. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but it was about some psych topics. And we set up a time to chat, and they're blah, blah, blah. And a couple days ago, they messaged me to make sure that we're still on for the talk today.
How do I get Brad Pitt's buddy from Fight Club?
Ask your mom, because she fucked him. And I find out that the person that messaged me, it's that Eucidite person. Oh, what a coincidence. The simulation is breaking. What the fuck? Or Eurodite, whatever the fuck her name was. My shoulder still hurts. It's gonna hurt for the rest of my life. I'm gonna see a PT someday, okay? Oh, you're done. You finished mining. Good job. Are you gonna talk about DID? I hope it wasn't about DID. God, I hope it wasn't about DID. I don't know how much I should be requesting and supplying for these. I feel like this is way too much. Like 2,000 energy thing. 1,000 should be like the most. Oh no, 2,000 should be the most, I think. Jimmy is back up. Are we going, baby? Jimmy stock. 113. Okay, let's watch our Benny boy.
Joe Biden is 1 year into his presidency, and it is a full-fledged disaster on every single level. Can he pull out of the tailspin? I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. The Ben Shapiro Show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. You have a right to privacy. Defend your rights at expressvpn.com/Ben. We'll get to all the news in just one moment. One aspect of the Biden administration that has just been horrifying is, of course, the runaway inflation brought on by his crappy fiscal and monetary policy. Well, you might be thinking, hey, perhaps I should diversify away from the collapsing American dollar. And if you are thinking this, you are thinking correctly. You should spend at least a little bit of your portfolio in precious metals, and that means you should talk to my friends over at Birch Gold. Protect your savings right now. Hedge against inflation with gold from Birch Gold, because the government is sabotaging the value of the U.S. dollar in both the short and the long term. Birch Gold will help you convert an eligible IRA or 401k into an IRA backed by real gold. That is peace of mind, and that's why I am a Birch Gold customer. With thousands of satisfied customers and A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, you can trust Birch Gold to protect your savings. Text BEN to 989898 to get a free information kit on gold. And when you buy before the end of the month, Birch Gold will send you a signed copy of my newest book, The Authoritarian Moment. Text BEN to 989898. Get your free information kit right now. Get started. And again, when you buy before the end of the month, you get a free signed copy of my newest book, The Authoritarian Moment. Alrighty,
Thank you, Benjamin.
Folks, year one of the Biden administration is now in the books. 1 year ago, the President of the United States was inaugurated. He was handed a working vaccine. He was handed a distribution plan for that. He was handed peace in the Middle East. he was handed a fairly stable situation.
Can we stop with this cringe talking point that Trump gave us peace in the Middle East because they negotiated like 2 things with countries that weren't even like majorly involved in conflict? This is so cringe. It is absolutely so fucking cringe that Republicans try to peddle that talking point.
In Afghanistan, he was handed a Russia and Chinese move that had been largely blocked. Russia and China were at least somewhat stagnant. And all of this was really easy. Like, if you go back and you listen to my predictions for Joe Biden, here's what I said when he was inaugurated. I said that for the first 2 years, he would have a pretty easy time of it because the economy was going to go into a natural recovery. We had an artificial coma for the economy. We were already coming out of it by Q4 of 2020. And certainly 2021 was going to be a massive boom year, followed by 2022, which would also be a massive boom year. And almost nothing Joe Biden could do could stop that. Well, wrong I was. It turns out that Joe Biden could, in fact, stop that. Joe Biden was handed peace in the Middle East, and I said, I'm not sure how he can really screw that up, because it's not like the Iranians are on the verge of signing a deal with the United States. How can you screw that up? Well, he has somehow managed to screw that up as well. I said, you know, Joe Biden, even Joe Biden isn't...
I wonder if when he was talking about year 1 of Trump, now I know that Ben Shapiro wasn't the biggest Trump fan, so maybe he would have been critical of Trump, but like, notice how in year 1 of Trump, even though Trump more or less continued all the recovery that was undergoing, that the economy was undergoing prior to that with Obama, but everybody wants to give Trump credit for all of that. I wonder if he would say the same for that as well. Like, well, all this recovery, you know, under Trump, like, okay, yeah, it just continued from Obama, didn't it, right? And now it's like, but now that a Democrat is coming in, it's like, well, all this recovery is already happening under Trump. Well, Biden didn't do anything. It's like, okay, I don't know.
Stupid enough to be weak with China and Russia. I mean, at least Joe Biden is going to be somewhat tough. Yeah. No. So here is the thing. Joe Biden has had the worst first year of any president in American history.
Okay, don't you think it's a little bit hyperbolic? Now, my history is not great, but I'm pretty sure that if I were to go back through history, there have probably been some presidents that have done worse in year 1. No? Some from Washington to now, I'm sure there must have been at least one.
Any president in American history. There are only 2 exceptions. William Henry Harrison, because he was dead after 40 days, because he went out in the rain and then got pneumonia and died. And James Garfield, who was shot to death. Those are the only 2 dudes who had a worse time of it than Joe Biden in his first year. There are other presidents who have had bad first years. Don't get me wrong. Herbert Hoover was hit with the Great Depression in 1929. And then his response was bad. But that was an extraneous circumstance that impacted his presidency. That was something unexpected. Right? That was a circumstance that sort of fell on him. Same thing with Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's first year, half the country seceded. That really wasn't because of Abraham Lincoln. That wasn't his fault. He was handed a really bad situation. Year 1 of the George W. Bush administration, you get September 11th. Joe Biden hasn't had any of those things. Joe Biden was handed peace.
Wait, what is this framing? Like, yeah, when Joe Biden came in, everything was going just fine. I'm sorry, but the coronavirus has been worse for the world than fucking 9/11, dog. Are you
Remember
serious?
when Trump bombed an airport and killed a few Afghani civilians to get that Iranian general?
How are we gonna sit here and say that everything was just going dandly, swimmingly? You stop screaming, bitch. Got her. Jesus.
Joe Biden was handed a natural track to prosperity. All he had to do was be what he already was, which was a dead person. That's all he had to do. Ironically, if Joe Biden had had William Henry Harrison's first year, he'd still be a popular president. Because Joe Biden was elected to be not alive. He was elected to be a houseplant, as I say, a barely alive thing that doesn't speak very much and blocks the water stains. That's pretty much all he was there to do, President Houseplant. And somehow, he has managed to blow this in historic fashion. It is the greatest self-inflicted wound I have ever seen a president commit. And that includes President Trump. President Trump.
Something that really sucks about our economic well-being is, and I understand maybe what Ben is doing here, it really does seem like a lot of how we feel about the economy might come down to our the news sources that we watch, that they can heavily influence our feeling of the state of affairs. This is another article that I read before. This is unfortunately another article I read before I was saving them. But I've read that, like, when you look at economic anxiety and shit, and then you compare the numbers, that depending on who's in office, sometimes people can... Find a limit planet rotating on a horizontal axis. Weird. People can feel better or worse about the economy literally just based on who's in office, even if all the economic indicators and everything are the exact same. So it's a little scary. So like what Ben is doing here is actually playing an important role in the the propaganda machine, I guess we could say, of conservatives, because because even if things are going okay, if you tell people they're not, they might get the feeling that they're not. You might notice more problems otherwise, you know. Realistically, inflation isn't that high, and the rate of change is slowing, but the fear of inflation causes more inflation. Maybe. I've heard different people argue over how to measure inflation and how high is it. But I think there is inflation in a few key consumer things like gas. And when inflation happens there is no economic alchemy we can do to hide that. People are going to notice it. But I have heard people argue over like, should inflation be 7.5%? Or is the CPI basket of goods not a good way to measure inflation? Like 70% of the inflation is coming from the cost of I think it was gas and one other thing. So I don't know. It's complicated. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about it to know like what's good or what's bad in terms of that.
Trump spent several years completely undermining the accomplishments of his own administration because he couldn't stop his fingers from hitting buttons on Twitter. Okay, but here's the thing. Trump was unpopular the day he came into office. Joe Biden was wildly popular when he came into office. And somehow, Joe Biden has managed to make himself an extraordinarily unpopular president, to the point where Quinnipiac polls, yeah, they're slight outliers, but only slight, have him in the low 30s. I mean, let's look at the presidential approval ratings for example, Donald Trump. Okay, we'll use Trump as the contrast point because, of course, according to the left, Trump was the worst president in America. Okay, so right from the outset, Donald Trump did not have one day of his presidency where he was in the black in his approval rating. He did not have one net positive day in his presidency where he was on top in the approval rating. Day one, he was almost even. He was like 45% positive, 45% negative. And immediately, within like the first couple of weeks, he had shifted to 49% negative and like 46% positive. And then he just kind of stayed there for his entire presidency. He had some ups, he had some downs.
I think that breaking this down by party might be a little bit more illuminating. I don't deny what Ben is saying is true here, but it honest to God feels like Trump could have raped a group of children on stage and his Republican support rating would still be in the like upper 80s. I'm sorry, I don't like to do the, as you can tell over the past year, I've been trying to be more understanding of the other side. And I'm trying to like be a little bit more like, okay, I understand why you feel this way. But no offense, if you're a conservative, like Trump could do no wrong in your eyes. He could do anything and you would jump to justify it. Literally anything. He could rape women, children. He could murder children. He could bomb countries. He could kill your parents. There will always be a good reason for why Daddy Trump did what he did, and he will always enjoy massively high support in the Republican Party. I don't know why that is, but that's definitely going to influence the favorability here, because I'm pretty sure Trump always enjoyed unbelievably high support in the Republican Party. Biden doesn't have the same. I don't think the Democrats usually feel the same way about Democrats. For whatever reason you want to get into it, for whatever argument you want to get into it, Democrats seem to be more critical of their own. That's why you'll get Republicans like having to have like huge sex scandals for them to maybe finally be ousted, depending on how hard Republicans think the charges will stick or whatever. Whereas Democrats are willing to throw out a fucking senator like Al Franken because of like a joke photo that was taken in, the 1800s. So yeah, I don't know. Trump's favorability will never be that low historically, probably. I don't know how low he ended up in terms of all presidents. It was pretty low, I think, like historically low, but I don't think it was the lowest. But that's because he always enjoys wide support from the Republican establishment, no matter what, or Republican Party, I should say.
When it was really bad, you had up to 58% of people disliking him and 39% of people liking him.
Didn't he get massive pushback when he leaned towards gun control after the Vegas shooting? Nope. I think some people gave it a little bit of lip service because I think he banned like bump stocks, but I think people in general just didn't really care or talk about it that much. That was a huge talking point that I used for a while, and no conservative even knew about it. I would always say there was more gun control legislation enacted under Trump than Obama, but nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Like, Trump can do no wrong to an average Republican. I don't know why. They just don't. They just don't view it that way.
But by the end of his first year, he was riding about 54% disapproval and 42% approval. And so he was underwater by 10 points, 12 points by the end of his first year. And now, here is Joe Biden's approval rating. This is unbelievable. It really is. It's incredible. So he starts off with a 55%, 56% approval rating. Only 36% of Americans say they disapprove of Joe Biden. And pretty quickly you start to see these lines narrow, right? But they're not narrowing to the
Destiny,
point.
the same way Obama could do no wrong, I think Obama got a ton of pushback in his administration for a few different things. One was I think Obama got criticized a lot by minority groups for his immigration policy. I think a lot of people were critical of him there. That's where like the deporter-in-chief nickname came from. I think that people were critical of Obama for quite a while. I don't know how mainstream it was, but I always heard people criticize, why didn't you shut down Guantanamo Bay? Why didn't you shut down Guantanamo? I heard that question a lot. He lost the House and the Senate, right? In the second, in like his lame duck year, or election season. I think he lost the House after his after 2 years, I think. Yeah, he got a lot of shit for the drone strike stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Obama got a decent amount of pushback for his presidency from the left and right, but
Point where he's anywhere near negative territory. By the time you hit in the end of July, he's kind of around 45% disapprove, but he's still got 51% approval rating. There's a swing of about 3 points on average, like a mild decrease in his approval rating. And then comes Afghanistan, which is when the president of the United States decides to shoot his entire administration directly in the face. And when I say shoot his administration in the face, what I really mean is get 13 American service people killed, abandon 19 million women to abject sex slavery, and allow a bunch of 8th century barbarian cavemen to overrun a country and take all of America's leftover military equipment. It turns out Americans don't...
Only like half of this is true. Like, firstly, the timetable was technically established by Daddy Trump, number one. Number two, the Taliban are not cavemen. You're doing yourself a disservice in understanding how other groups of people work. Like, it's a sophisticated organization. They raise a lot of money across the world. They are very well organized. They are working in conjunction with other governments, especially the Pakistani government. They're not cavemen. I know that maybe we've watched Rambo movies and we think these guys just like crawl out of holes and shoot you with like fucking World War II guns or some shit, but like these people are like pretty sophisticated. Also, a lot of the equipment that we did end up leaving, a lot of it was, I think the helicopters at the very least were sabotaged before we left. But I mean,
don't like that sort of thing. And so Joe Biden's disapproval rating now spikes into the plurality position of the American people. By the time you hit September, which is exactly when this happens, right? The end of August, the beginning of September.
How do you think conservatives would be reacting to the poll was entirely the same, but Trump was president? They wouldn't say a single fucking thing. I don't know if I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to be charitable. Did conservatives care at all when we basically abandoned the Kurds to the Turks and Syrians? Did they give a fuck at all when we just left and they all got destroyed and fucked? I don't know if I've ever heard a conservative say anything about abandoning our Kurdish allies. I feel like nobody gave a fuck. But
this giant spike in the disapproval rating over the course of late August. By the time you hit the beginning of September, Joe Biden is now at 48% disapprove and 48% approve. And then it just gets worse. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse for Joe Biden. So this is the thing. Donald Trump started off bad and he ended bad in terms of the disapproval rating. Joe Biden started off really popular and is really, really unpopular right now because he's crappy at this job. He is just garbage at this job. As Barack Obama once famously stated, don't underestimate Joe's ability to F things up. Don't underestimate it. Again, look back at the Trump chart for just one moment, because the swing is what matters here. And the swing here is from about 45%.
We spent like 10 minutes just like looking at a fucking polling chart. Like, it's a little bit obsessed, but whatever. Okay, I have to have a buffer here. I can't keep making these accumulators because then I won't be able to pick them up from other places, right?
Approve and 45% disapprove.
Why is Biden's approval doing so bad? In the economy. It's the economy. People are feeling the inflation, and I think people are moving accordingly, I think. Or their feelings are changing accordingly. That's it.
2% disapprove. Okay, so that is about a 7-point swing, right? 45 to 52 over the course of year one. A 7-point swing in the negative direction for President Trump over the course of year one. Now look again at the Joe Biden chart. Okay, this Joe Biden chart shows a swing from 56% approved to 42%, a 14-point negative swing. Okay, so Trump got 7 points less popular over the course of his first year. Joe Biden got 14% less popular over the course of his first year.
Technically, you'd say 14 points. You should... Hey, you guys should be really clear. I'm sorry. I have a pet peeve when people talk about stuff like this. Points are percentage points, and percentages are percentages. Let's say that somebody increases from... let's say that I have 10 things, and then next year I've got like 20 things. Or 10% versus 20%. You wouldn't say like, oh, that was a 10% increase. A 10% increase from 10 is 11, okay? It's a 100% increase or a 10-point increase. When somebody says, oh, he's got a 5-point lead, that's what they mean. 50 to 55%, that's not a 5% lead. That's a, right, it's a 5-point lead. Sorry, this is like a random thing. When people don't use points or they just say percentage, I don't know all the time what they're talking about. Like when somebody tells me like, oh my God, there was like a 40% difference between these things. Is that a lot or is that not as much? Like, do you mean a 40-point difference? Do you mean like yeah, sorry.
That's how bad this guy is at this. He's just awful. And we're going to go through where things stand. Year one of the Biden, and all of this is self-inflicted, guys. This is all because Joe Biden is an incompetent buffoon. It's because, as Nate Silver suggests, it's not that Joe Biden was ever a moderate. It's just that Joe Biden was always dead center of the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party has gone completely nuts. The Democratic Party's entire theory of politics is that everything was crazy because of just Trump. If it weren't for Trump, we'd be back to normal. Right? Trump was insane. And it was all about the affect. It was all about the tweeting and all about the attitude and all about the crazy jokes and all about the...
Imagine if the parties worked together instead of a never-ending blame game. Kindergarten at the highest level.
Nice.
I never know what to believe anymore, man.
The way you explain
Everyone is fucked up.
The way you explain it made it sound like they're still the same. Like, imagine if I say that if you have like a 20% increase of cancer or 20% increased risk of cancer by, like engaging in some behavior, right? If your initial, but like that, I don't know what you mean. Let's say you have a 1% and there's a 20% increase. Does that mean I now have a 21% chance of getting cancer or I have a 1.2% chance of getting cancer? That's the difference between a 20% increase versus a 20 percentage point increase. You need to use MS Paint to explain it. No, I'm too lazy. I explained it well enough. You don't understand it. Oh, then fuck you. Then fuck you. Why can't I just... I can't see what's on the fucking plane without flying there. Okay, that's good. That's what I want. I want to fly there.
From whatever, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and this led them to believe that so long as the president of the United States didn't say things like that, they could...
Oh, fuck. I have like a TV now, so I can like watch things like on TV. I hate doing this to myself, okay? Because I hate watching shows where they're like, oh, it's only good for the first few seasons. But I watched the first episode, House of Cards. Seems like a pretty cool show. Am I going to hate myself if I keep going on in this TV show? Is it bad? Am I allowed to say that I really like Kevin Spacey as an actor, not as a little boy toucher?
Could do anything they wanted, and people would just be like, well, I guess things are still sane. No. Wrong. It turns out there are two forms of political crazy.
What?
One form of political crazy is going out there and ripping on Mexican judges for no reason. And that's kind of like mildly political crazy because...
Mildly?
Most people are just like, that's kind of nutty behavior, but it has no impact on my life. Then there's true political craziness.
The bad thing about what Trump did wasn't even necessarily that he attacked the judges for being Mexican when they weren't Mexican. They were American. The really scary thing that Benny Boy here should think is scary is when you have a president that's undermining your legal system. That should always be like a scary thing, I think. When you've got a president that's willing to say, like, I'm going to attack part of our legal system because, fuck it, why not? Because they're not giving me good rulings. That should always be a little bit frightening to you.
Which is, boys should be girls and girls should be boys. Everybody who disagrees with me wants Jim Crow. What if we pour money onto a gasoline fire of inflation? And what if we just surrender to China and Russia? And what if we just give Afghanistan...
Why does nobody care about all the deficit spending that Trump did? Wait, hold on. I'm wrong. Trump was one of the biggest deficit spenders of all of fucking, for no reason even, for no reason. Trump came in when the economy was doing fine, and he still engaged in huge, I think he had one of the largest budget deficits of all time. And the economy wasn't even hurting. Like, how can you fault somebody for, I'm so curious. Do Republicans think that deficit spending during economic downturns is bad fiscal policy or is bad government policy? I'm really curious about that.
Like, just give it to them for no reason. Here, have Afghanistan. That's a form of crazy that has real impact on people's lives, as opposed to, the bad tweets. And Democrats failed to recognize that. They thought so long as they slapped a kindly old face on an insane agenda, everything would be fine. Wrongo. And it turns out all that happens is that people begin to realize that the kindly old face ain't so kindly when the agenda is really nefarious. We'll get to more of this in just 1 second. First, let's talk about a simple fact. You need life insurance. Let's say tomorrow there were to be an alien invasion, and you knew it was coming.
Okay, damn. I haven't watched Benny Ben on his show, but he is like a super partisan hack. Jesus. But okay.
A long time ago in the past, you were just out on your farm, and you've been abducted by aliens. So you'd been warning everybody you knew for 20 years. Right? You had forethought. You had foresight. You knew this was going to happen.
Foresight?
And so you were called once more into battle because you'd once been in the Air Force, and you'd been discharged. And you got into your rickety biplane. And as you were flying directly up into the heart of one of the giant invader spaceships, it occurred to you, man, I knew about this 20 years in advance, but I didn't buy life insurance. That was a real mistake. Should have gone over to Policy Genius. Head on over to policygenius.com/Shapiro. Answer a few questions about yourself.
Was he always this partisan? Trump broke people's brains. Trump there was definitely a bit of Trump derangement syndrome on the left. Like, I can agree with that, but Trump broke the right. He absolutely broke the right. For as much as you want to say Trump derangement syndrome existed on the left, I'll agree with you, but like the true TDS was on the right. These guys, like, I have never seen, I don't think I've ever been more disappointed in my mom than in the way that she would talk about Trump. It's just unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable. Jeez.
How much life insurance coverage you need, compare personalized quotes to find your best price. You could save 50% or more on life insurance by comparing quotes with Policy Genius. Their licensed experts will help you understand your options and apply for a policy. The Policy Genius team works for you, not the insurance companies. You can trust them to offer unbiased help and advocate for you every step until you are covered. Policy Genius does not add on extra fees. Policy Genius doesn't sell your information to third parties. Policy Genius has thousands of 5-star reviews across Google and Trustpilot. And since 2014, they've helped over 30 million people shop for insurance and placed $120 billion in coverage. Head on over to policygenius.com/Shapiro. Get your free life insurance quotes. See how much you could save today. Okay, so Joe Biden is having a terrible, terrible first year. Mark Thiessen has a very good column over at the Washington Post all about this. He says, this is the lived reality millions of Americans are facing a year after a year of Biden's presidency. Inflation has reached a 40-year high, and we have a massive labor shortage with more than 10 million unfilled jobs. Biden signed a
labor. Wait, hold on. Okay. The lived reality of most Americans, labor shortage, okay? I don't know if an American worker feels a labor shortage in a negative way. Inflation, the growth in inflation, reaching a 40-year high, which is what is actually happening. I don't know if inflation is, or it's the growth of inflation. You measure it quarter to quarter, is at a 40-year high in terms of the growth of inflation. But worker labor shortages, I'm pretty sure, are beneficial to workers, because I'm pretty sure we've also had over the past 40 years the largest growth in working and middle-class wages. Huge growth in working and middle-class wages. Our unemployment is sub 4% right now, and there is massive wage growth right now in society. I don't know if a labor shortage is a bad thing for the average worker. I think it's a bad thing for people that run businesses.
Partisan $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill in March, and when Omicron arrived, there weren't enough coronavirus tests or therapeutics. Schools are closing again. Emergency room visits for suspected suicide attempts by adolescent girls have jumped 51% from 2019 to 2021. At least
Wait, is that... I thought suicides were down. What is the, where is the source of that? 51%? I'd be curious to see the number of that. I'm just curious what that's about. Alright, fuck. I need to look that up later. Also, anytime you hear somebody, oh shit, what did I say this? I had a golden rule for stats that you've never heard before. Now, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Equatorial? Anytime somebody is giving you a hyper-specific demographic, I would almost always say, without being familiar with the stats, that somebody is cherry-picking. It's interesting that the stat there was teenage girl suicide attempts. Why would you pick out that specific? That seems really strange, but okay. But whatever. Really? I can't just do that.
12 major cities broke annual homicide records in 2021. We are experiencing the worst border crisis in American history and a surge.
Are we actually? I feel like, why does it feel like every time there's like a border crisis, it always feels like, it's always like when you're dealing with Destiny and you don't want to debate him, you like break glass. It's like you're a horrible father, you're a pedophile, whatever. I feel like for Republicans, it's like every like 6 months, they're like, is there a border crisis? Like, is there anybody at the border right now? Is there a crisis here? I don't know, whatever.
Of deadly fentanyl crossing the southern border has helped fuel an increase of 30% in overdose deaths in the past year. The disastrous retreat from Afghanistan projected weakness on the world stage and emboldened Russia to amass troops along its border with Ukraine.
Wait, this is a Washington Post op-ed? Ukraine is about to be invaded because the United States pulled out of Afghanistan?
Us on the knife's edge of a land war in Europe. And while Biden promised in his inaugural address to put his whole soul into uniting the country, he just gave a speech comparing millions of Americans to segregationists and traitors. Yeah, that's a pretty bad record. That's a pretty bad record. Now, Biden is trying to happy talk his way through this thing. He's doing the Obama routine, which is the people just don't understand him. This is Obama's routine. Every time he did something unpopular, he'd be like, well, I just didn't explain it well enough. The American people, if they understood what I was doing, they would love it. And the American people are like, no, we understand just what you were doing, and we do not love it, as it turns out. And then you get the same routine from Biden. Well, if I just, come on, you know, man, if you
My dad links me these studies all the time. He's super pro ivermectin and insists that the study affirms its efficacy. What are your thoughts on this?
Not even gonna bother looking at it. I don't know. I'll wait for something big or whatever to get published, and we'll see. But thus far, the data for ivermectin seemed like to be a huge meh. But if something gets like published in a peer-reviewed journal and it changes my mind in the future or whatever, I'll look into it. But anytime somebody links you like single studies or whatever, especially preprints, now that this one is a preprint, maybe it is published. Yeah, I'm always like very like I don't know.
These policies, then come on up here, Kamala. Like, oh. Yeah, that's gonna work. By the way, even Elizabeth Warren, who is full-fledged terrible at this, the chief Biden critic from the left in the Senate, even Elizabeth Warren, how bad is she? Even she can't answer if Joe Biden is up to the job. She was asked, like, is Joe Biden up for the job? And she had reservations.
Let me ask you about 2024. Do you believe that President Biden is up for the job?
President Biden's running for re-election. I expect to support him. His approval ratings are some of the lowest that they've been for a very long time. I understand that, but remember, we've just finished the first quarter. We're just starting into the second quarter here. So we've got a lot of time, a lot of work in front of us.
I love that. Like, so do you think he's up to the job? She's like, well, he is running for re-election. Like, so is he good?
Why would you expect a potential future candidate to like wholeheartedly endorse or support a potential competitor in the future? Why would you expect that to be the case? Like, I don't know if she's planning on running for election again, but like what?
Good at this? It's like, well, there's time, and time exists. I like how they flash his approval rating on the screen there. According to that CBS News poll, by the way, he's gone from 61% approval to 44%. Owie. Yeah, those are not good numbers, gang. Those are really bad numbers. So, the good news is the White House has found a reason to pivot. They want to pivot. Pivot, pivot, pivot. They're like Ross in the stairwell with the couch. Pivot. We have to pivot. According to NBC News, White House plots public reset as Biden's agenda fails. I love this. I love it so much. Every time the newspapers start talking about how a politician needs to reset.
Sorry, hold on. Just give me for a second, okay? So it's always cool when you're familiar with something and then you get like a TV show that says stuff and you can tell that they put a lot of research into like how things are done. Mr. Robot was a good example of this. I've only ever seen a few scenes, but anytime he talks about like hacking shit, it sounds exactly like how you would gain access to certain systems. It's not like some weird special program or whatever. Usually he's talking about like older exploits or known, issues with certain things, right? Which is like really cool. One thing I've noticed so far, and this is only on episode 1 of House of Cards, okay? This is an old show, so you guys have all seen this. You should know the answer to this question, okay? Usually anytime politics is brought up in a show, it's comically stupid how all the politician people are treated and how easy it is. They're corruptible and blah, 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 blah. It's like super cringe. It seems like so far with the way that Kevin Spacey's character is like navigating, like the different connections and shit and how you can kind of use media or whatever. It seems like it's pretty decently written so far though. Do you think that, does the show maintain that or does it get like comically stupid at some point? It gets pretty dumb. Oh, shit. Why are you wasting time with House of Cards when you haven't watched Mr. Robot? Well, because I've heard that Mr. Robot breaks down even harder. That, like, Mr. Robot literally makes it for 1 season, and then on season 2, it turns into a dog shit show. Is that not true? It's good until season 3.
I was watching Fox News, and they had this guy, I couldn't believe it. They had this guy, and he said, Americans work too much. And this guy, he's a dog walker. Can you believe that? Obama.
A politician needs to rejigger their comms. What they really mean is this politician is super bad at it. Right? This is what you hear from Kamala Harris's team every 20 minutes. Like almost on the dot. They just set a timer on their watch. Like, oh, it's been 20 minutes. Time to reset Kamala's comms strategy. And Kamala's over in the corner saying, it is time to do what we have always done. And time is with a clock. And her team's like, okay, it's been 20 minutes. Time to reset that comms. She's over in the corner like, guys, it isn't the comms. You're bad at this. It's not your communication strategy. It's that your policies suck. They're bad. They're bad.
Thank you, man.
I mean, Joe Biden's entire comm strategy during his campaign was, what if I sit in a basement and eat oatmeal and watch Matlock? And he won. Okay, so, like, it's not about the comms. It's about you sucking at this. I'm not sure you could be worse at this if you tried to be bad at it. It's incredible. We'll get to that story in a second about the attempted rejiggering of the Biden's comm strategy. First, let us talk about your comfort level in your home. So I've already talked to you many, many times about the Helix Sleep mattress, which I rely upon each and every night in order to refresh me for the next day. But now, Helix has gone beyond the boudoir. They've started making sofas. They just launched a new company. It's called Allform. They're making premium, customizable sofas and chairs shipped directly to your door. So, what makes an Allform sofa really cool? Well, for starters, it's the easiest way you can customize a sofa using premium materials at a fraction of the cost of traditional stores. You can pick the fabric. It is spill, stain, scratch resistant. The sofa color, the color of the legs, sofa size and shape. Make sure it is perfect for you and your home. I have an Allform sofa sitting directly in my home right now. I got one for my parents as well. They've got armchairs, they've got love seats, all the way up to an 8-seat sectional. There is something for everyone. I've got that 3-seat sofa with the chaise in the sand color with espresso legs. It's super comfortable. It is my preferred couch for napping. If getting a sofa without trying it in store sounds risky, well, you don't need to worry because you have 100 days to decide if you want to keep it. That's more than 3 months. And if you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. They also have a forever warranty, literally for all time. Allform is offering 20% off all orders for our listeners at allform.com/Ben to find your perfect sofa. Check out allform.com/Ben. Go check them out right now. Okay, so according to
10 seconds ahead. I mean, if I'm gonna watch his full video, we can at least listen to his ad reads. I feel like that would be pretty. I feel like that's like pretty crazy. Like, we're not gonna let him read his ad. Well, I mean, we're watching his fucking video. We might as well give him his ad read. Okay, chill. Jeez.
ABC News. It's time for a reset. It's a reset, guys. Biden's reset plan, senior administration officials said, is to make his conversations with members of Congress less of a public priority and to emphasize spending more time communicating directly with Americans. Yeah, that's going to go well because he's done a great job of that so far. You know, every week he gets on your TV and falls asleep. He gets on your TV, he's like, COVID is, and the unvaxxed are, let's hit them with my walker. I'm going to hit them with my walker. And Americans are like, that's not good. He's like, well, if you don't like that, here I am on your TV again. And I think that you want to re-enslave black people. And it's no, not doing it. That's not helping, Joe. What if I say that you guys are basically Hitler? No, this isn't going to work. Joe Biden is a bad communicator. He's very, very bad at this. This is the part that's so funny. He's a master communicator. The dude ran for president 83 times. He lost all of the times. The only reason anyone even knows Joe Biden's name right now, other than as the foolish, plagiaristic senator who had to drop out of a presidential race once and got shellacked every other time he ran, and was a senator from a state
Wow, imagine trying to rag on somebody's political history when you're the president of the United States. Like, this guy, like, who's the strongest man in the world or most powerful man, like, arguably in the world? Okay, Biden, but he's ran for president before when he lost. Like, bro, like, I feel like we're reaching so hard. There has to be more substance that we can, like, insult somebody on than, like, he fucked up the first time he ran for president. Like, come on, there's gotta be something better. It's kind of like, no offense to my fellow lefties, but it's kind of like cringy when people attack, like, Trump for lying about his net worth. They're like, I don't even think he's worth $10 billion. He's probably not. He's worth like $3 billion. Yeah, sure, but like, bro, he's a fucking billionaire, okay? That's a lot of money, all right? That's not, like, I would be okay being worth, you know, just like $3 billion, you know?
It is mainly run by credit card companies. The only reason anyone has ever heard of Joe Biden is because Barack Obama needed a buffoonish old white man to be his vice president. Now, sometimes I say that Kamala Harris was an affirmative action pick because Joe Biden said I need a black woman. Joe Biden was also an affirmative action pick. Barack Obama was like, what if I just take a staid old white man so that I look moderate? That was pretty much his agenda. And Joe Biden continued to fail upward. The only reason that Joe Biden is president right now is because Barack Obama picked him for his vice president, and then his main competition in a Democratic primary was a senile old communist. And then his main competition in a presidential race was a guy who just blurged all over Twitter every two minutes. Like, that is the only reason that this idiot is president of the United States. And they're like, well, what if he talked more to the American? You go for it, man. Put him on the TVs every day. More of him. He does a spectacular job. First rule of holes, stop digging. But Joe Biden is out there with a spade digging just
After
all the
this
way to
video,
China.
you might want to reconsider having
There's a
Betty Boy
recognition
on
we
the
need to
list of
change the
people you
dynamic.
aim
Senior
for.
administration
This dude
officials
is
told
fucking
NBC
stupid.
News,
WTF.
adding that Biden has told
I
aides and
thought we
lawmakers
are
he
supposed to be
intends to
good
make
at
the shift.
this.
Yeah, there's nothing that Joe Biden does better than sticking and moving. That's what he's great at. Part of the goal is to shed the growing image that Biden is approaching the presidency like a member of the Senate, where he spent more than 3 decades. He's mindful he doesn't want to send the message his role is to be legislator-in-chief, another senior administration official said. Biden's advisors are looking at a variety of ways for him to engage more with Americans, officials said. There's no agreement yet about what the alternatives might entail. He can only eat ice cream so many times. He can only run naked after his dog from the shower like so many times. While there is unity among advisors about having Biden talk to more people directly, another official said, there's no agreement about whether the effort will work. No, there is. It's not going to work. I'm just going to put it. It's not going to work.
Wait,
No,
what? Hold on.
official said. Biden's advisors are looking at a variety of ways for him to engage more with Americans, officials said. There's no agreement yet about what the alternatives might entail. He can only eat ice cream so many times. He can only run naked after his dog from the shower like so many times. While there is unity among advisors about having Biden talk to more people directly, another official said, there's no agreement about whether the effort will work. No, there is. It's not going to work. I'm just going to put it. It's not going to work. Spoiler alert, Joe Biden talking to humans, not a thing that works. Changing a White House strategy to engage more directly with Americans is an evergreen reset plan that has been activated by previous presidents who have found themselves in politically precarious moments. For Biden,
it sucks too, because like when you're a Democrat, you've got to work so hard to like try to be relatable to your audience. But somehow dipshit Republicans brainwash themselves into thinking that Trump, the fucking billionaire playboy, literally pays a porn star a fuck ton of money to not reveal that he fucked him while he's like married or whatever. Like, this is the guy that you relate to. Like, the billionaire guy? Really? That's the... But I don't know. That's wild to me.
Hell.
No one cares about the porn star thing. It's a distraction. I would bet my entire family's life that if the black president, Barack Obama, fucked a porn star, paid her off while fucking married, I would hear about that every single fucking day until I died. You would never, ever, ever not hear about that. They would probably call him the porn star fucker in chief, is what they would call Obama if he did that. Bro, Obama had to have the perfect family life or that guy would have been destroyed. Black president, if he would have had, what was Trump through 3 marriages, imported wife from Eastern Europe, cheated on her with porn stars. Like, dude, if Barack Obama had half the personal life that Trump did, you would have never, ever, ever heard. Like, it would be over. Yeah. Like, Jesus.
And that moment has arrived earlier than his team expected, after early momentum from his sweeping safety net bill. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss said, oftentimes in modern history, when a president has frustrations and drops in the polls, the president will say, it's now time for me to talk over the heads of the elites and talk directly to the people to convince them that what I'm trying to do is right. Yeah, the problem is that Biden can't talk anymore. He just grunts and makes noises. Biden has struggled to gain his footing on the coronavirus pandemic, which he promised to get under control and ultimately defeat. He's also been hampered by the collapse of Build Back Better. While some of Biden's aides have expressed concern, they're very concerned that he is seemingly bogged down at the White House, giving too many one-dimensional speeches from Washington instead of showcasing what they see as his greatest political strength, empathy, and an ability to connect with ordinary Americans. That is gone. He blew it up. It's over for him. Okay, this is why he's not going to recover. The reason he's not going to recover is because once you blow the empathy line, it ain't coming back. Once it has been revealed that you care less about American soldiers dying in Afghanistan than you reaching a pullout by an arbitrary date so that you can celebrate yourself as some sort of...
It's not arbitrary, bro. Why are you so dishonest? Why is he so fucking dishonest? It was the timeline that Trump had already negotiated.
All right? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Why is he pretending like it's arbitrary? Dude.
Grand peacemaker, which is what happened in Afghanistan, that ain't coming back. Joe Biden, Captain Empathy, was always bullcrap, but it certainly is not coming back now. And when he started defending his action in Afghanistan and dead service members in Afghanistan by citing the fact that his son died of brain cancer, like, no, none of that works, and it ain't coming back, and it is over for him. He's still got to be president for 3 years, but that guy is a lame duck right now. And by the way, that lame duckery has consequences, as it turns out. He is failing on every single front.
The Taliban didn't honor the Trump agreement, so Biden had no reason to keep dude. Wait, what part of the agreement did the Taliban not honor? What are you talking about? I knew I was getting a content warning for this. True.
Joe Biden and Barack Obama in 2012 suggested when Mitt Romney said that the greatest geopolitical threat the United States faced was Russia, Joe Biden said that the 1980s called and they wanted their foreign policy back. Well, now Russia is about to invade Ukraine. Russia has 100,000 troops on the borders of Ukraine. They're openly threatening Ukraine. And Joe Biden's own White House is like, yeah, they could invade at any moment. We really have no plans.
Do you think the threat of invasion is getting higher or lower?
Well, I think, as I noted a few minutes ago, we believe we're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack on Ukraine. I would say that's more stark than we have been.
Well, I mean, now that you've said it, problem solved, right, guys? Tony Blinken is being sent to meet his Russian counterpart as the White House is...
Bro, this dude is so hawkish. Holy fuck, what does he want? Should we be deploying our military to Ukraine right now and or should we start bombing Russia immediately? Or what does Benny Boy think we should be doing here?
Warning that Moscow could attack Ukraine at any point. And given Antony Blinken's stellar record of being terrible at literally everything he touches, I'm sure this will end really, really well. I'm sure he's going to do a great job. Yeah, not so much. Not so much. Again, every wound that this administration is suffering from is a wound they inflicted themselves.
Hey, important question. Are you going to join Emira's Stream or League of Legends tournament?
I don't know what that is, but if it's a Miskif thing, I think they said that they're looking for people that are new or don't have a lot of experience. I don't think they want people that play the game a ton to join. That was my impression when I saw his post about it.
They made all this happen. This is not, again, some sort of extraneous circumstance that crashed down upon their heads like the Civil War upon Lincoln or like the Great Depression on Herbert Hoover. Every single thing that has happened right now that is damaging this administration is the fault of this administration. It's unprecedented. It really is incredible. We'll get to more of it in just 1 second. First, are you spending too much money on gas? Of course you are. Why? Well, because Joe Biden
Biden's
is the
inflation
president of the United States, and everything he touches turns to crap. Well, here's the thing. There is an incredible app that everyone who buys gas needs to know about, Get Upside. My listeners are making up 25 cents for every gallon of gas every time they fill up. Just download that free Get Upside app in the App Store or Google Play right now. Use promo code Shapiro. Get a bonus 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's up to 50 cents cash back. Don't pay full price at the pump anymore. Get cash back using Get Upside. Just download the app for free. Use promo code Shapiro. Get up to 50 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas. Some people who drive a lot are making as much as $200 to $300 a year in cash back. There is no catch. The cash back gets added directly to your account. You can cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download that free Get Upside app. Use promo code Shapiro. Get up to 50 cents per gallon cash back on your very first tank of gas. That is promo code Shapiro. Get that free Get Upside app and turn the situation of crap.
Because I'm putting 100%
with Get That Free Get Upside app. Yeah, I know. It was clever, right? Use promo code Shapiro. Get up to 50 cents per gallon cash back on that first tank when you get that free Get Upside app and use promo code Shapiro. Okay, so Tony Blinken, the greatest of all secretaries of state, has now been deployed over to talk with the Russians. According to the Washington Post, Secretary of State Blinken will meet Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Geneva on Friday in an effort to resolve the standoff over Ukraine, with U.S. officials warning a Russian invasion could be imminent. The meeting will follow a week of intense diplomacy as the top U.S. diplomat heads to Ukraine and Germany for discussions on the crisis, the State Department said. Adding urgency to Blinken's talks is Russia's fresh deployment of troops to Belarus to conduct major military exercises that will further strengthen the number of Russian forces along Ukraine's border. The troop movements, coupled with statements from Moscow that it was unsatisfied with meetings held with the United States, European, and NATO officials last week, have had some officials in Washington fearing the worst. Despite the troubling developments, a senior State Department official said the meeting between Blinken and Lavrov in the Swiss city indicated that diplomacy is not dead. The official said, "We are prepared to continue to engage with Russia on security issues in a meaningful reciprocal dialogue. We'll see this Friday if Russia prepares to do the same." The official declined to say if the U.S. or Russia first proposed the meeting. The reason he declined is because the answer is the United States. And the answer is that the United States is going hand in hand to the Russians to say, what can we do to prevent you from simply walking into Ukraine? See, here's the thing. Maybe we'll have some sort of response to Russia invading Ukraine. But the reason Russia is invading Ukraine is because when you surrender on the world stage to, a bunch of barbarians from the 8th century, all of your political opponents look at you and go, hey, maybe we should do something too. Hilariously enough, we still have members of the Biden administration defending the administration's activities in Afghanistan. UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, she still thinks that we fixed things in Afghanistan, which is kind of incredible considering that, the entire country is now under the purview of a massive terror group.
We ended a 20-year war. The president committed to doing that, and he followed through on that commitment. It was a challenging withdrawal, but I can tell you that I have met with our Afghan allies who are here.
Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. I just read it back and forth. Is that Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson back and forth? Is that real or is that a meme? That people fall off their roof installing solar panels? That's not real, is it? Wait, can somebody just link me the timestamp to that section? I kind of want to see that. Jackson Hinkle is debating Sam Cedar. It's a goddamn clown fiesta. Oh shit, wait, live right now? Oh no, wait, fuck.
There's no...
You just asked me a question. Do you want me to finish answering or not?
Do you know what's in the Build Back Better bill? Do you know what's in the Build Back Better bill?
The one that didn't pass?
Yeah, no, the one that did pass. It passed in the House.
Was it signed into law? I must have missed that.
But Jackson, we're talking about House members, yes?
Well, what is the point of...
Are we talking about House members or are we talking about people in the Senate?
What is the point?
Are we talking about Joe Manchin or are we talking about AOC? You said that Joe Manchin is worse than AOC, that AOC is more progressive. They're different people. They're two different houses. You understand how that works?
You want to hear the incredible thing, Sam? You want to hear the? I understand that there are two separate chambers in Congress, Sam. You want to hear the incredible thing?
Hold on for 1 second,
Jackson.
Jackson.
You to talk over.
Jackson,
You
hold
haven't
on 1
ever
second.
let me answer the initial question you asked. Let me say this.
Well, let me
The
play this.
interesting thing here.
Hold on 1 second,
Build Back
Jackson.
Better did fully pass into law, right? No, I don't think it ever got through the Senate. No. The American Rescue Plan is the one that passed. Wait, that's what the infrastructure bill is called, right? No, I'm sorry. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is what passed. The American Rescue Plan was the 1.9 trillion that passed early on. My bad. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is what passed, and the American Rescue Plan passed, but the Build Back Better plan is not passed.
Give me 1 second. Will you play the end of this, the Ilhan Omar thing? Because I thought this was sort of interesting, because I think it's possible that Jackson doesn't quite understand certain dynamics. Bradley, do you have that? Play this last clip, because I tuned into this, or I got to be fair. Somebody sent this to me, and I was curious because Jackson had done a video on our interview with Ilhan Omar and said it was shocking.
This guy watches Jackson Hinkle? Isn't Jackson Hinkle still pretty small? This is the dude that... This guy is so fucking cringe, dude. This is the reason why I don't like this guy is not only because of his politics. Anybody that does like the ultra cringe, like masculine shit person stuff is like very weird too. When Adriana flew down to California, I think I was leaving the next day to go some other place. She asked me if I wanted to get lunch or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure. And I could pick her up. I was going to pick her from the airport. We were going to get lunch. And I was going to drop her off, I think, at Jackson's house. And Jackson was on Zerka's podcast. I don't know if you guys heard the clips from this. And he's saying things like, yeah, Destiny's bringing up a girl and he's bringing her to me. I'm taking her from him. And it's like, bro, I'm picking her up from the airport because you don't have a fucking car, number one. And number two, this isn't like my girlfriend or it's just I'm just getting lunch with her afterwards. Like, what the fuck? Wait, did you guys not hear this? This is why I don't like this guy. He's like so cringe. Wait, somebody link the clips. How did you guys not hear this shit? You've told this story before? Yeah, wait, I thought I only knew about this because I think people in my community were linking me clips to it. He actually said that? Yeah, it was super fucking weird. Why do you like Haas though? Haas is funny, but he's also like pretty shitty. The last conversation we had when he was like ragging on Eris for personal stuff was really, really, really fucking weird, I think. No clips because you don't watch them? Fuck. Oh, this is from a Zerka show a long time ago. Oh, damn. Maybe I'll try to find those in the future. Wait, let me listen to this real quick.
Weird idea of nuclear because of the several, whether it's 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, there's been a few disasters.
Yeah, more people
Fukushima.
die every year from solar energy than die from nuclear.
Who dies from solar? Well, of course.
Guess how you die from solar?
Sunburn?
No, you fall off the roofs when you're installing it.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's gravity.
Right. Yeah, gravity. Yeah. And, that's a good example of unintended consequences. Because...
What? Bro, how many Xans is this guy taking before he goes on these shows? Does it make you giggly or doesn't it just make you tired and relaxed? Why do people, who's abusing Xanax in chat? Why do you guys do this fucking drug? Every time I read about it, it sounds like the most boring shit in the world. Why would you kill yourself on such a boring fucking drug? Like, at least like heroin and shit gives you like an otherworldly, euphoric experience. Benzos just seem so boring. Like, oh yeah, I OD'd on this shit because it makes me very relaxed. Like, dog, fucking go jerk off. Oh, we've got Jackson clips in chat. Meeting Destiny for the first time. No, that's not the one I was talking about. There was one where he was on a podcast a few days before.
Systems are complex, and when you change them, you think only good things will happen.
A weird idea of nuclear because of the several, whether it's 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl.
Okay, sorry.
And I was like, was it? Did we do something that was shocking in the interview? But play the end of this, and this is what I think it was. Fight's a little bit ways away, so we can hopefully catch.
No. The leadership fight's not gonna happen, dude. What are you saying? You honestly believe Ilhan Omar's like, this motherfucker thinks that we're gonna hold the house? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, sure. You ask me those leadership position questions when the time comes around. Okay, all right. We'll see you later. Okay, that was incredible.
Okay. So, Jackson, you understand there is going to be a leadership fight regardless of whether the Democrats hold the House. That there is a leadership fight. If they are in the majority, then it's for the speakership. And if they're in the minority, then it's just for the leadership. In other words, Kevin McCarthy is the leader of the Republicans in the minority.
Wait, real quick. Why is Pelosi running again? I thought she said she was done. Isn't she like 90 years old? I don't know. She said she was retiring.
You understand how this works, right?
So first of all, I do want to address the fact that you just completely changed the subject when you were getting press. But yes,
no, I didn't change the subject. You don't think, like, you expect 6 members of the squad to change the votes in the Senate, and it doesn't work that way.
When did I ever say that, Sam?
Well, because you said, what concessions did they get? And I said they passed the Build Back Better bill, which you didn't seem to understand, in the House. And they did pass it in the House. And then you said, well, it wasn't signed into legislation. And I said, that's because it got stopped in the Senate.
Okay,
and 6 members of the House cannot control.
I'm trying to be really, really respectful right now, but you continue to talk over me and interrupt me. So let me go. Let me go. So when you talk about speakership votes, that implies that there's going to be a Democratic majority.
I spoke about leadership votes.
Second of all,
Play it again. He didn't hear it.
Second of all,
play it again. Hold on,
I'm going to mute you if you play it again. I'm trying to talk about.
It's my show, ding dong.
Okay, I'm going to go off and say what I'm going to say about what I've been trying to get out for 5 minutes now. But you can.
You can do it again, but you just misspoke. You said I said speakership and I said leadership. So let's play it again.
Do you think that even if the end of that conversation, the end of the conversation was about leadership, and it was, do you think that's
not going to happen, dude? What are you saying? You honestly believe? Ilhan Omar's like, this motherfucker thinks that we're going to hold the House. Oh my God. Okay.
I didn't say
Okay, yeah, sure. You asked me those leadership position questions when the time comes around. Okay. All right.
Okay. So Jackson, continue.
You have to unmute yourself, Jackson.
Oh no.
Is he still muted? He may not come back.
Ask him to unmute a few more times.
You want to unmute?
It might be the complex setup he's got going on there.
He's got a pretty crazy setup going on. All I do is see myself twice. Did he go away? All right, well, Jackson, if you want to come back, you can come back. If not, we can say goodbye. Or we can keep him on if we want.
I'll just keep him in this side.
Oh, no, Jackson.
Oh, am I still on the screen?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Do number, what's this one? Do this one. Put that up. See if that gets him to come back. This is a,
God, Sam's politics have just gotten progressively more dog shit. I feel like he's going too far in the love train, but he's looking better and better. I think the facial hair, he looks like a fucking X-Man, okay? I approve of the facial hair hardcore.
I think Jackson's maybe not as necessarily as truthful. He says, lies my parents told me when I was little. This is just from like I guess it's from a year ago. Santa is real. The tooth fairy leaves money under your pillow. The United States military is fighting wars to defend our country. And then his dad responded, this is the only way that I knew him before this whole thing. I'm Santa. You never complained when you got the gifts. Yes, we were such assholes sneaking you money under your pillow.
Oh no, this is when mom and dad roasted him on Twitter. Why is Sam going so hard? Oh no.
For once, did your mother and I tell you the military is fighting wars to defend our country? That's a bold-faced lie on your part. Did Jackson leave? Yes. He's gone. All right. That's too bad. Because I wanted to ask him about that, because as a parent, I wanted to know if there's actually tension between them or if that was funny, because I feel like I would do that to my kids at one point. But all right, let's take a break, and we'll come back and wrap up the show, and maybe Emma's just come back in so we can do the show. I don't think he wants to come back.
Okay, well. How do you guys, how much shit are you guys making in your factories? Because I know you all play this. I'm cooking so much silicon, but it feels like it's impossible to keep up. This is a lot of factories, isn't it? Is it not? I feel like there's a lot of factories. Jackson is crying on a stream that Sam muted him.
U.S., including just as recently as yesterday, and people are proud of the support that the U.S. government has provided to them, and proud of their relationship with the U.S. government. This was a situation that we found, and the president fixed it.
So now everybody in the Biden administration is just singing songs from South Pacific. Keep on happy talking, happy talk. Talk about things you like to do. I mean, my goodness. Just the happy talk. It was a wild success, guys. And if they say it over and over enough, then probably you'll believe it. Meanwhile, China, Russia, and Iran are teaming up for joint naval exercises, so this is going great. According to Newsweek, Russia has said it will take part in joint naval exercises with both China and Iran as scrutiny grows over Moscow's military maneuvers following a buildup of troops next to the Ukrainian border. The announcement comes only days after Moscow said it would conduct a snap combat readiness inspection of its troops in the Russian Far East amid growing alarm in world capitals over the prospect of an invasion of Ukraine. So things are going great on foreign policy. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is completely failing on COVID. Like utterly and completely failing on COVID. Now, the reason that he's failing on COVID is because no one succeeds on COVID. What I mean by this is the only people who succeed on COVID are the people who protect the most vulnerable.
Fuck, Jackson is back. God damn it, guys. I gotta talk in 10 minutes. We're not gonna finish Benny Ben.
Bro, like, first of all, my camera's not working. Second of all, your host muted me. I don't know who that was, but your host muted me.
Talking over the clip, it was me.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to
and then I never unmuted my thing. I never touched any of my stuff on my end. And then you guys claimed that I muted myself. You guys muted me and tried to get me off the stream.
Matt just said it. No, you're back.
I just said I muted you because you're talking over
We
the
do
clip.
that
and
fairly
Why didn't you unmute me when it was over? And then you claimed that I muted myself and I was muted.
Jackson, you're talking to me. Let me just clarify. I asked you to unmute yourself. You'll notice in the chat I said, "Are you able to unmute yourself?" And you left. But now that everything's sorted out again, except your
Are you
camera.
maxing production for Bell?
you muted
What? Yeah, of
me,
course
why
I
didn't
am.
you
Do you think I'm a
just
fucking noob?
I tried to.
Jackson.
Look at him.
Jackson,
Look at these
you-
belts.
Look
Look at these belts.
Let me just explain for everybody
The
because
max.
I don't want this to be the thing that they hang their hat on. It says ask to unmute yourself. So I asked you to unmute yourself. You had to affirmatively unmute yourself. You didn't do that. But
Why
now,
didn't you just say that?
That's what I said actually right before you got on there. So
We have
You said it on a chat, but you didn't. I'm not reading the chat. I mean, I didn't even know there was a chat in here. But all right, let's keep.
Are you doing the
talking.
spray
So,
thing? No, I haven't done any of that shit yet.
So my question, Sam, was if you understand the
retiring.
idea behind forcing a vote
upcoming. Georgia really mattered.
Cool.
On these sorts of policies, and the squad ran on a set agenda saying they were going to fight for that agenda, and then every time they have the opportunity to force a vote on any number of these bills, they choose not to, and they have no material gains, no material concessions that they can show for
Is the spray
these
thing worth it?
potentially hypothetical secret concessions that you claim they're getting potentially, then why aren't you criticizing them like we all are?
Okay, I don't know who we all are in this instance, but Jackson, you started this off by saying that they were getting preferential treatment by the Democrats, and one of those was their ability to go in and negotiate with Biden. Now, how is that preferential treatment different from exercising their leverage to get in and negotiate as to what the outcomes of bills will be?
Very, very easy answer to that. If you're looking at it from a practical sense as to what is practical, pragmatic politics, the idea.
Wait, don't give me advice if you're a fucking noob. Strophium. I see the problem. You have two lines of furnaces feeding into one belt. Smelting should support one line input to one line output. That's not true. For high purity silicon bars, it's two ores to one bar. So no, two sets of furnaces should feed into one line. You're wrong. Okay? Stop.
Idea of going in on a joint task force with Biden does not result in material changes. In addition to that, those joint task forces, with the exception of, say, the climate change one, they weren't negotiating based on their agenda and items that they could potentially get concessions on. They were negotiating in favor of Biden's agenda between the more progressive aspects of his agenda and the more conservative aspects of his agenda. And I think that they need to be forcing votes on their agenda, concessions for their
forcing
agenda.
votes? What are you talking about? What does that mean, forcing votes?
Like, is he expecting the House to force a vote in the Senate? They already passed the legislation. What the fuck else can the House do?
Ask you, because in your initial video and in the debate you had with Brianna Joy Gray, you said that, yes, I think forcing a vote is a fundamental.
Hold on.
It says this tier of subscription gets me a handshake. I'll take the handshake in BTC if that's all right with you.
Hell yeah, Dan. Buy the dip.
Hello, president of Bitcoin. They're buying the dip. Come bite you again.
Fundamentally good principle.
Getting leverage for certain things is a good principle. But I don't know what you mean forcing a vote. You could have a vote. Listen, there's a bill that has been introduced by JoAP, right? A Medicare for All bill.
It was introduced after they had already voted for the subsidization of COBRA premiums for 6 months, which is something you said you vehemently disagreed with.
I did disagree with it. Yes, I railed on it quite a bit, actually.
You know, they actually delayed the introduction of Medicare for All so they could initially first pass the Cobra Premium subsidies in that COVID bill.
Yes, Nancy Pelosi is a very outspoken critic of Medicare for All. I'm aware of that. That's why I've criticized Nancy Pelosi for that as well.
So if you think that maybe Medicare for All is not the best ask...
JoAP, do I think that putting a vote for Medicare for All on the floor is not the best ask? Correct.
Okay, so why don't they instead, focus on, if you think maybe these domestic policies are not their strong suit in forcing their agenda through, like Medicare for All, why don't they focus on foreign policy issues?
No.
What?
No. Jackson, you're talking jibber jabber here. If you
it's jibber jabber to talk about foreign policy. Is that jibber jabber to you?
If you force the vote for Medicare for All, let's say, it will lose. And not only will it not win, which you don't seem to think winning in the House is even meaningful.
Yeah.
Right? Because the Build Back Better is not going to become a bill because it's stopping in the Senate. What about losing a vote in the House?
You actually said on your show, and let me bring this up because this is your quote again. You said that you think that it's important to set markers even if votes fail. So when they can control, both houses and the White House, potentially with progressive politicians, they will have the record of who in the Democratic caucus votes for it.
This is such a dog shit, like, child's approach to politics. Who popularized this stupid shit? Was it Jimmy Dore initially? Or who was the person that made this idea? We want to force the vote, and then when you force the vote, we can hold them accountable. Who cares? What are you even trying to do? Are those your only guns? You need way more? I have like a ring of them up here. I could build like a second ring beneath these maybe, if you think I need even more guns. Maybe. I just built these because I was getting pitch limited up there and it was triggering the fuck out of me.
Yeah, well, with the value we have of Medicare for All is that we know, at the very least, there's 100 Democrats who won't even co-sponsor the bill, right?
You said that you thought it was a good idea.
In the Senate, they voted to expand Social Security payments, I don't know, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, which I think was very helpful, even though it couldn't pass, because it holds and binds those people. So yes, I mean, I do think there's some value, but it's nominal. I wouldn't exercise, the type of leverage you're talking about to get a vote, particularly on a bill where it's going to lose 300 to 100 or whatever, 310 to 110.
Well, it's not even about that. It's about getting concessions that might not be necessarily policies. Like, for example, you brought up this idea of getting committee assignments multiple times. So why are they not working to get better committee assignments for, I don't know, say the next congressional cycle?
I hope they are.
Well, don't you think it's a bit of an issue?
In fact, I would argue that maybe AOC sending money to moderate and even conservative Democrats was part of that.
So you think that instead of leveraging their power, they should just be giving
money? What power, dude? There's 6 votes.
What power?
Yeah.
I just listed multiple votes that pass in the House with very slim margins, such as the Capitol Police and Security Fund.
If they sink those bills, what do you think they get?
If they sink those bills, they could get the concessions you were just referring to, and you said that you think maybe they got by giving money to DCCC Democrats. That's what you just said.
It doesn't work that way, Jackson.
So you have to pay $5,000 to 32 different DCCC candidates to get anything done?
I mean, it greases the wheels, yeah.
It greases the wheels. So what if I told you instead of playing softball politics and greasing the wheels, which is all don't interrupt me. You've interrupted me so many times, Sam. You've interrupted me so many times throughout this entire debate.
I don't care.
You've interrupted me so many times. I've let you talk. Now let me talk. What if I told you instead of greasing
things that don't mean anything? Softball politics, what does that mean? What does softball politics mean?
Okay, let me be specific. Softball politics is giving $160,000 to DCCC Democrats when she said she was not going to do it. Please don't interrupt me. Hardball politics would be, say, blocking the State Department and USAID 12% funding increase or blocking the Capitol Police and Security funding increase.
And what happens after you vote no on that?
You vote no on it, and you block the bill from passing. And because these are things that the Democratic establishment really wants passed, you get concessions to vote for those policies. That's hardball politics.
What are you talking about? What vote for?
They're doing passive politics when they need to do active politics. True.
Policies.
Vote for? No, I said getting concessions. And when I say voting for policies,
retaliate against her?
No, I'm saying getting concessions to vote for the policies that they voted for without any concessions, like the increase in Capitol Police and security funding.
What would you do? What would you change in that Capitol Police funding that you think that they should have changed in that bill?
Well, I don't think that we should have given an increase in Capitol Police and security funding. But Sam, here's the part you're missing. It's not about necessarily what they could change in that bill. It's about blocking that bill until they get a concession for something that substantively benefits the agenda they are fighting for.
What is the something that you're talking about?
You've listed numerous examples on your show because you said Medicare for all is not a good ask. So what if we did this, that, or the other? There's a whole host of things. I'm not a member of Congress.
But I don't understand.
I'm not a member of Congress.
You know how it works, Jackson. But you can't even articulate one thing that they're supposed to be asking for.
$15 minimum wage. Better committee assignments. Better committee assignments.
I'm not going to vote.
Committee assignments.
Okay, but the committee assignments come out at the beginning of the year, and we'll find out about that.
Don't you think that they would say when they're receiving all the criticism, we voted to increase the Capitol Police and security because we got this in return?
Voting against. You want my vote. You want my vote, Nancy Pelosi, for the State Department increase by 12%. And I'm going to withhold that vote unless we have a vote on Medicare for all and the 100 people who are against it vote for it.
And you said that was a good idea at the time.
No, Jackson, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Do you still not believe it's a good idea? Because at the time you said it was a good idea.
I very quickly said it wasn't a good idea.
So
very quickly after that video.
So you said that it was a good idea. You said then very quickly I changed my mind and I thought it was a bad idea. Now you cited your reasoning for this because you said you thought it was a part of a Jimmy Dore effort to hate on the squad. That's what you said. I've seen it multiple times. But the question is, you still support the fundamental strategy of forcing the vote, right?
What are you talking about? Force the vote? No, I do not sell. The idea of forcing a vote on something is stupid.
Yeah, the problem was with force the vote. Made all about vote.
Shut up! I'm debating Sam. So you don't think that progressives? You don't think that progressives?
I want you to apologize.
You don't think progressives should leverage their power?
Oh no, is the show going to end here?
I think progressives should leverage their power. Yes.
Okay, so that's called forcing the vote.
No, it's not.
You just said 1 minute ago that I don't want to use the phrase forced vote. I want to use the phrase leverage their power.
You guys made that.
How are those different?
Oh my God.
Because it's what you use your leverage for, Jackson. Okay? Look, I don't want to get into
it's how you exert that leverage, Sam.
So the substance doesn't matter?
I don't understand.
The substance of what strategy you employ to leverage your power. That's what matters. You think that instead of leveraging their power, they should donate $160,000 to DCCC Democrats.
Okay. I think contributing money to people gets them to vote your way. I think there are different things that you can do to build a coalition, to pass legislation, to materially benefit people.
And what happens when you have that coalition? What happens when you have a coalition?
I don't know if you would have gotten those corporatists who wanted the SALT reductions and et cetera, to vote for Build Back Better or to sign off on a provision to, let's say, have expanded child care or whatever it is, had they not built those bridges. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know for sure. We're not privy to those conversations. You can say, I don't think it's a good strategy to, and I can tell you this, the reason why Steny Hoyer is the whip of the caucus, of the Democratic caucus, is because Steny Hoyer gets all this corporate money that he doles out. He doesn't have to do much fundraising for himself.
We're not talking about
around the country. What goes around the country, and he builds support for things by donating money to different congressional candidates. And so is there value for the #1 fundraiser, who happens to be a progressive, to wield that same type of power? My answer is yes, definitively.
So
I point to you exactly.
That's very interesting.
Where that power pays off.
That's very interesting.
No, I cannot.
That's very interesting because earlier on in this debate, you quite literally said I had a problem.
Everyone heard the debate, Jackson. It'll be on video. You don't have to keep.
You said I had a problem. You don't want to talk about this. You said I had a problem with AOC donating $160,000 to DCCC Democrats when she said that she wasn't going to. So my question is, you just said a moment ago.
I had that problem, Jackson.
You just said a moment ago. You just said a moment ago that the squad.
Whatever.
You just said a moment ago that
people can look at the video, Jackson.
Okay, I would love to. You just said a moment ago that there is the potential for factions to form in Congress, and those factions can leverage their power. Did you not?
I don't know if I said that, but I agree with that statement.
Okay, so if you think that that is possible, and if the explicit goal of the Justice Democrats was to do just that, and if the reality of this session of Congress is they could have blocked certain votes that were, in my opinion, bad, maybe in your opinion, I don't know what you think about those votes, but they could have blocked those votes to get concessions in return. They haven't done that. Don't you think that that is a failure of their strategy?
In general, no. I think that if they got no, because you're not giving me a specific instance, and I don't. There are votes that they may be for or against. I don't know.
So Sam, I actually respect
you
you more. I actually respect you more after this debate than I initially did coming into the debate, because you said on multiple occasions, like when I brought up the sanctions.
He's tearing up.
when I brought up the sanctions, when I brought up other issues that I had disagreements with them on, with the exception of the State Department and Capitol Police funding, you actually said that those were bad things, that you disagreed with what they did, and in some cases, but not all, you criticized them. But what you still fail to recognize is that the explicit strategy that the Justice Democrats ran on, which was to create those factions and essentially be a thorn in the side of the Democratic establishment, kind of in a way in which the Tea Party
explicitly that our job.
How many times are you going to interrupt me? You're interrupting me as many times as you said Jimmy Dore during the Breonna Joy Gray debate. I wasn't done. So they were to be a thorn in the side of the Democratic establishment.
You know what?
They have not done that.
On being a thorn in the side of the Democratic establishment is literally for children.
Or the People's Party. Go win some races.
Like I want material benefits for people. And if that means that they stroke the Democratic establishment or they are thorn in it, I don't care about that. That's for children. That's
it's not for children. It's
no,
not
I
for
don't
children.
care about the establishment. Mommy, daddy, this. Who cares?
By not being a thorn in the side of the establishment, they actually hurt themselves. Because by donating, yes, they did. By donating to the DCCC candidates who were going to be challenged by progressive primary candidates, they have essentially ruled out the odds of those progressive primary candidates challenging the DCCC candidates in this next election cycle.
Candidates?
What?
Which progressive candidates were running against those?
Ava Patsova is the one that comes to mind. Arizona's first district. She was going to run against one of these DCCC candidates.
Who was the candidate that AOC gave to that Ava Petrova was going to run against?
What's that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Who's the candidate that AOC gave money to that Ava Petrova was going to run against? And what was Petrova's chance of winning?
The candidate that she gave money to was whoever represents the first district. It's Tom O'Halloran. He's a corporate Democrat. Ava Patsova she ran against him in, I believe she ran against him in 2020. And then she was going to run against him again. She did very well. She didn't even have, I believe, she didn't even have Justice Democrats backing at that time. But the question is, why is AOC...
Oh, wait, AOC gave money to a candidate that Justice Democrats are running against?
No, I said that I don't think she was actually endorsed by Justice Democrats in that race, but there was the potential for her to be endorsed by them in the next race. She wrote an article in The Intercept. I suggest you read it. It's really interesting. But Sam, the question is not about the odds or the likelihood. No one thought AOC was going to beat Joe Crowley. She had no backing. She had no odds of winning, and she still won. Now, imagine if there was that apparatus of AOC and the progressives behind Ava Patsova, who is a convincing candidate, who is respected by many of these progressive institutions, who did write an incredible article in The Intercept about this. Don't you think that there are some more Ava Patsovas out there who could have challenged DCCC corporate candidates that AOC donated to before primary even took place?
I mean, it's possible.
It's possible. And that's called softball politics, or greasing the wheels, as you put it. And that's why I think it's a failed strategy, because they are actually hurting themselves, their broader movement of establishing a larger faction.
Now, do you still think that they are the vanguard of fascism in this country? Because if they are actually to help themselves, their strategy, that would be sort of problematic if you think they're fascists, right?
I'm not talking about helping themselves. I'm talking about fighting for the agenda that they campaigned on and utilizing the strategy that they said that they were going to carry out via the Justice Democrats faction in Congress, which, according to that, little discussion we just had about the DCCC donations, they're not doing that. They're choosing to grease the wheels, so to speak.
Well, I think they're probably doing both.
If they were doing both, don't you think that they would have blocked any number of those policies?
No.
Why?
I mean, I don't know what any number of those policies you're talking about, but you're conflating.
Last time I tried to list those policies, you said, Jackson, stop listing policies.
You're conflating electoral strategy with legislative strategy.
Let's just take 3 in particular. The speakership vote, the Department of State and USAID 12% funding increase, and the Capitol Police vote. Let's just take those 3. Those are 3 examples in which they could have leveraged power.
Well, they could have, or they could have just voted against it.
Or they could have just voted against it. Yeah, I mean, there's more that I have here. I have 18 listed. And each one, has...
Like, so for instance, for the speakership, they may have felt like, well, okay, we cannot vote, but ultimately we're going to have to. I mean, you just said yourself, the precedent was that they take 12 votes and that they end up going to land on Pelosi. So if Pelosi knows that, if you're right, and there's no other option as to who's going to be speaker, then what?
Well, what if I told you that there potentially could have been other options? You could vote for anyone. They could have voted for Barbara Lee if they wanted to. I mean, John Boehner served speaker 2011 to 2015. He got more, Republicans elected since any year since 1928. And he had popular support until the Tea Party came along and they forced him out. He had to retire before he even did another speakership election because he knew he was going to lose. So why could the squad not have done something like that?
Who was the other candidate? Barbara Lee didn't want to run.
Anyone could have run. It doesn't matter. Anyone could have run.
They didn't.
Why didn't they?
I don't know, but they didn't. There was no other person to vote for. So after 12 votes in your scenario,
yes,
Nancy Pelosi knows she's going to get elected.
No, because Sam, if you don't think that at a time when 75% of Americans wanted Nancy Pelosi to step down as speaker, she has record low approval rating, that people are not going to coalesce around a movement to get a new speaker, then you're delusional, because that is what would have happened. And even if Sam, this was the idea behind Force the Vote. Even if it eventually, after 13, 15, 18 rounds, ended up with Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, they still would have been able to get concessions because of the spectacle they would have drawn by delaying an already unpopular politician's, rise to the speakership position.
So there was a movement afoot in the country, presumably by Democrats, to get a different Speaker of the House other than Nancy Pelosi. That's what you're telling me.
What about the Psych person chat?
And the
I'm saying that
she was busy with something. She should be ready in like 10 or 20 minutes, I think.
Would have magically gotten them the ability to get whatever they want. Like the spectacle almost of like forcing the Republicans to filibuster a Voting Rights Act.
I'm talking about the spectacle of Representative Jeanette Rankin starting a House floor vote on women's suffrage in 1918. And because of the mass public appeal that was drawn after the introduction of that vote in the House floor debate it started, within 1 year, we achieved women's suffrage in this country. That's what I'm talking about.
I see. It would have been like women's suffrage to get what?
It's the strategy. It's not the fact that you have a major...
it was just a coincidence that it was about women getting the right to vote. It had nothing to do with the success of that.
Did I? Hey, did I or did I just not list John Boehner and the Tea Party as an example? I don't only cherry pick my examples. I mean, I just listed the Republican
Does he talk
Party
like Haas, like a similar cadence? Am I crazy? Like his voice isn't the same, but his cadence is similar, no?
There was somebody to run against
Boehner.
Boehner.
He does, like very similar. All right.
Sam, the idea is you delay and you potentially find someone to run against Nancy Pelosi. It doesn't matter if there's someone who wants to run.
It doesn't matter if they're like, I don't know how to explain their cadence. I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, I understand how the speakership vote, but you
realize that they could vote for anyone, right?
Yeah, but
you realize that there were Democrats who voted for other Democrats who weren't actively pursuing the speakership?
Are you telling me that there was another candidate? Who was that candidate that was going to win?
Do you understand that there were Democrats who voted for
this?
Do you understand that there were Democrats who voted for other Democrats?
Nancy Pelosi gets the speakership.
Sam.
But she knows she's going to get the speakership, but that's still going to force the vote because it happened with suffragette, with women's right to vote.
So why did some if you have to have a declared speakership, campaign,
Jackson,
why did some Democrats vote for other? Why did some Democrats? Why did some Democrats vote for other Democrats who weren't actively pursuing the speakership? If that's the case,
They can.
Oh, okay. So that's super interesting, because you were saying that they couldn't employ the strategy because there was no one who was actively
So
pursuing.
these 6 people would have voted for somebody else.
You know that there was someone who even voted for, I believe, Tammy Duckworth, who's not even in the House.
How did she win?
Did she? Okay, they could. Of course, they could vote for somebody else. But they're not
okay.
gonna win.
Interesting.
He does. He talks a lot like Haas. Like
you just
Did the
said,
person vote for
there's
Tammy Duckworth?
no one else
Get all the
pursuing the
concessions
speakership.
they wanted.
You were just saying no one else was pursuing the speakership.
Oh, Jesus Christ! All right. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you want to keep litigating this force the vote a year later. It's a failed strategy.
It's not a year later, Sam. There again, I listed 18 different times throughout just 2021 in which they could have, as you put it, leveraged their power on given votes by
You don't hear the
blocking
Mio guy?
passage of them.
A little bit. His
That's
voice is
forced the vote
similar-ish
in a
to Mio,
nutshell.
but the
And you're
cadence, the way
saying
that he
that
speaks
forced
is
the
like
vote was
identical
just
to
during the
Haas.
speakership vote.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is honestly like arguing.
I don't know what to tell you. You accused me earlier of being the guy who gets too attached to politicians. You are the one who gets too attached to politicians and refuses to criticize them where it matters most. Sure, you'll occasionally talk poorly when they make an abhorrent vote, but you will not criticize them on their
But you will
overall
not.
strategy,
That was a
which is
Haas line.
pursuing
Wait, like you hear how he says it, like, but you will not. Or I can't even do it the way that he does it, but it sounds just like Haas speaking.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is honestly like arguing.
I don't know what to tell you. You accused me earlier of being the guy who gets too attached to politicians. You are the one who gets too attached to politicians and refuses to criticize them where it matters most. Sure, you'll occasionally talk poorly when they make an abhorrent vote, but you will not criticize them on their overall strategy,
That's so
which
weird.
is pursuing a greasing of the wheels rather than playing hardball politics and leveraging their power.
I just don't make the assessment of their power like you do.
It's not making an assessment. It's looking at how closely these votes pass and knowing that they had enough people to block their passage.
Well, in some instances, maybe they didn't want to block their passage. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Then what's the point of the Justice Democrats if they are not going to? And it's not necessary.
Something that how these votes work too, guys. Also, let me just so you're aware of this. Let's say something passes very narrowly, and you're like, oh my God, well, if one or two people would have abstained from voting or would have held their vote, they could have negotiated something different. That's not necessarily true. It might be the case that some people voted no because they could, because it wasn't important, because Pelosi knew that they didn't need those votes. It might be the case that if 2 or 3 other people are like, well, we're not going to vote, then Pelosi would just go to some of the others that didn't vote and be like, we need your vote on this. Can we do that? They're like, oh yeah, sure. Like, that's not necessarily the case that just because you were off by 1 or 2 votes, the Justice Dems could have come in and like swung their dick around. That's not how that works.
Necessarily about blocking.
You know
it's
what
not
they're
delaying
better.
in some
They're
sense.
more
What is
progressive.
the point about the Justice
They're more
Democrats if they're not
progressive.
doing
You've
what they
already
set out to do?
conceded. They're the most progressive members of Congress.
Is that the bar you want to set them to? That's the bar you want to judge them upon?
Yeah.
I think that's. I mean, what about when the squad was?
What
not in
about
Congress?
when-
Did you actively support Nancy Pelosi because she was one of the most progressive in Congress?
I supported Bernie Sanders.
What about the House? I'm talking about the House. We're talking about the House.
I mean, I didn't perceive Nancy Pelosi as the most progressive member. At one point, I thought she was the best. When Donald Trump came to office, I figured she might be the best person to be in the leadership while they're in the minority. But subsequent to that, I felt like I would rather have someone who was not even progressive be in the leadership of the House. I mean, and I think to a certain extent, I know you watched the Ilhan Omar interview, you didn't quite fully understand the leadership conversation. But I think that she was implying that you don't really, the leadership position should not necessarily be about whether they're progressive or not. I think it's really more about the amount of power that you can amass amongst the caucus.
So Sam,
And
when you talk about power in the caucus,
or sophomore members of Congress, 6 members of Congress just don't have that kind of power.
So when
you talk about the Freedom
they
Caucus,
do have that type of power.
people getting rid of Boehner, you're talking
They
about
do have that type of power, Sam.
who were secret members of this caucus, and we just don't have that kind of power yet.
First of all, the Republican majority at the time was much bigger than what we see today, and the squad has multiple opportunities, 18 again that I've listed, in which there was must-pass bills or near must-pass bills, in which the vote was so slim.
What is a must-pass bill
The vote.
in your estimation?
A must-pass bill is something that either must pass to continue with the session of Congress, such as a adoption of House rules, speakership, House vote, or the near must-pass bills that I was referring to, are things that are a top priority of the Biden administration to pass to solidify his legacy.
I mean, the must-pass bills would be something like a debt ceiling or something to that.
Sure. Avoiding government shutdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been probably, I'd say 6 or 7 of those.
Okay, now, and your argument is that if they inhibited the passage of this bill, they'd be able to get stuff each time. Democrats would reward.
Yes, that's how politics works in Congress. This is what Republicans and Democrats have done for years. This is how it works.
So in other words, like when I don't know, like Lynn Cheney, for instance. Liz Cheney, sorry. Like when she bucks them and they reward her, is that it? She gets stuff from the Republican Party?
I think it's a little bit of a different makeup with Liz Cheney in the Republican Party.
I'm just you're telling us exactly how
You're speaking vaguely. You're speaking vaguely. I'm talking
You're
about
speaking
specific
vaguely.
votes
That's
that
a
they
hot
could have
line.
blocked. You're speaking about bucking the GOP establishment on maybe a talking point or maybe impeachment. Are you referring to? I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, impeachment, January 6th commission.
Well, the difference is Liz Cheney doesn't. In some cases, she has been able to whip even Democrats to block, some of the MAGA agenda, such as when Trump wanted to remove troops from. He wanted to do a partial removal of troops from Germany and Afghanistan. She whipped together even one of my own former congresspeople, Mike Levin from California's 49th district, to vote in unison with a plurality, I guess, of Republicans on that measure to block Trump, and it succeeded. But the difference between Liz.
Okay, hold on. Psychologist person's ready to chat.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing really good. I'm excited to chat today. I know you had a bit of a spicy day yesterday, hey?
My days are always spicy. That's what we do here. Do you want to introduce yourself and why you wanted to chat, so that people know who you are? Not like your name,
Sure.
and address, but just like your qualifications and everything.
Yeah, sure. So I'm going by Not So Erudite on social media. My name is Kyla, though. I am a psychometrician. That's my kind of highest level of professional training, and I am going to school for a master's in. I'm sure lots of people in your chat might feel weird about this one, but master's in clinical psychology, where I'm going to be specializing in forensics in teens specifically, but it's a child and youth clinical psych program. I'm also a licensed addictions counselor as well. So that's kind of my background at this time. And yeah, I wanted to talk to you about a number of topics in psychology. I'm not even sure what's the likelihood of us getting to all of them necessarily today.
Okay, well, what is can you explain to me? I don't know, what is a psychometrician? I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, nobody knows. It's very obscure. So it's actually one of the few areas in the field that's not, it doesn't actually have a college body yet. So I can't be a licensed psychometrician yet. It's basically like if you get the training or you have a job titled psychometrician, you're considered a psychometrician. So it's basically people specialized in administering psychological tests. So tests that you need specific training for is going to include things like IQ testing, neuropsychological testing, so testing for brain injuries and stuff like that through cognitive testing rather than just MRIs alone. And I'm trained in specifically forensic assessment as well, so determining risk levels of offenders if they're going to what we call recidivate, which is just reoffend when they get released. So that's what a psychometrician does. We run a bunch of tests and diagnoses, and usually we work in conjunction with a psychologist who then typically they would be diagnosing. However, I'm going into clinical psych, so I kind of the reason I did psychometry was so that I was a well-informed psychologist and I could kind of do it myself.
So psychometry is essentially trying to specialize the job that is just kind of included under other jobs. So just so I can understand. So if I were to go to see a psychologist and I wanted to get a test to see if I have ADHD or some other sort of cognitive test, whereas before maybe the psychologists themselves might perform that test, you would come in and you would do that independently because you'd have more specialized training in conducting those tests?
Yeah, ideally. Not everyone uses a psychometrist by any means, but at least in Canada, almost everywhere that's much more government organized is going to be using psychometrists because they're actually usually better trained than the psychologists themselves in the administration and the analysis of the data. And then they kind of offer that up, and they kind of, depending on the relationship you have, you're kind of hey, just so you know, these are their findings, and then the psychologist might just be the one reporting the findings. Usually the psychometrist wouldn't be reporting it to the client though at all.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. All right. Where do you want to start?
Okay, I'll give you some options. Tell me where you want to start.
So wait, why? Okay.
Just whatever piques your interest, I think. I think like conversations are more interesting when you're interested in them, right?
Okay.
When both parties are interested. So, I had messaged you about your conversation with the counselor, several weeks, more than a month ago, I think now, in December. He, I think, was a licensed counseling therapist, or was he a psychologist by the time you guys were chatting?
I talked to like 4 or 5 of them because there was a bunch that came off the end of other conversations we had with whether or not police officers should show up at wellness checks. So I'm not going to remember which one it is, but
that's fair.
Yeah.
I think the video on YouTube is titled like Sociopathy. He talks a lot about like what happened to the dicks, stuff like that. There's just a bit of information there. Overall, I was content with it, but there's some unempirical information, so we can talk about my thoughts on that. We can talk about, I have like a really big interest, and I think everyone needs to know that about like what I call the Iron Curtain of the field of psychology. I think it's actually really important, and most people don't know about it.
What is the Iron Curtain of psychology? I've never heard this term before. Yeah,
I
tell
know.
us.
I get everyone's interest with that spicy wording. So it's definitely something I'm labeling it as. It's basically, a lot of people don't understand that there is absolutely a distinction between researching psychologists and practicing psychologists. And while they obviously interact with one another, a lot of counseling psychologists will use authority that they'll kind of refer to themselves as experts on psychological research information that I would argue they absolutely are not experts in. They're experts in like the art of working with people.
Gotcha. Yeah. So with respect to someone in chat is bringing this up. So something that I've heard in the past is that are you familiar with the DSM? Do you care about that all in Canada? Okay, yeah. One of the criticisms I've heard with the DSM-5 is that it overrepresented for clinical practicing psychologists, and it didn't pay attention enough to people that worked in research. And people sometimes were critical of some of the findings as a result of that, because obviously both halves of these are very important, or arguably maybe even the research side should be weighted a little bit more for this.
Probably the research side. I haven't heard that criticism of the DSM in Canada. At least our major criticism, and why in Canada there's kind of a branch. A lot of us are starting to use the ICD-10, which is more common in Europe as well.
International.
Because we actually, if you look at the board of the people on the APA, like the Psychiatric Association that made the DSM, like 70% of them are very, very entrenched and have strong relations with big pharmaceutical companies. And so there's a lot of psychologists who are being like, no, like this is obviously catering to like over medicating and like relying more on pharmaceuticals than we are comfortable with. There's a big cleave between like psychologists and psychiatrists sometimes. We absolutely like work together. But it definitely can be like a contentious relationship sometimes.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, just off of everything I heard even just yesterday and stuff, I think that there's like a lot of validity to clarifying psychological science up for people, because I think there's a lot of misinformation that is completely understandable why like lay people would have this misinformation, because it's regularly delivered, especially on social media. I mean, I was pretty appalled when I got into social media and psychology.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and like seeing the information and the things that people advocate for is just like cringe. It's just really cringe and really frustrating. And then finally, we can also talk about IQ, because I know that is just a really contentious area in
everything.
Pop culture, which is interesting because it's not really contentious in research psychology at all. We just like don't really talk to people about it because we know everyone gets really mad about it. So we just try to like not.
Okay, wait, let's start there. When it's not really contentious, what do you mean by that?
So in IQ is just an unquestionably validated measure.
Okay, never mind. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is always what I've said. Yeah. It's one of those things like people in pop science want to fight a lot about whether or not like, well, is it racially biased? Does it select for certain things? Blah, 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 blah. And there might be like legitimate arguments to have there, but and I hate to say this, and I'm not trying to sound Like, well, actually, I'm not an elitist because I've never had my IQ test. I don't even know, right? But it seems unquestionable that having like a second or like a first or second deviation off the IQ, like being above, is like one of the greatest predictors of success in life. It is just so unbelievably important, and it's correlated with so many positive outcomes that the idea that that number is just fake or doesn't mean anything, that's only a political opinion, in my opinion. It seems to be the case.
Yeah. That's good to know. I actually didn't know. I had a bunch of my like followers and people be like, you got to talk to Destiny about IQ. And then I tried to I looked through like hours of your stuff, like anything that might be about IQ, and I just like couldn't find a clear picture about what you thought about IQ. So I wasn't really sure where precisely to start, like where if I would need to convince you that IQ is at least, because my argument is basically if you don't believe IQ is a valid scientific measure, you basically probably shouldn't believe in most psychological findings, excluding like recidivism studies, because those have equal numbers of data points to IQ maybe.
Yeah, it's just like it's just something that's just so heavily empirically like studied, and then so like all the correlative things are. Initially, I didn't want to, because for politically, there's a lot of good reasons not to want to believe that measurement might be important. But man, it's impossible to escape that much data around it, in my opinion. Or when I was digging through, because I did a lot of like, have you ever heard of like race realism or anything?
Yes. I spent a number of hours this past week after we decided to chat, informing myself on what they say, because obviously they're not really popular in academic psychology, right? So we just kind of are like, they're stupid and they absolutely abuse the science, and then we kind of move on. So yeah, I have heard of them, but I'd be curious your thoughts on them.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into that. The easiest way to get rid of all of it is just say that IQ doesn't matter, though. But then if you dig through stuff, it seems hard to make that argument. So you have to go from different angles, I guess. That's the only reason why I've done any reading related to it. Yeah. Or do you want to talk about race realism more? Sorry, we're bouncing all over the place. What do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Why don't we start with? Let's start with race realism. Mostly because I was looking through some research again the other day, just as I was kind of reading through. I was looking through JF stuff and.
Wait, how long have you been like an internet like watcher person?
I would say my husband always makes the joke that if you can't date a gamer girl, you make one. So
okay.
So only more recently, like I'm definitely not like a big internet person. Before that, I was definitely like a very classic white middle class academic type.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So the fact that I know about JF and stuff is because I've just spent a lot of time trying to like understand what race realists say, and he's probably like there's a lot of race realists that are just like terrible, and but they don't also make sense, whereas JF at least like knows a little bit about statistics and science. He just like really abuses it.
The scarier
types,
and then
he abuses the scary parts. And then I looked at like, I think the guy's called like the alternative hypothesis. He's just got a bunch of articles about IQ, so I just like looked through them to be like, okay, what are they saying and how are they like misrepresenting it? So I can maybe start you on there if you'd like, if you have any questions maybe about like why they're wrong.
Yeah, maybe. Or where do you want to? I don't know where our opinions are going to differ, I guess. Where do you want to start? Tell me wherever you want to start. You're the expert, okay? I'm just the...
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I had no idea where opinions would differ. So I'll maybe start by saying I think almost all constructs of that race realists use are definitely like there's an empirical backing to it, but the biggest issue within race realist argument is they can't prove that the same genetic markers that inform what racial phenotypic expression you might have are in any way related to your cognitive ability, polygenic expression, right? So that what they have to prove is that the genes for like race determinism overlaps with cognitive ability.
So would that mean essentially a lot of people like to talk about using like GWASs to determine like ethnicity and stuff. You would have to prove that the same genes that you're selecting for to talk about variations in ethnicity are also part of the collection of genes that we've identified as having a causal or at least a correlative impact on intelligence or IQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And so one of the best ways you can check for this, it's a study that came in about 2020, and I'm so glad I found it. And I'm sure race realists were real pissed when they saw it. It's a really good way to test for this. So they'll use like twin studies a lot. And the reality is twin studies don't actually tell you that the genes for race and intelligence are the same, right? They just tell you that genetics are important for intelligence and cognitive ability, and that's true. Like we do know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's by the time you're an adult, it's about like 0.8 to 0.7 heritability. So it's pretty important.
Even on the something that's really confusing for me, and it's hard to wrap my head around this. Measuring heritability seems very difficult. Because when we're talking about the heritability, or we'll say more specifically, maybe the genetic inheritance of a trait, like ideally, like any good measurement is going to have some level of controls. But like if you control for enough, you're always like every control necessarily increases the heritability of any particular thing. Do you know what I'm talking about? How do you wrap your head around this? Or does what I'm saying make any sense?
I think so. Basically, like as you control for like removing like making sure like the twin studies where they stay in the same house, now they've got the same genes and they also have common environmental, so you've kind of controlled for the common environmental. Is that kind of what you're getting at? So therefore more weight of variance is going to be placed back on the genetics?
Yeah, so basically my understanding is heritability says what percentage of the difference between a trait can be measured solely based on genetic influence. I believe, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
But then the thing is that like if we control for every single possible variable, well then the heritability of everything necessarily rises to 1. The only thing that's going to be left to explain the difference is going to be genetic. So how do you even begin to approach like breaking down how that number is studied, or how you would get? Yeah, sorry, go for it. I don't know if that question makes sense or not.
Yeah, it's complex because the issue with humans is that you can never like perfectly control. That's why like fundamentally psychology has to be regarded as a soft science, not because like psychologists are stupid and they can't do good science, but because you can't put humans in a vat and then only expose them to certain conditions to see how it goes. We have ethics for that, right? We can't do that. And unlike a physicist who can just take an electron and like splat it against a wall, we can't like take a human and just like throw them into a traumatic situation and be like, I wonder what will happen, right? So the reality with psychology is it's always going to be correlational, and so we can never purely pull it apart. The main thing is, so when we do, it might be helpful to just kind of explain how we study variance, at least within kind of biopsychology. So we kind of look at variance in 3 levels. We look at genetic heritability, then we look at common environment, and then we look at unshared environment, right? And so the twin studies where they stay together in the same home controls for genetic heritability and common environment, right? And so the differences that we see, we can be like, it's probably due to unshared environment. If you have twins that are monozygotic that are then separated at birth, then we have just genetic heritability because they don't have a common environment and no one shares the unshared environment because that's just like your personal lived experience. So
one thing for the and then one other thing I'll bring up. So I'm bringing these up because this is what I've learned, and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I used to. Do you know who Robert Sapolsky is?
No.
Okay, big. I think a lecturer at Stanford. I watched through a lot of his courses, so I'm repeating a lot of information that he said. So if I ever say anything dumb, I blame him. Okay.
Oh, I do know him actually. I love his lectures.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, I watch him a fair bit too.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
So when I was going into the race realist thing, twin studies are like the god tier. These are like your best. They're so good. They're perfect. They do everything. And then something that I started to learn a little bit more is that actually twin studies can run into, there's 2 big problems I remember. One is that it's not true that a shared environment begins post-birth. There can be a shared environment prior to birth in the womb. That is an environment that can have an impact on the developing fetuses. And 2, that twin studies can be a little bit difficult sometimes because an adoption home environment is going to be substantially different than the average like normal home environment. For instance, like there's a high selection criteria for adopting a child versus just having a child. Anybody can have a child, but if you want to adopt a child, that's a much more arduous process. So there can be like a lot of interesting selection that goes on there where people in adopted homes might outperform unadopted people, not necessarily for any, just that it gets more complicated in terms of measuring things. Does that make any sense what I'm saying there?
Well, yeah, it totally makes sense.
Okay, gotcha. I'm just making sure I'm not. If I'm repeating this, I'm just making sure I'm not like missing something. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go hit me more.
Yeah, and those are super valid critiques of twin problems, and this is why. Have you ever heard anybody talk to you about like confidence intervals? Like, are you familiar with that language, a confidence interval?
Yes, I think so. Like, isn't a 95% confidence interval means that like 95% of the time the results are going to fall within, it's like a standard deviation or something like this. I don't remember exactly, but high confidence interval good means data is more likely to be in the area that you say that it is or something.
Yeah, and so usually when we report on things, the confidence interval is basically the number of possible options that are true. So say we say the heritability based on these twin studies by the time they're 21 is 0.8, right? Race realists are going to report on the 0.8. Most scientists are actually going to talk about the confidence interval though. They're going to talk about the like 0.7 to like 0.83, right? They're going to talk about the range that we find that's within that 95%, because what we do in science with statistics is we basically try to reduce the likelihood of certain types of errors, and then we prioritize. But that means that basically we try to prioritize. I always get these wrong. We try to prioritize somebody if you're in your comments. I know that there's a couple of like statistician type people, because it's like a bunch of false positive, false negatives. There's like type 1 errors and type 2 errors. And in science with the confidence interval, we try to minimize one of those. I believe it's false positives, which means we can have 1 million potential false negatives. We'd rather get a non-finding, but it actually technically be true, we just artifacts of our studies, it came out as a non-finding, then get a finding that we see as true and it turns out it's fucking false when we try to replicate it.
Sure.
So that's what the confidence interval is. It's like we're 95% confident and it's within this range. This is what the correlation is, within this range basically. And race realists really like to just report like the correlational number rather than the confidence interval, which is really important. So that confidence interval in part accounts for the fact that there are problems with twin studies inherent, which is why when we like talk about heritability, we have to be really careful of being like, it's within this range, but the reality is as more science comes out, it is actually likely to shrink, not grow, because we know that environment is so important for genetics. And then we discovered epigenetics and we're like, well, shit, not only is environment just like interacting with nature, nurture naturally, but environment can actually turn on genetic expressions, which is just adds like a whole like additive component to the nature nurture. And so what I find with most psychological studies is as we get more data, the heritability of things actually trend lower. So something like IQ still having like a heritability of like 0.5 to 0.6 right now is really significant. That's a big deal because it has trended lower over time.
Sure. That was one of the big things that I learned in diving through those things that you kind of mentioned was eliminating in my head. In school, you come out in like high school, you come out with a very strict idea that there's like nature versus nurture. And I think eliminating that distinction in my head helped me understand a lot of stuff related to genetics more, because it's so much more complicated than that. When you talk about like transcription factors, you talk about epigenetic things, that genes are turned on or off by the environment. And there is no such thing as a gene that exists independent of environment. It doesn't make sense to even talk about that. So that's something that I think helped me wrap my head around some of this information a little bit more as well.
Yeah, and it's just really complex, and it's hard because like this isn't really sexy conversation, right? Like lay people a lot of time are just like, I just don't fucking care. It's really complex to explain. And
I want
part of our
I want the
job
gay
is,
gene or the genius gene, like the one thing that is what people look for sometimes. Yeah.
What is it? Just put your finger on it. I'm like, there's billions of genes and there's epigenetic interaction. So like, I don't know, it's polygenic. That's what we're gonna say over and over. But a really important thing, actually, that like I said, that came out in 2020. That's gonna really fuck with race realists, so it might be good just for you to know in the future if you're debating them, is maybe I'll actually send you a link to this article as well. Do you know Sci-Hub first and foremost? Have you ever heard of Sci-Hub?
Yeah, wait, is that like it's hosted on Russian servers that you can use to illegally access studies behind paywalls?
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
Basically. It's amazing. I'm also gonna send you a really great psychological page called Our Psychologist. Basically what you can use, it's really like lay friendly, because you can just like enter in different correlational coefficients and it'll interpret for you what that actually means, right? Like if you get a Cohen's D, you can just literally like I don't know if I can even stream to you. I'll share my screen. You can literally just go in here, right? So if you get a Cohen's D, a lot of people just like don't know what that means, but you can come into this website and just like literally plug in like Cohen's D of 0.5.
Okay.
And like pop it in there and it'll tell you. what that actually means. So
Gotcha.
that means the group in the second group is at 63.8% more likely to be superior in whatever trait you're measuring, right?
Gotcha.
It's a super great website. I'm really pro like getting into the hands like lay people as much as possible because statistics is really complex. In fact, I have to take full courses on how to explain statistics to judges in forensic psychology.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So it's super understandable when people are like, I don't get it. I'm like, I've been doing stats for like 6 years and I barely get it, so it's fair.
Yeah, it does seem it's like the one thing that I haven't done yet, but I probably need to, is to try to take like a 101 on stats or whatever. Because even for like basic things, like, can you explain like what does it mean when something crosses the null? Is that good or bad? Like, I'll get so many people arguing about this, and it's hard to figure out like who knows what they're talking about, or who doesn't know what they're talking about. So there's like a lot of weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And like sometimes, like depending on the day, like I said, like I was struggling with like type 1, type 2 errors, and it like took me a bit to get it. Like it's just, a lot of people are like, statistics is really like self-evident, and I'm like, no, statistics is like the most counterintuitive math ever. Like maybe that's just my personal experience, but I was always like just like banging my head against a wall. So yeah. So anyways, giving you this study, sorry, I'm getting distracted and excited because I really
love stats.
Math. I love stat. I don't love stats.
You're giving me the Wolfram Alpha of stat sites. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, I just got to pull up my document here. Okay, so this study is, I'm going to just check that it's the correct one. So it's from 2020. Just making sure that this is I have like a bunch of citations like prepped for our conversation. So, okay, here you go. You can check that out. So basically this article is huge. If you look at, the most important thing to look at when you're looking at studies, especially for psychology, is you have to look at their N value first and foremost. Now, this is all about like the difference between qualitative and quantitative. We don't have to necessarily get into that today because it's like a whole other conversation. But when you're studying things like IQ, you want to definitely be starting with quantitative studies, because those are where you get your generalizations. And now obviously you can't use generalizations to inform you about individuals, but it is predictive of individuals within a group.
Sure.
So this N on this study, I don't know if you pulled it up, is massive. You've got 84,000 whites, 37,000 black people, and 17,000 Hispanics. So really large, basically showing you not only have we well passed, there's something called the essential theorem limit, where you need to have a sample size greater than 30 before you can really say that the statistic finding is significant and somewhat generalizable.
Can you give me a link in Discord real quick about this so that I can link it to my chat?
The actual article?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I sent it to you in our Discord chat. It's the second one, the Sci-Hub link.
Well, I think you screen shared with me, but I don't think you actually sent me the link.
It is in our Discord chat right now between us.
Test. Oh shit, I think Discord is having problems. Is the text grayed out for you right now if you type to me? Or can you type messages to me?
I can type messages. Let me just pop into your actual... I've got you pulled up on another screen on the side. Let me just pop into your chat and post it for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, are you sure you can send me? I don't think you can send me messages right now.
They're coming up red,
yeah,
so they actually aren't coming.
Okay. Right.
Okay, let me send it in your thing. So here's the article, guys. I just posted it, not so erudite. It's the Sci-Hub link. If you want the Cohen's D.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm working on 2 computers because I don't have 2 screens yet, because I am a noob. Okay. Here you guys go. Here's the R psychologist if you ever want to like understand Cohen's D. I just posted it. Hopefully your chat can get it. I know it moves pretty quick, so
no, it should be fine.
I can repost it if they need it. But yeah, so there's the article. It's a really, really big study. It's really important. I mean, it's in intelligence is a very big journal, so it's a big study. And they've got really good peer reviewers. So in general, like with certain, again, we're getting into kind of academic land and understanding academic land, but intelligence is, you can always tell if a journal is good, based on basically they have like citation sizes that are computed for them. You can actually just Google it.
So if you're going
and a
Google
higher
Scholar, it
number.
might say like this article's been cited, or this study's been cited like 100 times, or 2,000 times, or something, or 2 times, or something, right?
So there's that, but then you can also check the actual journal, because the journals are going to have peer reviewers, and higher quality journals are going to only be publishing higher quality science, right? Which is why if you get something from like a random obscure like journal of like feelings, emotions, and like puppy dogs, right? I'm not going to trust necessarily the science in that article as much as I'm going to trust something from like Nature,
Sure.
which is like the most prestigious thing. So you can just Google like journal intelligence, and it should come out of like basically their there we go, their impact factor. So like 2.77 is a pretty solid impact factor.
Okay.
That's good. And then you can compare it to like Nature as your like golden standard. What's their impact factor? 49.96, right? So tells
Gotcha.
you a little bit.
Although
it's unsurprising that
to be fair, also
Sorry, go
though, just to be clear, even these journals can make big mistakes sometimes, because I think like the Lancet probably has a high impact factor, I would imagine, right?
I don't know. I'll just throw it
For
in here.
medical stuff? Fuck, I hope so, unless I'm just making shit up.
They have an impact. Yep, they have a large impact factor.
Yeah, but I think
79.32.
the Lancet was the journal that published the initial study about like vaccines causing autism. And they also messed up over the coronavirus. They published a really big study related to, it was some drug or something that had a high efficacy, but I think that the data sets were either false or just non-existent for the company that submitted it. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, okay. But generally, reputable journals are better than random as fuck journals that anybody can post, or God forbid, where we exist now, the preprint cycle where there is no journal, there's just people publishing their studies directly to the internet. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So anyways, going into this study, the big thing is that they looked at the heritability between the races. So they separated the study by saying, is the heritability of IQ different among the races? Because if they are different, that probably suggests to us that the genes that inform racial expression also inform cognitive expression. That would make sense. Whereas if they have statistically similar heritability rates, that suggests to us that probably the genes that code for what bone structure, the melanination of your skin, has nothing to do with the genes that code for your intelligence, which means you can't use race as a standard being like, oh, well, of course, black people are just less intelligent, right? You can't use that claim. So this study is great because basically it says absolutely not. It's in this last line in the actual abstract. At least in the United States, race, ethnicity, heritability interactions do not exist. They are completely non-significant. So that tells us absolutely, beyond a doubt, at least within the States, it would be weird that it would happen in the States and not elsewhere, but they're being like empirically conservative.
Gotcha. I would.
There's no evidence of racial intelligence crossover in genetics.
I might be a big baby, or maybe you're educated, or I'm not sure, but I always caution against using really extreme language like that, especially because intelligence is so amazingly polygenetic. I feel like there's probably still room to fight over whether or not it's heritable genetically. Because I feel like there would be other grounds that people would fight you on. So for instance, like some people might challenge like how race was constructed in a given study. Whereas somebody might say like, well, they were measuring just between black and white people, but we would use a GWAS to establish other ethnicities, and we'd be more precise with how we would establish race, and then maybe we would see something. I always get scared when people talk about intelligence and people want to throw around the word, I'm not that you're doing this, but like the idea like, oh, well, we absolutely know this particular thing. It seems that everything related to intelligence is still like pretty up in the air in terms of like the genetic impact, the environmental impact, on how much this is like from person to person or whatever.
Yeah, to an extent. And I think that that's like a good conservative go-to. I just think like this study by itself really, it's a really good study just for reading. Like their introduction itself is really well written. It really kicks in the knees of race realists. And obviously the problem with anyone who's got like an ideological motivation for their belief is it doesn't matter what science. They're always going to find issues with anything. That's just the nature of science and humans. But I would say like as somebody who is like absolutely IQ is valid, but absolutely it doesn't necessarily validate racial claims. This is a really important study because of that basically.
True. Also, hold on. I just want to say something in chat. Okay, I fucked this up a lot, so tell me if I fucked this up. So somebody in chat says, height is highly polygenetic, or height differences in the U.S. mostly due to genes or environment. So this is very important. Heritability does not tell you how much of a trait is genetically influenced. I think heritability tells you how much the difference in a given trait in a population is genetically influenced, which I think is very, very, very different. So I'm trying to remember if I have an example that's correct here. Like, you can have something that is almost 100% like a genetic thing that you get, like a height, but the heritability might be very, very, very low because differences in the environment are accounting almost completely for the differences that you see in height. So for instance, like malnutrition might be the main reason why somebody grows to a certain size or not. So even if a trait is highly genetically determined, I think it can still have a very low heritability. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correct? Or
I haven't really heard that ever in school. That doesn't mean that like that isn't true necessarily. It's possible I haven't been exposed to that idea. Usually in general, when we talk about it, we really do talk about it. How well do differences in people's expressions, are they accounted for by their genes? That's
you just said the differences in expression, but not like is the thing itself 100% determined by genes or environment, but how much of the difference can be explained by the genes.
Okay. So this is kind of like the issue of trying to understand statistical language versus like how lay people use it. Because and this is like an issue we get into even like trying to explain to a judge of being like, well, are they going to reoffend? And we're like, well, we have like predictive validity saying like there's a 0.8, and they're like, well, what does that mean? And you're like, well, like if you took a bunch of people from and you like try to it's really complex to explain. I'm definitely not the most gifted, I think, at explaining statistics, because it's not something that I find people who are like really dominant at it are going to do better than others.
I think that like height is highly predicted by genes, right? That's a pretty big thing genetically that height comes from. Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted by something. Can you restate that?
Height is highly predicted by genes, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm definitely not like I'm really specialized into psychology, so I wouldn't want to like comment too much on
I understand
biology, but yeah.
Just for sake of an example, so like if you have like twins and the heights between twins are incredibly varied, and I'm talking about the monozygotic, whatever the ones come from the split egg, identical twins, the genetic determination of that trait can be very, very, very high. But if it's the fact that the environment is what's causing the variation, we would say the heritability of that trait, I think, is low, because the variation in height from person to person is largely explained by environment, even if the trait itself is highly genetically determined. Does that language make sense? Am I using that correctly?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Okay,
I guess I would bringing it back to the study, because I'm seeing like a lot of people in my comments and stuff being like, I don't understand how this is like destroying the argument of like the race realists. The heritability obviously varies, right? If you get a 0.6, it says it's influencing the differences by about 0.6, right? Which doesn't mean that it's one-on-one. It means that there is a whole bunch of other factors that are influencing it. And I'm going to really simplify the language. So if people are like, that's not precisely, it's like, of course it's not. I'm trying to really simplify here. If the heritability is the same across multiple races in a meta-analysis study that has over 10,000 data points, if there's no statistical variance on one trait of heritability of IQ, that strongly suggests that there is no overlap of the genes that are going to inform racial expression as compared to the genes that are going to inform cognitive ability expression, right? The fact that there's no difference in the heritability suggests very strongly that there isn't a strong relationship between race and intelligence, because the study is so large, and if in any way the genes that were influencing racial expression overlapped with cognitive expression, we would necessarily expect to see some statistical difference in heritability. That's kind of the implication of this study. Does that make sense to people? Or to yourself? Is that making sense again?
I think so. I'm going to reform it and say it back at you. Tell me if you think I understand what you're saying. If it was the case that genes were predictive of intelligence, the same genes that control for race were controlling for intelligence. If that was the case, then it would be the case that we would expect to see when we measure IQ and race, that we would expect to see among different groups of people or subgroups of people, different ethnicities, we would expect to see different heritabilities of their IQ if the same genes that were controlling for race were also controlling for intelligence?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it be the case that it could still be, the genes could still be controlling for intelligence, but the heritability would still be similar? Why wouldn't that be the case?
Okay. Can I go on camera with you and just draw a picture?
Go for it.
It might be easier that. Stats is really hard to explain
Mhm.
without pictures. Okay. Let me just change over how I'm streaming again. Okay.
And then can you, your stream is, link it again so people can go and watch. Not so erudite.
I just got to.
Oh man, you have your whole Discord up there. Whew. Be careful.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You're a warrior.
I'm trying to figure out how to get my camera to turn on for Discord again.
Camera probably isn't going to work because you're using it for stream, but shared screen will work.
Okay. Shoot. If you can just watch me even on my stream, I think that'll be easier rather than me just like.
Yep, that's fine. I got yours on in the background now, so I'm watching.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, so I'm gonna use a black pen so you guys can see it better. Not because we're talking about racial differences, just so that that's clear. Okay, I'm gonna use just 3 genes. So there's a couple of possibilities. So okay, so say we've got this. Say there's an overlap between this is race and this is, let's just say, IQ. Okay, race and IQ. Say there's a small overlap. Say we've got genes A and B. These genes inform the heritability of the racial expression, and then you've got C and D that inform IQ. But then there's an overlap of E. This gene informs both race and IQ. And now those are all going to go towards heritability. What we would expect to see if this was the case is that heritability across races should differ, because the E is going to have to differ to inform the race and inform the IQ. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let's say that we had a gene. Let's say that we had a gene that was making us really smart. We would expect that that gene would have a higher probability of existing in white populations versus black populations, I'm assuming, for a race realist, right? So if that gene does differ from one population to another, we would expect the heritability accordingly to change because there's a gene that's controlling for something polygenetic there, or something polyphenic there, or whatever, right? There's some phenotypical change. But if everything is the same across the board, then it seems to be the case that that gene E or whatever probably exists in both of these populations, and the things that are determining the difference of phenotype for race doesn't seem to be the things that are determining the difference of phenotype for intelligence, right?
Right, because the E is overlapping, so necessarily the heritability should change across races.
And
it might not change a ton, but it should statistically. It might be like
we would expect it to. It not necessarily. It could be the case that there is like a variety of genes that exist in black people and white. It could be like there's always the possibility, right? I like to caveat very carefully. So, but we would generally expect to see to be the case that
Yes. Whereas what this study shows is, I gotta put race and IQ. What this study shows is that race and IQ genetically look like this. This is what it strongly suggests. Obviously, it could be wrong, but the fact that heritability, cameras just make me get all messed up. The fact that heritability didn't vary across race suggests that there's no gene overlap between the factors that predict the race expression that you're going to have and the genes that predict the intelligence expression that you're going to have. Does that make sense? The difference? Basically, the hypothesis was, is it this picture or this picture? Right? That was the hypothesis. Race realists argue it's this. Okay?
Sure.
This is what the study found.
Sure, okay.
So that's why this is a really big kick in the knees to race realists, because it suggests pretty strongly one of their main things. It's why they're using twin studies all the time. Is they're trying to say this. They're trying to say the overlap of genes. There is an overlap between genes that inform race and genes that inform IQ. That's why there's racial differences in IQ. And this study that I just cited you says absolutely not.
Or it doesn't seem to be the case.
It doesn't seem to be the case, and like it's a really strong study. It's
Gotcha.
a really strong study. A race realist would need to come out with another study that's got even larger statistical numbers. It's got excellent IQ testing. It's controlling for a lot of things. Like the study is a really, if you look through the methodology, which I'm not going to go through because it's boring, but the methodology of this study is really solid. So you would have a really hard time. This is what we would probably call like a landmark study. Like this is kind of like in science, we kind of go like, yeah, this is more or less where we proved this thing. And there's landmark studies all the time that we just kind of refer back to and being like, yeah, this is where more or less in forensic psychology, we've got like, we call them the central 8. There's these 8 static factors that predict if somebody's going to reaffect crime. And there's this like landmark study in like the 1980s that came out that was just massive. It just dumpstered everyone else's arguments, and then people just kind of stopped arguing about Central 8 after that. They were like, meh, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Whew. Explaining statistics is my greatest academic nightmare. Because I'm a psych student, I'm not a statistics pure student, so I'm definitely not like as versed at the language of it. Okay, so another really big thing that I think people use, at least for race realism, is they try to look at the differences. I don't know if you've ever seen, like, if you Google like IQs across countries.
Yes.
That's another really big thing that they'll try to use, at least from what I have seen. Would you say that that's correct in the race realists that you have talked to?
Yeah, hold on. 1 second. I try to responsibly caveat all of my how strong I feel like, oh, this study may blah 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 blah. I think there are good ways that you can caveat, and I think there are ways that you cannot caveat. Somebody in chat just said, don't big landmark studies need funding from people who want a specific result? That might be true sometimes, but like if a study is published in a peer-reviewed journal, if you want to take issue with the study, assuming it's a highly reputable journal, you can't just say, oh, well, look who funded this. You know, it's the Jews or whatever crazy, whatever bullshit you want to believe. You have to be able to attack the merits of the study. You can't just say, oh, well, look who funds it. Otherwise, you're in conspiracy land. You can't trust any journal, any study about anything. It's the dumbest fucking criticism to make of any particular study. Is you just go, well, look who funded it. You can attack the methodology. You can attack who published it, but like you can't just say, look who funded it and say, therefore, it's wrong. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Plus, to add to that, if you look at the actual study I cited, the #1 author is from a university, which means they probably got their funding from a government grant.
Sure.
Because governments actually give research grants all the time, and this is a really good study. So this likely won a major like national government grant. I don't know, but probably. Something
that I am seeing a few people say, and I don't want to get like too deep into like we're going to do a 3-hour discussion on race realism, or I don't know if that's where you want to go with this, but I do see it.
It's not definitely my favorite topic, just because I want to make it clear I'm very opposed to that. I think that's terrible. No.
So there are people in chat saying that this study is commonly cited by race realists, though, to bolster their claims. I don't know if that's true or not, or I'm not sure. I don't follow this stuff as much anymore because I haven't debated this in a while. But are you?
Sorry, they use what to bolster?
Apparently, people cite, there are race realists that cite this study to bolster their claims that heritability not varying across races is an argument that's being used for race realism.
I don't know how they would. I guess I would have to be exposed to that argument. I don't exactly know how they would argue that, other than me. Like, if I heard that, I would be like, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. So if they have this specific argument, but it doesn't really make sense to me. I can't imagine how they construe it, because the literally the abstract in itself says ethnicity, heritability interactions do not exist. And I guess they'd say, well, that's proving it. But
okay,
it's like,
wait, never mind. Okay. Okay, I'll look at this later. This is different. I see who's making this criticism. Okay, go for it. What was the next thing you want to talk about?
I just lost my train of thought. I just wanted to clarify some differences that we see between countries, because I think that's another big one that gets brought up a lot. So a really common thing that I see is if you Google like who's smarter in which country. You see, like, oh, like Canada's 4 IQ points above America and stuff like this. The main thing is you can find none of this data on peer-reviewed journals. Usually, the people who are doing these studies do really bad science. So in most of the Google articles I've seen, they don't even declare the IQ measure that they're using. Anyone who's using an IQ measure that was developed in Canada with Canadian culturally based questions is going to be doing terrible science if they try to bring that to Iranians and ask them, being like, who's the Prime Minister of Canada? They're going to be like, I don't know, right? But you'd expect a Canadian student who's grown up and lived in Canada.
Sure, wait, hold on.
Exposed to Canadian education.
I'll push back on this a little bit. My understanding is that IQ tests don't ask trivia questions. No, I thought IQ tests were mainly pattern recognition things.
They do something that is called comprehension, which is going to basically test. It's a subtest that doesn't get used very often. But if we suspect that there is a learning disorder going on in a child who has been exposed to a Canadian education, we could use this test to basically say, are they acquiescing the information that they should be because they've been exposed to these things? So there are actually trivia questions. We just barely use them. It's not in the like standard gambit that we use. There's about 23 subtests we can give. Usually we give about 10.
Gotcha.
And it's not in the
Okay.
standard
So you're
gambit.
saying that it might be the case that in a given society, just because of the society that you're in, you will have been exposed to some questions that it's not supposed to necessarily be testing for a cultural thing, but there could be some cultural overlap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another big one would be if you've got a culture that's highly oral in nature, you're going to have to adapt tests to them and try to basically like I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. So if you have a culture that's really verbally based and relies more on kind of oral tradition to pass on knowledge, you're not going to expect them to do nearly as well on tests that might be more reading comprehension based, right? That would be an unfair test because we'd say, oh, well, they didn't do nearly as well. And they're like, yeah, but culturally they barely use reading. They do mostly oral tradition, right? So that's not a good measure of if this person's intelligent. It's a measure of this person hasn't been exposed to reading very often. Does that kind of make sense? Or vocab is another one. So vocab is a common thing that we'll test. It's basically, have you been exposed to common language within your dominant language? If you're using a Canadian test, obviously, even if it's converted into the Iranian language, common vernacular in Canada isn't going to be the same common vernacular, even in Iranian, in Iran. Right?
Sure.
That would be a
Okay,
really
that makes
silly
sense.
translation. And so most of the studies that I've seen, that I should put big air quotes, studies, is just bad research. They don't state the IQ test that they're using. They don't even state like whether they're using different measures across. Is it like just language changed? Are they just like taking it, like what is it based on? Because the norms that you use in each country should be based in the Canadian population usually. But as a psychometrician, anytime we release a new intelligence measure, so I'm trained dominantly on what's called a Wechsler intelligence test. That's the one I prefer to use. I like it the most. They're coming out with a new edition of the Wechsler. I have to go and do extra training to re-up myself, understand what the sample population is, right? So a big issue that came out with the Wechsler test 5 for children in Canadian norms is the sample population that they had was actually friends and family of the researchers. And so the norms were actually higher than they should have been. So it made it look like Canadian students were 7 IQ points above American students, but that's just because mostly if you're interested in IQ and you're pursuing higher level education, it's quite likely that you're surrounded by family and friends who are also interested in those topics, who are also going to be more IQ inclined anyways. So it's going to skew your sample population. Whereas like American numbers, which is actually what right now in testing, when I test using like the Wechsler, I use American norms because they're actually better. The sampling is just better, and it's not actually hard to tease it apart. I just like kind of look at it, and so that's something that to be really careful of as a psychometrician, and shows like there's absolutely failings within the IQ measuring institution that have to be corrected for. And so that's why like people who do like self-reports on IQ or they fill out an IQ test online, I'm like, just so it's clear, those are absolutely not a valid IQ test.
Gotcha.
They're fun, they're interesting, but they're not informative of your actual IQ.
It reminds me a little bit of there's a nickname abbreviation for white college students. It's like, it's not sick, it's like one word. But basically the idea is that like one potential problem with a lot of psych research. Oh, weird. Have you ever heard that before?
Weird. Walk me through it. I might have. It feels familiar,
I'm not
but
going to be able to remember. Yeah, basically the idea is that college, like if you want to know something from psychology, it's that we have a really good understanding of the mind of a college student, because so much research can sometimes in college campuses focus on surveys done of college students. And the issue is that even without trying, it might be the case that for a lot of surveys, you're massively overrepresented on weird people, where weird is Western, educated, industrial, rich, and democratic. And then especially because so many surveys can happen on like college campuses and stuff, that you end up like overrepresenting for something even if you're not necessarily trying to do it, is like not to say that like all of it is bunk or whatever, but that, like that's something that people have to keep in mind when they're doing some types of research. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say IQ testing, at least in the American norms, absolutely don't do that. They're really good with how they sample. But it's definitely an issue. It's why basically I argue if you don't trust IQ overall, there's some validity to that. But if you just say it's not science, then you probably shouldn't trust any psychological science, right? Because we're the most redundantly careful with it, right? As soon as it was realized that the Canadian norms were skewing, particularly at the bottom end of IQ and reporting people as being lower than they actually were, right? That information really got moved through and trained to a lot of people, and now like most people just switched to using American norms. Not everyone necessarily, right? That's why it's an imperfect system, and absolutely there are major problems that happen with it, in part I would argue because our society aggressively overvalues IQ. But
wait, when you say overvalues IQ, you mean that IQ is genuinely really, really, really important, or that we pretend that it's important but it's not as important as it is? What do you mean by that?
I would say that we attach like human value to IQ more so.
Okay, attach human value to. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Right. So like if somebody said, like if I say like, well, I'm working with an individual who has lower IQ, somebody's saying, well, what are you saying, that they're dumber? And they say it in this way of being like, so you're saying that they're dirty or lesser? And it's like, nobody's saying that but you. Right?
Politically in the US, we just had a huge issue with somebody describing some workers as low skill, where people thought that that was a huge insult. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Right. And this is why IQ is really important, because the reality is some people aren't as high in IQ. And in my mind, I'm like, that just so that it's clear, that doesn't predict your quality of a parent. That doesn't predict whether or not you're going to be a good person or whether or not you're going to be a solid parent. It predicts if you're going to do super well in school and if you're going to kind of climb the somewhat capital system in North America, because North America really, really highly values IQ, and a lot of our institutes of like career and academia select for it, right? But you can be an excellent postman and not have a super high IQ, right? So like IQ matters, but it's certainly not the only metric of human functioning that matters to even be successful or like good. And that's my concern, is placing like moral latent value on IQ,
of course,
which I understand why people do it, but I want to discourage that.
Okay.
Right. I feel like we come to an understanding. I guess I'd open it. Do you have any other questions about IQ? Because I think a lot of people have a lot of like questions just about how IQ is tested, things like that. What's a valid measure of IQ? What's not? Do you have any questions around that, or?
I don't think so. A lot of things test for like general knowledge. It's like a vocab test might test your words, or like a math test might test how well you know math formulas. I think IQ tests are ideally trying to test for a more general intelligence, like how well can you recognize and solve for patterns, essentially, and hopefully how well does this correlate with some theoretical underlying like G value. Right. But other than, I think I generally understand what an IQ test is or what it's supposed to measure for. I don't know if I have any other questions related to it.
Okay, yeah. It basically is a broad measure of general cognitive ability, right? It's your ability to kind of problem solve, to acquiesce information, and then apply it in the most successful way possible. But it definitely can be accounted for by other things. Like you can have really high IQ, but never study and not do as well in school as somebody who has lower IQ, but studies a lot, right? It's just going to tell you how quickly you're going to like acquiesce new skills and be able to like problem solve. And it absolutely is predictive of certain successes, right? Like it definitely is important, but it's important because it means that like when people are handed in life, like genetically or more often because of environmental factors, lower IQ, we actually in our society that so strongly selects for IQ need to be absolutely offering people like that more supports, not because they are lesser than, but because our society has become so highly complex and so high IQ selective.
Just curious, how do you feel about Jordan Peterson?
Everyone always asks me this. This might be an area where we differ. I haven't watched almost any of his new stuff. I've watched like only one or two of his like podcasts since he kind of like went through that health thing and came back. So I can't comment on like his present day stuff nearly as much, but I would say historically, I think Jordan Peterson is actually an excellent psychologist. And I think he definitely knows the science of psychology very well. And overall, I actually really like Jordan Peterson.
Gotcha.
I don't agree with every single thing he says, but I actually broadly like him.
Okay. I broadly hate the fuck out of him.
Yeah, I know.
Anytime he talks about like anything related to history, sociology, politics, I think it's absolute fucking garbage. But anytime he talks about psychology, I don't think I've ever heard him say anything that is like, no way, that's totally incorrect or something. I wish that he would have just stayed out of politics, because I do think that there are some conversations that he has that I think are valuable, that we shy away from in society, that are kind of important. And I'm sure you know, he talks about IQ, or at least he used to before he got into these pop culture bullshit or whatever. And some of those conversations are really important to have. That like, it seems like we prefer to bury our head in the sand and be like, oh no, IQ doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, people in society that for whatever reason can't attain a higher IQ are kind of fucked. As our society becomes more and more heavily skewed towards higher educated jobs. And if you aren't willing to recognize that as a lived reality, then you're not ever going to be able to solve for those problems. Which I think is kind of in line with what you were saying with like, well, okay, if people do have low IQ for whatever reason, we need to have something in society to deal with this. We can't just expect these people to magically solve the problem on their own, because society is selecting more and more for kind of like higher IQ people because of the direction our economy is moving.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like a legitimate stress for a lot of people who are like well versed on IQ and like looking at like jobs and life satisfaction of being like, what do we do as our society becomes more complex? A lot of like more menial tasks are getting just replaced by factories and machinery, and that just creates less jobs, but it also selects for people having more complex jobs, which is managing the machinery, right? And managing the people managing the machinery. And there's actually very legitimate concern, because there is a reality that like the IQ threshold for the workforce is steadily increasing. And that, I mean, that's why like somebody like me, like I'm pretty for UBI, because I think like it is necessarily where we have to go. Right. But I'm also a person who would say like, I don't tie a ton of like self-value to like just the work and like the things that I contribute to economy. I think like broadly our society is extended beyond that because of technology.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, interesting. What about his, I'd be curious which historical takes of his that you like hate. I don't know if I'd push back today, just because I'd have to think about it more,
I think talking about how like the Nazis were like atheists, and that was like a huge driving force of like what made them what they were, or I know he said other things in the past. I would have to go through and dig shit out. I just know that most of the time he dives into anything political, it makes me want to, I'm cringing out the window. His obsession with the C-16 shit in Canada, I think is like generally like pretty dumb. Yeah, I don't know. I just literally, I would have to go through another Joe Rogan. Oh, I feel like I feel like sometimes he is a little bit irresponsible with how he does conversations where if I say something is descriptive versus prescriptive, do you understand the difference between that? That like,
I think so,
yeah.
But
he'll
maybe
do
just
these,
define it for us
sure.
too.
He'll do these things where he'll lay out a whole bunch of descriptively true claims, and it seems like he's almost like implying the prescription, but he'll never say it, and then people will like accuse him of saying it, and then he'll get really like offended. So like, I know he's had conversations before about like women in the workplace, and he'll say all these things about like, oh well, makeup does this, and we fight more now, and all this and that and that and that. But he'll never come out and like give a solution or even suggest a solution for it. He'll just list all these problems, and I think that's why his fan base tends to skew pretty far right sometimes, is because because people will hear this and be like, oh, well, damn, women need to get the fuck out of the workplace, obviously, based on what he's saying. But then when somebody confronts Jordan Peterson with like the obvious like end road of what he's saying, he'll always like, oh, well, I didn't say that. I never, ever said that. Like, you know, and it's like, okay, well, why don't, maybe it would be good to pair like a suggestion sometimes with what's going on, because it feels like it's really easy to take some of the descriptive claims you're making and run down a very scary prescriptive road. That's probably the biggest criticism I have of him sometimes, I think.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I could definitely understand that. Especially like that was one of the main things I heard of his, where I was like, I've watched enough of his lectures and stuff that I could probably disentangle what he was actually implying. But absolutely, I think people like less engaged with his work, or just like less thinking about it. The words he uses, I think one big criticism I'd have of him just like as a speaker is he has a lot of like descriptive meanings for certain words that mean a lot to him that don't entirely match how common parlance uses it, like the word chaos, right? Like chaos is a big word for him. It has a very specific meaning to him. But it's not quite how we use chaos here, right? Like chaos is a little bit negative in our culture, right? And so I can understand why he gets tired of having to like explain it all the time of what he means by chaos. But I do think like there's a certain level of like responsibility as a public speaker of like, it is annoying to have to constantly re-explain, but you shouldn't assume that everyone just knows what you're talking about, even if you're like pretty well established. Yeah. Well, I guess if we're pretty settled on IQ, I didn't know like where you're going to be at, so I probably over-prepped a little bit.
Yeah, no problem.
But if you don't have any like other concerns or questions about IQ, I could launch more into the stuff about the Iron Curtain of academic psychology a little bit more.
Go for it.
Just I think that's a really important conversation, just even based on like recent events that have been like popping off in Twitch that you've been involved in and stuff. I think it's really important to actually like clarify the science of psychology a lot.
Sure.
So a lot of people aren't aware that there's a massive difference between a counseling psychologist and like a researching psychologist, right? It seems like you're deeply familiar with this at this point.
Two fundamentally different things that counselors can fall into a lot of cognitive traps. Even for doctors, it's true, where like a doctor might have like a certain regimen and he feels like this works really well with patients, even though the research might say something different, and that you run into a lot of individual problems theoretically with counselors that have more on the ground experience with researchers that might be looking at larger sets of data sometimes, whatever.
Yeah. And so there's an issue where I find, at least on social media, there's a lot of like, so in general, I'm pretty opposed to like academic elitism. And it feels weird to say this because I'm a pretty nice, pretty left-leaning person, but I think that there needs to be some space for a certain level of like almost elitism within psychology, because there's just a lot of really bad training institutes and rigor within psychology that started, I think, actually with good intentions, but the effect that it's having is really concerning to me. So, for example, in psychology, there's a big difference.
One real thing before you get into it. A friend told me this. I was going to tweet this out, but I just decided not to. But this conversation broadly can probably describe it as like gatekeeping is good sometimes. Like there might be times where it's important, where there's actually a real value in gatekeeping certain topics from certain individuals, because it's important to keep the conversations responsible and grounded in terms of like the evidence of the data. Yeah. All right, go for it.
Yeah. That's a really good point, right? And I would say, like, with what we're seeing right now with mental health, it is beyond evident to me that psychology hasn't been careful enough, right? Advocacy and kind of popularizing psychology really started blowing up, at least like in fields that I was hearing about. Like a lot of people were talking about like, how do we get like the common people to know about mental health and understand it. And the goal was to reduce stigma, right? It was a good intention. And then we started putting in the hands of people lots of information about psychology, but we hadn't even worked out amongst ourselves as academics who actually was experts on things and who wasn't. And there was still kind of this like unspoken thing that everyone was just like too nice to address, right? Which is a lot of people who maybe have you ever heard of a PsyD versus a PhD?
No, I probably heard of this before, but no, tell me.
So a PhD, everyone kind of knows, it's a doctorate in philosophy. That's what almost everyone gets, including psychologists. And then a couple of psychological schools was like, hey, let's do a PsyD, which is a doctorate of psychology. So it's a doctorate. It's just, they're trying to equivocate it to a PhD. They're just trying to be like, but we're really specialized in psychology. The problem is that a lot of PsyD programs. So there's different theoretical models of training in psychology. So if you go to like a clinical psych program, usually, although I'm not sure what clinical psych program our one friend is in, because I'm very confused by some of the things that said, but generally it has a scientist practitioner model.
One friend. Are you talking about the person that I talked to on stream about this?
Yes.
Or are you talking about a person that I've had personal problems with on stream?
Yeah, like yesterday's drama.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I'm trying not to talk about that person right now, but okay, go for it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just.
I'm trying to understand who you're talking about, but yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just clarifying because I'm going to kind of set clinical psych as like a bit of a precedent, which makes me nervous because I know that that individual identifies as a clinical psych, and I'm not really sure what to do with that, basically.
Okay,
but basically, clinical psych programs usually have a scientist practitioner model. So they try to emphasize data, empiricism. They want to make sure that you know your research, you know your methodology, and you understand statistics first and foremost before you're trying to help people. And there were some really legitimate critiques brought forward by a PhD in counseling psychology. So that was kind of the next phase of psychology. And I think there was a really legitimate critique in that you got like a lot of really sciencey nerds. It's kind of the issue of like, there's lots of really great doctors who know their science, but man, they're not great with people, right?
Sure.
And we were having a lot of these issues. As somebody who's like worked with both counseling psychologists and clinical psychologists, I'd broadly also agree. Like there's a lot of clinical psychologists and PhDs who just like will be like working with teens together and like they're like, hey buddy, and they like clearly don't know how to talk to kids.
Sure.
Whereas like a counseling psychologist might. So counseling psychologists came in and they said, let's do more of a scholar practitioner model.
Okay.
Okay. And so this was more of an emphasis on like the art of human interaction. So they're less concerned with like rigid, high empirical quantitative data. They're more concerned with how do people at an emergent level operate? What do relationships look like? How do they engage with one another? And how do you support them in a healing journey? Right? That was like the big focus of it.
Okay.
And this started producing really excellent counselors, like legitimately excellent counselors. The problem is that those counseling psychologists started occupying certain roles that originally clinical psychologists were supposed to, in part because they were better with people. But then they started making scientific claims that they felt they were authorities on that sometimes weren't always entirely reflective of the actual science of psychology, or it was maybe old, right? It was kind of post-dated because they'd been out of school for 10 years and they just didn't know that the science had been updated. And so that problem started happening a fair bit. And so there's a lot of clinical psychologists who were like, yeah, counseling psychologists are psychologists too, but with lots of implications. But nobody would say what those implications precisely were, other than being like, but they're not like as trained as us on empiricism, was kind of the implication a lot of the time. But nobody said it, right? Nobody wanted to like be mean in psychology. So we just kind of like, we're like, fine, you can be psychologist too. We'll just kind of like battle you in academic ground sometimes. And like the researching psychologists would sometimes just get frustrated with practitioners, and practitioners vice versa would get frustrated being like, hey, these studies are like empirically sound, but also like completely unrelated to how humans actually work, right?
Sure.
Which is a valid critique both ways. Then PsyDs happened, and I'm still not fully sure why they happened. It's not really clear to me like where it came from, why it got established. But it really kind of tried to, I'm trying to think of how to say this. They took like a scholar practitioner model or a scientist practitioner model, and then they tried to make a practitioner scholar model, just to be nice and confusing.
Okay.
And so this model really emphasized, first and foremost, is the art of people. And after that is like the theories, right? And so a lot of times what I find with PsyDs is that they've done lots of practicums, they've worked with a lot of people, but they probably have the least rigorous amount of empirical training.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But again, because we're nice, nobody wanted to say that they're not psychologists, because they are technically licensed psychologists, right? And nobody's going to strip them of their like 10 plus years of hard work. Right?
Can I summarize what you've said so far, and you tell me if I'm understanding what you're saying?
Sure.
So in psychology, we study empirical things, but people that study empirical things are usually losers and nerds who nobody wants to talk to. And so having somebody go up to a patient and say, you know that if you continue this behavior, you're going to have a 42% chance of committing suicide, is not like a good way, right? So we have these people that are nice, that are therapists or counselors, or the other side of it, the clinical side of it. And these are the people that are better at like taking, ideally you have a model where you've got a group of people that are doing empirical research, and then they're from there giving recommendations how to treat people. And then you've got on the other side of it, a person that's like, okay, I'm going to take this information, I'm going to distill it down so that an individual can understand it. Yeah. And then the issue now is that the people that are on the clinical side have a new thing called a PsyD, where they can pretend to be both understanding the clinical side and the data side, but the data side, they don't seem to have as good a grasp as they should on it if they're going to make those types of claims that they do have a good grasp on it. Is it kind of...
Yeah,
Okay.
I've never in the field broadly, I haven't been overly impressed with PsyD achievers' empirical knowledge.
Gotcha.
I've been very dubious of it, and I've heard them making certain claims that reflect a lot more of pop psychology than actual academic psychology. And that really concerns me, because there's a lot of people in pop psychology that aren't even in the field of psychology. They're like social workers and stuff like that. And it's like, you shouldn't really be claiming yourself to be an expert on psychology if you're a social worker, because you're not. You're definitely, even if you're a clinical social worker, I would still argue you're not a specialist in psychology, which is, again, I'm just like stepping on the toes of everyone in my field just slightly, just to make as many enemies as possible. But I think it's a really legitimate concern, because then when lay people look at the field, who do they look to as saying what's actually true, right? If I Google something like abuse, right? If I Google abuse with Google, I'm going to come up mostly with pop psychology, almost exclusively.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is academics' fault. I will largely say. I think that academics need to do a way better job at communicating common ideas to other people. Otherwise, you will always find yourself at the mercy of whatever pop figure decides to do this. This happens in every single field, I think, where like, maybe not in every, it doesn't happen in every single field. I know it happens in philosophy, for instance, where who are the greatest philosophers of our time? Everybody's going to tell you the pop psychology or the pop philosophers. And then same thing probably when it comes to psychology too. People are going to be way more attuned to pop psychology. But these are like, the way that these things are written are oftentimes more engaging and more fun. And, you know, they might talk about cool things like the dark triad instead of boring things like, well, what's the subclinical evaluation of like, blah, 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 like, you know. And it seems like, I guess I'm a little harsh on that, but like, it feels like sometimes academics need to do a much better job at making their stuff more presentable, or have like a wing of their institution that makes it more presentable, because otherwise you're always ceding all of that ground in popular culture to the people that are going to be the more entertaining figures that aren't as rigorous or studious when it comes to understanding the material itself.
Yeah, I think it's a really big issue. It's something I actually like challenge like fellow academics with all the time, because there's a lot of them where I'm like, you're so brilliant, like just come and talk about it and find like fun ways to explain it. And they're like, I just don't really want to do the social media rat race. And I'm like, that's super fair, but like if nobody's calling these people out, and then when the minority who does call them out, academics basically like oftentimes will cowardly just like back down and be like, we don't really want to deal with this. So like, you know, if there's like a researcher who kind of speaks out against certain things, and then pop psychology like absolutely vilifies them, goes on kind of a brigade to attack them. Oftentimes schools would prefer to just be like, maybe just don't work here anymore. We don't really want to deal with it. They're like true quintessential stability boomers, where they just in a lot of ways are just like, just don't disturb us. We'll leave you alone so we can just kind of keep doing our science. Like go away basically, which I think is a really big problem, especially because it's like psychology is like the art of the human mind. It's what like everyone is interested in it because it's about yourself. And so it's the science that is the most difficult to do. It is the most rigorous process to do any good science with. You can barely make any like causal claims ever. And it is absolutely going to be misrepresented, and you need to be on top of it.
And it's one of those things where I say the same with philosophy and psychology. You don't have to be an academic to practice either of these things because you're doing them constantly, right? Like we use psychology when we're having conversations with friends, when we're raising our children. Like literally every part of your life is going to involve interactions that fall under the domain of psychology or philosophy as well. When we decide like what is right or wrong, we make decisions on like, should we do this? How do we, yeah. And it's very frustrating sometimes because I know there was some frustration when the alt-right was growing in 2016 and the race realist stuff was getting a little bit more popular, not like super mainstream, but pretty popular. There's a lot of people, me included, that are kind of like looking to the academic world, and it's like, are you guys gonna like say or do anything? And I remember I would send out, because this was back when I was emailing professors, I would send out emails and stuff, and generally the response was like, we don't really have those conversations. We don't really do that. We don't really like, we're not gonna come out and be like public debaters or have arguments over this. Like this is just not, and it's like, okay, well, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is the purpose of what you're doing? If you lose the battle culturally, it doesn't really matter what happens in the academic institution, because now policies are going to follow based on kind of like the cultural zeitgeist or the cultural feeling of a particular thing. And that unwillingness of an academic to kind of step into the mainstream, I think is really frustrating sometimes, because I think that voice is really needed and sorely lacking.
Yeah. And I think like that's something that I can always appreciate about Jordan Peterson, especially within the field, is that he did step into it. He absolutely got put through the rigor, and he also got a lot of success out of it, right? He wasn't just a victim the entire time by any means. But I can really appreciate like the bravery that it took. And a lot of people tried to be like, he's a terrible scientist. He doesn't know anything about like psychology science. And I'm like, that's just not true. Like he just does. Like he does quite well. And you like can disagree with his political takes, that's fine, but like his knowledge on psychology is pretty solid. Like, and he's at least talking about it. Like nobody else is even trying to talk about it, right? He's at least willing to be like, hey, academics, like probably we should try to talk about this.
Which is one of the reasons why I get even more frustrated with his political takes, because something that's very frustrating, and I'm sure you know this, is humans have a very binary understanding of other humans. You're either all good or all bad. And that's like the extent to which 99% of people can deal with somebody. And I constantly have to remind my audience of this, because like if I watch, somebody will link me like a Jordan Peterson video, we all hate Jordan Peterson. So it's very easy to get like a video and he'll say something like, women are unhappier today than they were 40 years ago. It's like, he's lying. I know that he's a liar, conservative piece of shit. It's like, well, hold on. That's not necessarily true. That's not a lie, okay? This is like super well founded in the data. And it sucks because he made himself so political now that like every statement he says, but I won't just blame him actually, because I think people on the left in general are sometimes a little bit afraid to grapple with kind of harsh truths in reality. Like we have to be able to have a conversation about this, not because we agree with it or we want it to be the same or we want to regress back to 50 years ago, but because like we have to be able to understand that a problem exists before we can even start to like, address it or solve it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're addressing of like the binary understanding is really important, and I think it's something that like, again, psychology, like, not that I think psychology is like a solve all for world problems. I hate it when like any field tries to pretend like they're like the only solution to everything. But like this is where like really good mental health education is really important, right? Because what I'm seeing right now is there's this binary now happening with like psychological labels, right? Where somebody will be like, oh, well, they're a narcissist. They'll just like self-diagnose somebody as a narcissist. And what does that mean? Well, now that means you're a monster. Nothing you say matters. You're an abuser usually as well. And fuck you.
Yeah.
That's all it means, right? And it's like that. That's not a very comprehensive understanding of what any mental health disorder is, right? We have to be, especially because like just personality disorders in general right now are like really sexy. And we have to be really careful because personality disorders are much more extreme mental health problems. And I'm not sure, like, maybe you'd have a better understanding of like, I honestly was like flabbergasted when I saw specifically like personality disorders blowing up as like labels in pop culture. Like I just like didn't expect it at all, because like they're decently like rare. I was expecting things like anxiety and depression to blow up, which they like did, but it doesn't feel like there's like nearly the like lacing of villainy attached to them as like there are with like PD. So I'd be curious on your thoughts on that.
I read a really interesting paper a while ago. It's really boring. Fuck, somebody might have the link to it. But basically, in this paper, the author, I think it was a woman, she explores that basically mental illness used to be highly stigmatized in society. Even in my lifetime, I'm 33. Even as a child, like highly stigmatized. People with depression were losers. Anxiety was something you're just supposed to get over. And God forbid, if you're a man and you have these problems, you're basically a woman. You might as well be like, you're just worthless to society. Like in 90s, early 2000s, like men weren't allowed to have these types of emotional problems. Even in my lifetime, and that's radically changed. But it seems like in the goal to be more tolerating of these conversations, the pendulum has swung a bit too far to where it's not so much now that we're just like tolerating these conversations, or not so much that we've destigmatized mental illness. Now we've made it like kind of sexy and like kind of cool, and you have this. I haven't sit. I need to like sit down and collect my thoughts on this, but like there's probably like a couple big things that play into why people are so big on these. One is probably being a victim is a lot of fun. You get a lot of like easy attention for it. It absolves you of a lot of bad actions. It gives it like you have a reason, you know, why you are in the place you're in life. Like, well, it's my, like I talk to a lot of people. I don't know if you've seen this. People will frame sometimes daily decisions through their self-diagnosed mental illnesses. Like I might be like, hey, like, did you finish this book or whatever? And they'll be like, oh no, I can't finish any book because of my ADHD or something. They'll say something like that. Like the whole life is kind of then so this, that's probably one big one. And then the second really big one is I think today, especially with social media, everybody really wants to be unique, and everybody really wants to have like certain types of like cool reasons why they're like a unique and interesting person. And I mean, like the most common person on the internet is probably going to be like a cis white person, and damn, is that fucking boring. So if we're not gonna dip into gender identities or something else to like find some cool shit, then like sexy mental illnesses are now the way to do it. So you'll have people with these Twitter profiles, and for the life of me, I don't know why the fuck you would ever write a mental illness in your Twitter profile, but they'll have in their profiles now like autistic / GAD / depressed, blah blah blah. Like people are just like outwardly advertising it, and then everything related to that identity, it's not even used as like a source of like I have these issues, and so I'm identifying that so I can improve on them. It's more just like I have these issues so that I can kind of like tell jokes about them, and you know, like relate to other people about how like funny these things are, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify, when I'm talking about like people overusing labels like narcissism and stuff, I started on TikTok. So when I'm talking about it, I'm actually I know.
I've heard the problems are like even more extreme on TikTok, because that's where the DID shit came from. I don't know if we're gonna do that or not, but yeah.
We can get into DID. It's something actually that I differed on a couple of the professionals that you've talked to, because it's a really contentious issue. But yeah, on I started on TikTok, where part of why I started posting and stuff like that was because like narcissism was like the word on TikTok for a while. And I was like, just so it's clear, narcissism is super rare. Like we don't really have even good prevalence studies on it. Like depending on where you look for, prevalence ranges from 0.01% to 6%, right? 6% is almost at like GAD level. So I'm very dubious of the 6%.
Sure.
Clinically, as somebody who's worked in forensic settings, which if somebody's a narcissist, particularly if they're like a narcissist, somebody with actual narcissism, who also has like see them in forensic settings. That's where a lot of them end up, right?
Wait a second, real quick. When you use that word, when you say in forensic settings, does this mean settings related to like criminal justice or crime or?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So when I say forensic psychology, it's talking about like jail. Sorry, I keep trying to say forensic settings. Yeah, jail, halfway houses,
Gotcha,
anything to do with like kind of crime in the judicial system.
Okay, gotcha. Just make sure I understand. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. And so it's really frustrating as somebody who's like, I've worked with a number of people. I've met a psychopath once. Like somebody who.
Is that this conversation, or I'm just fucking with you. Okay.
It's this one, yeah. No. And to be clear, psychopathy isn't diagnosable in the DSM, mostly because psychiatrists don't like any diagnosis that only has one measurement to assess it. But the problem is that the measurement made for it is like pretty much gold fucking standard. We still use it today, the PCLR. Okay. But it's not actually DSM recognized. They would only be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, and they'd be considered severe, right? But just people like abusing words like psychopath and narcissism. It's like I've seen one psychopath. I've seen maybe one narcissist, but they weren't diagnosed. And that, like I wasn't going to diagnose them. I'm not. I can't diagnose like at this point yet. Yeah, it was just, it's really frustrating to see like everyone talking about it, because it's like, look, it's tricky because you don't want to like dismiss the suffering, right? Of being like, I totally believe that you've like gone through I believe that you were even potentially abused by an ex. Like, absolutely. It's not about discrediting that. It's just about saying, like, let's be careful about our language here, please. Because if you label somebody with a narcissist, to be honest, like, you kind of have written them off, because you're labeling them with a personality disorder, which is what people write off people with personality disorders a lot.
And my understanding is that a personality disorder, generally, I think with borderline maybe being the only exception, personality disorders are generally considered like non-perceivable by the person that has them, right? Like it's not like an independent, like an external, it's like a cancer or a tumor. It's like kind of who they are. And I think that those are considered relatively like immovable, that like maybe you can kind of manage the parts of a personality disorder, but you're never going to become not a narcissist or something, I think is my understanding. Is that true or is that not true?
That is true, with the caveat of saying, like, borderline personality disorder is one personality disorder that I think is probably very unique.
Yeah.
In that I've definitely seen people with borderline personality disorder do a lot of trauma work, do a lot of DBT, and then by the end of their like treatment, even though once you're diagnosed with a personality disorder, it's considered a chronic condition.
Yeah.
They're so much capable of managing it that you wouldn't even be able to tell, right? And they might still like, they might report like internal experiences of it. Whereas like anybody who's like a narcissist, right? Again, they're very rarely diagnosed. There isn't a self-evident form of treatment for them. And so it's like, you rarely see those people like move into a lot, like you might call like, I don't know, remission might be, it's not the right word. It's a much like too medicalized word. I would say there's a lot of people again with BPD that are decently self-aware of it. There seems to be like a mixture. I've definitely worked with BPD people who are highly self-aware of it.
This is why I think I said at the beginning, I was like, I think borderline is the only personality disorder I've heard that doesn't fall into that category of the personality disorders where it's like the person doesn't generally perceive it. Usually I think somebody with borderline, because of the conflicts they have with others and everything, usually can perceive that like something is very wrong with me. Whereas like people with narcissism or the other personality disorders who are like, well, this is just the way that I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Like this is just who I am.
Yeah, I just objectively am better than other people, like obviously, right? And that's a big thing people miss with narcissism is they're like, well, they're like assholes and they like take advantage of people. And I'm like, okay, but like the major trademark of somebody with narcissism personality disorder is the self-grandiosity that doesn't match them. So it's really hard to diagnose somebody who's maybe like super like, I'm a Giga Chad and I'm a top dog. And then they are, right? They're like one of the top athletes in the world. It's really hard to card that a narcissist. It sure is fucking annoying, right? They're probably pompous. They definitely are like probably elitist, but it's hard to diagnose them as narcissists because, again, the one client who I said, there might have been some narcissism going on, they like had this strong, almost delusional belief that they were going to be like an incredible famous rapper and they were the best at rapping, and then they would like perform and it was like not great, right? That's where we're seeing like actual true narcissism.
For sure.
And people are like, well, what about covert and overt and blah 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 blah, but it's like covert and overt aren't even like agreed on by the academics yet, so we need to be careful before we like throw them out at people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like we went on a weird side tangent, so I can kind of try to go back to my prep. I don't want to just like jump around. Maybe going back to your statement about like the romanticization and like how you're saying like it's kind of sexy to have mental health problems. I think that's a really important actually conversation to be having, because I've actually talked a fair bit even just on TikTok about like my concern about the romanticization of mental health problems and how there's actually going to be like motivation to claim a mental health problem when there's not, particularly like you said, like with the excusing of behavior, right? Like, oh well, I have ADHD, so I just can't do these things, and it's like, okay, there are absolutely like a deck of cards where certain things are going to be much more difficult for you to manage and you need to like work through that. But to say that you just can't is decently unlikely. And my question would go, what supports can we give to you to make this more accessible to you? Right.
The thing that I try not to blow up at people that say shit, but like anytime I hear anybody frame something through, especially a self-diagnosed mental illness, is so incredibly frustrating to me. I get just like my understanding is that like, not my understanding, I'll be more firm in this. The whole point of any diagnosis for anything ever is to give a treatment to something. Like, we don't just diagnose things like, oh, you have this and now you're fucked, good luck, right? The goal is to be able to manage some ailment or manage a symptom, or to make a combination so that somebody can live like a better life. When I see people self-diagnose with a certain mental illness and then they use that, like, oh, well, I can't do that because of this, or, oh, it's just this is my thing keeping me, and oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, Jesus, like, what the fuck? Like, one, you don't even know if you have this, and then two, even if you do, it's not going to be like the limiting factor of like every behavior you could possibly have. Like, it's so frustrating to hear somebody limit themselves that way, especially on something they might not even have. Yeah, that's a really irritating conversation to have.
Yeah, it's irritating because it's like, especially as somebody in the field, right? Like, there's this piece where it's like, I absolutely want to like maintain compassion for people, right? I don't want to be like an asshole and say that you're not suffering, right? The problem is that sometimes your suffering might not have a descriptive label that well applies to it. That doesn't mean that you're not suffering. It means that, like, unfortunately right now, like, you're absolutely an individual who might be falling through the gaps a little bit. And so we can have conversations about what to do about people who are falling through the gaps, or we're like individuals who like have childhood trauma, and so no diagnosis perfectly fits for them, because childhood trauma just does very like diverse, but very like oftentimes pernicious things to people's like development and coping and attachment. Right? So there isn't like a good label we can give it. But at the same time, not kind of encouraging people to like find their identity and being like, I'm just broken and that's the end of it, right? And it's just like, there's a lot more that you can do always, and not just you, right? Because like, I don't want to just be like, just like pull yourself up by the bootstraps, like it's all on you. But it's like, there's also a lot more supports that can be had if we can have accurate diagnosis. And I'm really glad that you talk about the purpose of a diagnosis, because it like probably one of the, as I'm probably biased because I'm a psychometrician, so like diagnosis is like the heart of things, but it is so important to understand that effective diagnosis of mental health is. This is one thing I really disagreed with some of the people you've talked to, where they said like diagnosis is easy. You can do it in like 6 weeks. Anyone can do it. It is not easy at all. It takes a lot of time. You need to be really, really, really fucking careful. Because mental health is a soft science. The categories that we outline for different diagnoses shift and change every like 10 to 13 years. And the fact that the science itself is shifting and changing means that, of course, these things are somewhat ambiguous. And so like just throwing labels on yourself or on others, or even like, yeah, it's just diagnosis is, it's so key, because absolutely it informs treatment, right? The way you treat somebody with anxiety and PTSD is decently different. Right? The way you treat somebody with depression versus anxiety is also very different.
Something that is really frustrating to me, that I brought up to one of the guys, or maybe two of the people I was talking to, is that like, I feel like if I had a patient that came in and I could tell that they'd already read about a particular thing they think they have, I don't know if I would even want to work with that person because they'll already have, like, sometimes I've wondered if I either have ADHD or autism, and I don't even know if I would if I would trust myself to do a test, because I think I know the answers sometimes that I would need to give. Like, when I see like the online tests are probably easier, but like you'll see a thing where it's like, like when you talk to a particular person, like, do you feel like you are understanding them, or do you feel like you're doing well? And it's like, okay, well, if I'm autistic, I should answer this one, right? I feel like even for myself, I don't know if I would trust myself to take those tests. But when you get somebody that comes in and you're like, oh, do you think that you have like, or what's wrong with you? Tell me what's wrong. And the first thing they say is, well, I think that I have ADHD. I think that I have a lot of hyperfocus. I think that my, oh God, what's the name for your executive function processor? Like, when they start using language like this, it feels like it's already game over. Like, I couldn't imagine getting a patient that comes in thinking they have X whatever mental illness, and then you're like, the one thing would be to give them an alternative, which I think would probably still be good, because at least they still have something to latch onto. But if you're like, no, I don't think you fit this at all, I feel like that patient is never coming back. They're just going to shop around for something else until they find somebody that, like, this guy finally understands, I do have this thing, you know?
Yeah, and it's really scary, and I don't know what to do about it, because I've actually watched people doctor shop to the point, because they're convinced that they have like something like BPD, and they go to multiple psychologists and multiple doctors, and they're like, I don't think you do, and they just keep rotating until they found somebody who would validate that diagnosis. And this individual absolutely did not present with the symptoms of it before, and now they absolutely do, right? And it's like, well, what the fuck is that, right? Like, what the fuck happened there?
Yeah.
And that's really concerning to me of like, you don't want, like, psychology education shouldn't be causing people to actually be functioning worse within 2 years of getting like taught about like symptomology, right? Like that's
Yeah.
really scary.
Mhm.
I mean, when it comes to the autism thing, I would say like the ADOS, which is like this, it's actually how like you properly diagnose autism. I'm not even trained in it. Even in a psychometrician who did like an extra year of just training on tests, the ADOS training is still like even beyond that. It's really extensive.
Sure.
And it's like a full day's worth of testing. And it's really, really rigorous. So like that would be something I'd be like, you probably could go actually get tested for that, and it would be like decently sound, because it's not things you can always like cheat on, right? Because it's going to be doing like certain neurological testings as
It might
well.
be really, really rigorous, but I can be really, really autistic sometimes. So I don't know. But I'm messing with you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
But ADHD, that's fair.
What you're saying there too is also something that, like, I think I have experience with people who say something like, oh, like, I had a collection of symptoms and I started reading and I realized that I have this particular thing. And then they'll even take that and go like, that's why I'm also going to stop trying to do this or this or this thing in life. Now I found out that there's even more things that I can't do well, or that I shouldn't even attempt to bother to try to do because I have this particular mental illness. Yeah, fuck. All of the conversations about it are actually so frustrating today. It's weird because like you have like these, you brought up this phrase earlier and I totally pushed back against it so much 5 years ago because people would go too far. I don't like to pull yourself up by your bootstraps or like you are, you have to figure your own shit out. Like I think that's really toxic, but I definitely feel like we've gone too far in the other direction sometimes, where we've gone, like somebody might say something like, here's a statement, okay? There are absolutely things that you can do to improve your mental health, even if you have clinical depression. Things like getting healthier food, exercising, like having social events. Like these are absolutely things that you can do to improve your outcomes. But if you even suggest that, people will say like, oh, what? I just pull myself up by my bootstraps? Is that what you want me to do? It's like, no, wait. Like you can't even have conversations about improving your outcomes anymore because people just assume that it's like you're telling somebody that they can fix their depression with a particular thing. It's like, well, no, that's not what's being said,
Yeah, exactly, right? And it's this like, again, like I understand why the shift came, because like mental health was not dealt with well in our society, right? There really was like oh, you're sad?
Yeah.
Just don't be sad, right? And it's like, well, that's not fucking helpful to anyone, obviously.
For sure.
But now there's this converse of being like, okay, usually what I tell my clients is I'm like, just so you know, like this race against like mental health and getting you like happy and well and like functioning is really important. And I will put in as much effort as you put in, but I can't drag you across the finish line because it won't matter to like it won't be meaningful, right? So if you're putting in a ton of effort, I'm going to put in a ton of effort. But like, especially I have to say this because I work also with like addiction clients, right? Which can be like really, really draining because as a worker, you can always do 30 times more than your client, particularly in the addiction field. But I think it's really, really important to remember, like, just because people want to come around and support you, and that's good, it doesn't mean that you should kind of like lay back and like expect people to carry you through. There's absolutely things that you can do, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, if you're depressed, just like eat better and you'll be fine. Like it's obviously not that simple, but why wouldn't you be trying it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really important thing to bring up, and I'm glad that at least on like Twitch and in this social media space, you're kind of like making space for that conversation to happen, because I think even like a year ago, like as somebody in the field, it's intimidating to even try to talk about it because the backlash against you is like so hard.
Yeah, I
like,
still definitely
like a
have.
Blamer, and you're still like a terrible person, and it's just like.
And that but that like victim blaming complex, like it carries over into like every part of society, where to have any type of conversation, you have to like caveat, like even in this conversation with you, you've heard me like, I'm gonna caveat this, I'm gonna say that or whatever, because people get so mad. I remember that like two other quick examples I can think of. When I was really poor, there were two big costs you can control in your life. One is your rent and one is your car payment. These are like the two biggest payments that any working class person has to deal with. And oftentimes, like if you were having issues like affording rent, like the one of the biggest things you could do is like try to find a cheaper apartment. And I think that we were having a conversation about this. It was like, yeah, sometimes moving can be like the best way it's the biggest expense you have. And that whole conversation topic got boiled down to like, Destiny thinks poor people should just move and that'll fix their problems. Just move. It's like, well, no, that's not true, right? That's an oversimplification of what I said. But even just like saying that would like make people like so upset in terms of like like suggesting that you have some level of autonomy over yourself, like, is so upsetting to people. There was the Just Move thing, and there was there was another example having to do with like dating, I think, and somebody made a post about like should a woman, if you go over to a guy's house after a date, like, is it okay for the guy to expect sex or something? And I think that largely the answer is you should never expect sex. It's not, you should never pressure somebody like that. But I think the thing that I said was like, if you're willing to invite somebody over to your home, it was from the woman's side. If you're willing to invite somebody over to your home, then like sex is something that you should like be ready for, because that's going to be the expectation, whether it's like you have it or not. Like that's going to be what people are thinking of. And oh man, the amount of anger from that take too was also like, are you saying it's okay to rape women that invite you to their house? Like, Jesus Christ, no, that's not what I'm saying. But and then all the mental stuff carries the exact same types of conversations.
Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know if it's worse on TikTok. I feel like TikTok and Twitter are kind of the same. But like, I talk a fair bit on my TikTok about like dating, because I'm really, really passionate about assertiveness training for women. Because I think it's
Jordan Peterson.
I guess it is Jordan Peterson. I guess he does talk about assertiveness.
Because he works with women a lot. And he says one of the biggest issues with women is they're not assertive enough in the workplace when it comes to things like asking for raises and stuff. And that's a big issue why some of the pay gap might exist for sexism reasons.
Yeah, which like, I wouldn't say like, is women not being assertive an issue? I would say no, unless they have certain goals that they want to achieve. Then yeah, you probably do need to. But assertiveness training more for me is about consent and sexuality. That's actually more what I'm focused on. But that might just be like my bias, because again, I just don't care that much about like climbing the ladder and like the financial rat race. Like, it's not something I'm super passionate about. And so I'm like, yeah, like if a woman wants to like do better in like a business setting, yeah, she probably should learn how to like negotiate wages and stuff a little bit better, particularly because like I would disagree with Jordan Peterson. I think there are definitely like spaces in the workplace that are absolutely like more biased towards women. I think like women, either you're going to glean a lot of respect as a woman like pretty quickly, or if you kind of like misspeak or you like look a little bit more like passive, you're going to get much more quickly kind of like thrown to the side and ignored and not really respected for your opinion, right? I think that like kind of more implicit bias still exists within the workplace, which is why absolutely women, especially if they've been in that position where they're more agreeable, they're not as likely to speak up for themselves, they can absolutely benefit from learning how to speak up for themselves. And the reality is their life quality will probably somewhat improve because they'll get more of the things that they want and need. But for sexuality specifically, I think it's actually really, really important to like normalize women approaching men. I think is like a really big thing that I'm passionate about, because then you can set the terms of the negotiation and you can make it safer for yourself as a woman, right? Because I think like there's absolutely like concerns about like domestic violence and even just like sexual assault and stuff like that. Like there's very legitimate safety concerns that women have. And if we normalize women approaching more often, they have a better space to, like, they can choose where they're approaching men. So rather than being approached in like a dark at night while they're like waiting at a bus stop and they don't really have anywhere to go because they can't miss their bus, they can choose to approach somebody in a grocery store, right? And have a better interaction there. That doesn't obviously help them in the bus stop situation, but if cultural norms shift a little bit, we might start seeing less of that behavior, because men are going to get more used to being approached by women, right? But a lot of women are too uncomfortable. They're nervous about rejections. They think people are going to think they're weird, which is something I think actually just like basic assertiveness training could really help with. Same with like consent, right? Like if you're a woman, you want to bring a guy back to your house, but you don't want to have sex, like just say that, right? Just figure out like how I kind of call it like palatable assertiveness, because there's a lot of like women empowerment stuff that like basically encourages women to just be like super mean. And it's just like, okay, but you have to realize, right? Like if you're in a situation where you're worried about your safety, being super mean in that situation is not likely to
produce a good outcome.
It's going to potentially escalate things and make it more dangerous for you. And this isn't about like worrying about the other person's feelings necessarily, which I don't think is nothing, right? Like it would be nice if like we could reject men more nicely sometimes. But it's really fundamentally in large part about the safety of women, of saying like, hey, how do we palatably be assertive? How do you palatably say like, hey, no, I'm just not interested, but not be super like terrible about it, right? Like that's kind of what I talk about when I'm saying assertiveness training,
Mhm.
just because it's actually a really broad field of therapy.
For sure. One thing that is a little bit irritating sometimes is that like there are definitely a lot of negative social things that exist regarding women. That was an incredibly vague statement. But it's frustrating because like almost every negative like gender dynamic that exists, it's usually reinforced by both sides. But having that conversation is very, very, very hard. Because it almost always immediately comes across as being like victim blamey or something like that. And then people get like very upset about like suggesting that like, well, maybe the standard can change on the other side as well. You know, like maybe it's not just men that need to change. Maybe women can also change in some way too to alleviate this. But like that conversation is very hard to have. So one thing I talk about in terms of like men having like a lot of kind of like rapey behavior and that being really normalized, that's a problem and it shouldn't happen and it's really horrible. But if you have a society where men are constantly expected to make the first move and sometimes women are even expected to say no more than they'd like to, I mean, what do you expect? But besides creating a society where men are, you know, maybe more likely to push too far sometimes, like that's just going to happen, of course, as they try to figure out like where the boundary is, right? So that's like a gender norm that could be fixed on with pushing on both sides, you know.
Yeah, even like I was watching Yellowstone last night, and there's this idea that a lot of like some of my followers have brought up that like I'm not super exposed to, but like I've always been a pretty like decently disagreeable, like straight shooting woman. And so they talk about this idea of like a lot of women say like the reason why I didn't date you or didn't say yes to you is because you didn't try hard enough. Like you should have pursued me harder, right? Which is it's a really bad idea. I get it from like the romantic end. Like I don't want to totally destroy romanticism and like say like there's no space for like kind of that tension and excitement.
For sure.
But in a culture where like so much sexual assault is being brought out, there's lots of concerns around like consent and like safety in these engagements, in large part because of our like sexual emancipation in the 60s. Like the terms of sexual engagement between the sexes really changed, right? And women now have birth control, and so like as the landscape has changed, obviously our social norms have to change. And I would totally agree, we're kind of like in this midway where like there's certain traditional values that are still kind of occupied by both sexes and genders, and then there's also these really like modern values that we're occupying, but sometimes these are mutually exclusive ideas, right? And so like even yesterday I saw in like Yellowstone like this woman being like, well, are you gonna like kiss me? And like he was like, oh, like I think she didn't even say, well, are you gonna kiss me? She turns like, she's like, well, you're in a bad situation. Hey, if you kiss me right now and I don't want it, you're being predatory. But if I want it and you don't kiss me, like basically like you're kind of being like, I think the implication was like, yeah, you're kind of being like, but I think more than that, not just squandering opportunity, but like kind of being like a weak male.
Oh,
right?
sure. You're not fulfilling your role as like a masculine figure. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not pursuing me hard enough.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay.
Another really big example of this dynamic in society is that women are being empowered more and more to pursue higher education, which they're now exceeding men by a scary amount. By what I would say is probably a not good amount now. In the United States, I think it's 60% of newly graduating people are women, which that's a scary tip. But women still, the last survey stuff that I saw, women still are generally not as willing to date down socioeconomically. So while women have taken on more roles that were traditionally masculine, so working certain jobs and earning a lot of money, being the breadwinners, men aren't allowed to step into what were traditionally more feminine roles, like being a home or caretaker, because that's like a loser position that a man shouldn't work, you know? So it's interesting that like, yeah, that balancing that dynamic out is very difficult.
It's so difficult, right? And the problem is that nobody's very good at saying what they actually want, right? There's a lot of women who will say, well, I want like a really highly vulnerable man. And then there's so many men who are like, yeah, I get really vulnerable and sensitive, and I like tell them what I'm insecure about. And then she like immediately becomes like pretty unattracted to me, right? And I'm just like, okay, first of all, I don't have that experience. I've never done that myself. So I'm like, I don't know if this is broadly true or if this is just people who are like bitter saying that this is true, right? Like obviously like, as a man who has dated women can probably report better about that experience, but it's like that if that's true, then that means that women are saying that they want highly vulnerable men, but they don't entirely. They want men who will be emotionally supportive to them, but they don't necessarily want to support them. And I don't think that that's all or most women. I guess I'd be curious on your thoughts on that as somebody who's just dated women.
I think that it's another difficult thing where, and I say this sometimes and it sounds really mean. Well, no, this applies to men and women. It's very hard to poll somebody and get an honest thing of like what they might want for like dating related stuff. That can be very misrepresented sometimes, I think, right? Where, I did not mean to do that. Where like, if you were to poll, this is just a guess, okay? I'll do this for both sides. If you were to poll men and say, is a woman being quite a bit younger than you a massive plus without outweigh a lot of other things, I think that the true answer to that is going to be much higher than what men might put on a poll. I'm like, well, nah, is a woman age that important? Like, nah, I don't think so, right? But then like a 22-year-old comes along and is like, oh, is she, is she negative in like every other area of my life? Sure, right? Or then same thing on the flip side for women, like, is a man being incredibly wealthy, is that really that important? Women like, no, of course not. I would never go after a man just because he's wealthy. But then like, in the real life, like, like, I think that it's hard to poll around issues like that. I think it gets very complicated very quickly because how people act in real life might not coincide with how they would like idealistically answer a poll about their own behavior or desires, And then even when it comes time for certain things, like I want a man that's more, to your example, like emotionally vulnerable, do they really mean that? Or is that like a thing where they say they want somebody that's emotionally vulnerable, but what they really want is somebody that like will only cry when like their whole family dies, and then otherwise they're just like a very supportive person and maybe they have the capacity for it? Like, do you really want, this sounds very, I'm not trying to sound sexist, but like, do you really want a man that is willing to cry as much as like a woman might have traditionally? Like, I think a lot of women would probably be turned off by that in certain situations, even if they say otherwise. So it's a hard thing to navigate, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something, honestly, like in my own relationship with my partner, I've had to navigate. And, I always hate saying this because everyone is going to call me a pick-me immediately, which is absolutely not what I am. But there's definitely an issue that I've struggled with in my relationship where, like, I am definitely, I identify as a woman and all these things, but I occupy a lot of more, like, traditionally masculine personality traits. Now, I very much apply to more of, like, a gender. I don't love the rigidity of gender roles or anything like that, which is why I'm just giving the caveats, I guess.
Sure.
But my husband identifies as a man, but he occupies again a number of more feminine personality traits. And I realized that I was doing this thing that I think a lot of women do, where when he like emotionally needed certain supports, I was willing to give it. But if I also felt emotional, so say he brought something to me that upset me and he was feeling really hurt, but what he brought to me hurt my feelings, I think I had this implicit kind of bias of being like, well, my feelings are always going to be number one priority because they're like bigger. I think there's and I've talked with a lot of women who are like, actually, I think that's kind of true. And it's definitely not like an explicit thing, right? It's a very much like an implicit bias of being like, I get that you're hurt, but like I'm hurting right now. And there's kind of like that implicit, like, and I'm the woman in the relationship, right? So like my feelings, can't we get to my feelings first? And he's like, what do you mean? Like I brought my feelings up first. Like why would we get to your feelings first, right?
Yeah.
And as we were working through a relationship, it was a really big area that I really hurt him in. And so I had to actually work hard on like challenging myself. And literally what I would do is I'd be like, he would say something to me that maybe like upset me. And then I'd be like, wait, if this was like your best friend who is another woman, how would you feel about it? And I'm like, oh, I could totally make space for her feelings first and then also voice my feelings after. Like it wouldn't even be a question to me. And I was like, okay, if that's the case, you obviously have an implicit bias here and you need to like make space for his feelings. There's no reason not to, in large part because what I want in my relationship is a much more egalitarian relationship, right? And I think there's just not, I don't think there's like a social consciousness of this like dynamic happening. And so there's, again, you have these things where people are saying what they want. I want an emotionally vulnerable man, but they're not actually saying what they actually want, which is I want you to be emotionally supportive to me. I don't really want you to cry as much as like I do, though.
Yeah.
I don't really want that, right?
That sounds really bad to say, though,
terrible.
but yeah. I think that something that I have a talk with somebody else right after our talk, actually, and we talked about this last time, so it's funny that you bring this up. Something that I think people run into that is an issue is when we talk about like deconstructing kind of these like roles that exist in society, like why do men act the way they do? Why do women act the way they do? Can we take away these things? I think that there's a lot of value in kind of deconstructing those, but I think that it's very important to understand why they existed in the first place. So when people like to act like, oh, you know, men and women are totally interchangeable, nothing matters, there's no difference between the two or whatever, it's like, okay, I understand the desire for that, but like, there's probably a reason why some things have existed. And it might be the case that in some reasons, the reason why was just because people were assholes and they were losers and there's no good reason for it, right?
Yeah.
But it might also be the case that they existed for, you know, maybe like a much better reason. Maybe there was like a real reason why these things, maybe women do tend a certain way or men do tend a certain way. Like that's totally possible, you know, that's believable.
Yeah, I think that's there. It reminds me of this quote, which is basically like, question tradition but distrust the obvious, right?
Sure.
And so it's like you absolutely, as like Nietzsche would even agree on, like you absolutely should look at all of the assumptions that our culture made, traditional gender roles, all these things, and you should absolutely question them and be like, is there validity here? And like kind of deconstruct it and be like, what have these roles offered? Okay, well, a lot of part of these roles absolutely relied on the fact that like women had no way to control whether or not they got pregnant with sex, right? Which is part of why monogamous marriage became such an important thing in our culture, because it actually protected women a little bit more, right? And like, that's why that happened. But now in our culture, that principle basically isn't at play. So how do our relationships need to change to accommodate a new like factual landscape that we exist on, basically, right? And so I think it's a really important thing that basically you're like bringing up here, being like, what are we inheriting that is valuable? What was the purpose to it? And like, before we just like do away with all traditional like values and all these things, let's try to analyze what their worth is. And if there isn't any worth, that's fine.
Then toss it, yeah.
Right? We can toss it, but you don't want to toss babies out with the bathwater. And I think that's what we tend to do in the name of progress, is we're like, well, there's a lot of really harmful things that came with really traditional gender roles. Absolutely. Like domestic violence was a massive issue, right? The fact that like there was like the Hyde's Law in the UK until like 1993, where like it wasn't technically rape if a man like raped his wife, right?
Yeah, 'cause you can't rape your wife,
obviously,
right?
those are fucking terrible things, right?
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we've done away with them. But, you know, there's a lot of women that I've talked to that are older that they've kind of been sold this idea by like modernity that like a woman should really want career first and then maybe later she'll get a husband. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, you've dramatically limited the pool, because as you said, most women tend, I find, not to want to date down educationally. They often want men similar educated, but as you said, 60% of people getting degrees are women. So you have already a smaller pool of men to select from, right? A lot of women are like pursuing all these things. They're having struggles potentially with fertility issues, because they're getting pregnant a lot later and getting married and then getting pregnant a lot later. And so I've run into a lot of like women in their like 30s to 40s who are like, man, I feel like I was fed a fucking lie. Or like I've got like 6 degrees on my wall. And now I'm 40 and I'm like, fuck, I just want a family. And I'm like, that's okay too. Like, people can actually want very traditional, simple things like a family. Like, there's nothing wrong with just wanting to be. I know lots of women who are like, I actually kind of just want to be a stay-at-home mom. And I'm like, well, with inflation, it's unlikely, but like, you know, that's a fair thing to want to have. And it feels like we've kind of tossed the baby out the bathwater and like not made space. Like, I wish as we were doing this like gender role reduction, which I'm actually broadly in favor for, because it benefits somebody like me, right?
Yeah.
I worry about us actually, what we've done is we've almost just made new rigid boxes instead.
And that, like, I think that like it was supposed to be the way that it was always presented to me, the way that I always argued at others, is that like when we talk about eliminating gender roles, the point wasn't to make it so that you were shamed for doing traditional stuff. It was that you had an option not to. Like, that's all it meant. If you didn't want to be like a stay-at-home mom, that's fine. You don't have to be. You're not going to be forced to. But if you make it so that now people are like shamed for being stay-at-home moms, like, okay, well, now we've just kind of like moved in the opposite direction, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think you and I are going to disagree.
Probably on
like,
any of these things, yeah.
Yeah, I think fundamentally, like, here's the problem with you, Destiny, is you're just so damn consistent. It's hard to disagree with you on many things, right? So,
absolutely.
Which is actually like refreshing, but probably also not something that I should like expect in all spaces. Is there anything on like dating or psychology that you think would be interesting to talk about or bring up?
I don't know. This is I'm not trying to drag myself up, but like I guess the boring thing is that like I like to have conversations with more educated people. But most of the opinions I think that I have, I like to assume that like I'm usually like, well, what does the research say about this thing, or what do like educated people say? So there's not usually much like area for disagreement. So usually we come on and then we kind of circle jerk, and then I go back into the sludge that is online conversation. I guess usually something that I'll ask is like, have you heard me say something I guess you disagree with me a lot about? And then we can move from there, I guess. Do you feel like when I've mentioned anything related to psychology or any of these topics that I've been like super off or wrong about a particular thing, or...
DID, that's one that I think we might differ on.
Okay.
Because I think you're pretty... I'm not sure. I guess, what is your view on DID? And just to clarify for viewers who don't know, that means dissociative identity disorder, or people who feel like they have multiple personalities that they switch between.
The way that it's described, I think, is total bullshit. There might be like a world where, I think the last person I talked to tried to say this. So like there might be a world where like I understand what people say. Or hold on. Somebody was trying to describe DID before as like we can have trauma in our childhood that makes us act in different ways in different situations. Like when you get rid of like the really sexy interpretation of like the multiple personalities, that I can see maybe there's something called DID. But in terms of like how it's often talked about or portrayed, I think it's just total horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely become just like sexy and cool. I would be, so there's a really big split in academic psychology about DID. There's absolutely people who are like, there is no question that there are rare individuals with these multiple personalities that they actually do like switch between and have different consciousnesses like operating at different times. And then there's other people who'd be like, absolutely not, this is horseshit. This is just like an extreme form of things that we all do, which is like, of course you're going to be a little bit different with like your grandma or when you go to work, right? And so there's kind of people being like, there's kind of these two camps. Unlike I think a lot, I'm actually, this is probably one area where I'm like much more like radical in, which is compared to like, I have a lot of like OG psychological takes, but DID is something I'm actually very in favor of broadly, not the way it's portrayed on social media because it's just like really glamorized. I think there's absolutely a lot of people who like benefit from faking it, and it's really destructive. The problem is that like people don't realize like when you fake it and like claim these things and you don't have it, you absolutely destroy the legitimate suffering and like experience of people who actually are suffering with this on a day-to-day, right? It's the problem why when you're like people are like, oh, I'm just being like so ADHD, and I'm like, okay, but like, or like ADHD is like my superpower, and I'm like, I'm glad that it is for you, but for most people who experience it, it's really, really frustrating. So like let's be careful about how we're characterizing this and not like dismissing the legitimacy. I can send you some articles that I would say to me are what strongly convinced me. So I will admit I'm probably biased towards DID because my undergrad supervisor that I did my undergrad thesis under, he was actually like a pretty central DID researcher in Canada before he switched into research peer. He worked at basically our mental hospitals, like severe mental hospitals, for 30 plus years before he moved into research. And what moved him into research was DID because he did have a client with DID. So it's super, super rare, like super, super rare, because it requires, what we do believe is it requires immense amounts of trauma. And probably something else, but really it's rare enough that most of the research we have it is actually case studies because we don't even have a big enough population of them to do like quantitative analysis on. So you can't like talk about their genetics or like is there this biological influence because you just have these individuals, which is why when I see like so many people on social media having it, I'm very dubious, right? As soon as the prevalence on social media doesn't really seem to match, I'm like, it's possible that the reason why they're blowing up on social media is because it's so sensational, so maybe it does match. It's like kind of that selection bias of like what bleeds leads, right? So it might just be that. But I'll maybe post some articles in your, because I think, is your Discord still messed up? I'll just post it in your chat.
Yeah. Even if the Discord is messed up, it'll probably work after a while. No, it's working now. It should be good.
Okay, I'll send it there. I'll post it there, and I'll also send it to you on Discord then, so you have it on hand whenever you'd like to look at it on your own. Oh, my Discord's now broken on my computer, so I won't send it there. Sorry. So this one is really, the first one I send is a really interesting article. So it's basically, they would argue it is documented objective evidence of DID. So it was in a number of individuals who are incarcerated. And so the beauty of studying incarcerated individuals, which I like want a caveat of being like, obviously it's not beautiful, they're incarcerated, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, is that you get so much data on them, right? The tricky thing with like any form of therapy is that you are only at the mercy of what your client wants to tell you.
Yeah.
Right. So you
they
can
might
have
have
a
other
client,
things in their life that are fucking with them. Their diet might get super fucked. Their sleep might get super fucked. They might have adverse events, stressful. Yeah. But in a prison environment, a lot of that is more control. It's as close as you can get to that person in a vat study as you possibly can get. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people lie about the bad things that they do, right? So like, you know, I was working with a client for a super long time who was like, I just don't understand why my kids don't want to be in relationship with me. And it literally took me working with this client for 8 months before I found out, oh, she really aggressively physically abused her children for a long time, right? And it's like, how did this not come up sooner, right? Like it's not, and I understand why, right? It's a shame, but it's like as a this is why I actually almost never really like to do one-on-one counseling. I'm very pro group therapy because that shit comes out real quick in group therapy. Like their weird social dynamics, or they're like, everyone's just really mean to me, and then you like watch them in group therapy and they're just like actually like really condescending to everyone they talk to. And I'm like, well, yeah, people are being mean to you, but like you're instigating it a lot of time. Like you're treating people like they're stupid. Anyways, that's a side tangent. I'm just very pro group therapy, and a lot of people I've noticed never talk about group therapy. But it's actually, I would argue, like better in almost all circumstances, excluding again like severe cases like DID. I wouldn't put an individual with DID in group therapy for obvious reasons. I think it's kind of group therapy with a DID person, I guess, to some extent.
Well, easiest way to double the size of your group, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Yeah. My sample size. Yeah. Okay. So in this article that I sent you, 11 out of the 12 individuals had documented cases of extreme childhood abuse. And now when a social worker lists something as extreme childhood abuse, we're talking probably intentionally malicious, maybe even torturous levels of childhood abuse. Like really, really, really terrible shit, right? And most of these, all of the individuals that had this reported childhood abuse also had amnesic experiences of abuse. So the abuse was documented, it was verified, they had photos of the injuries, the social worker, like basically like the government came in and was like, absolutely there's abuse going on here. And most of the individuals didn't remember it, which actually happens a lot more often than people realize. And I hate to popularize that because amnesic experiences with abuse now it just gets like abused as well.
Sure. So I'll drill down into this because I don't believe this is real. So maybe you can convince me, right? So I think that there are two ways that something isn't properly codified into long-term memory and can be accessed. One is if an injury is present, especially like a head injury, obviously. And then the second would be if a drug is present that inhibits that function for some reason. Sans those two things, if neither of those conditions are met, and we're talking about like a repressed memory, I feel like you can have a repressed memory where like something is maybe painful or cringy or irritating, and so you intentionally like don't think about it, and you just like, I'm just not gonna think about it, and then maybe over a long period of time you genuinely do forget about it. I would believe that as being a phenomenon, but the idea that like you can have an adverse like event and then you just like you don't remember that at all because it was so traumatic seems to be exactly contrary to everything that we understand about traumatic events, that these are usually codified like in the most extreme manner to memory, that you can have like triggers related to things that are even remotely resembling any of that sensory data, any of that stimulus, like people with like triggers, like actual triggers like PTSD and stuff. Can you break that apart for me? That's where I like my mind is at, I guess, in terms of like repressed memories and stuff.
Yeah, and that's a really valid critique, and that's why I'm glad you bring it up, because it allows me to flesh this out, because absolutely amnesic experiences of abuse definitely get used. People overclaim it. There are absolutely cases of individuals creating false memories based on this, so that can absolutely happen. I guess the main thing I would point out, I don't have it on my like list because I didn't expect us to go in this direction necessarily, but I read a paper like 2 weeks ago about this that was showing that in cases of children, so part of you have to understand, it seems to be the case that trauma seems to do two things to memory. It either heightens it or it diminishes it, depending on basically probably a lot of things, probably in part personality, probably in part your age, likely in part, like the problem with trauma is it's so complex, and we have such like low resolution conversations about trauma where we're just like, all trauma is the same, because we don't want to invalidate people's experiences. But it's like, obviously not all traumas are the same, because there's a really big difference between like getting in a car crash, waking up and seeing like your decapitated parent or something like that, versus like just getting in a car crash, right? Those are obviously different experiences. It doesn't mean that your experience with the car crash wasn't terrible, especially for your lived experience. Is probably the worst thing that's maybe ever happened to you.
And even the resiliency of an individual might interpret how negative a trauma can like affect a person too. A highly resilient person, maybe not as much, or
totally.
It's complicated, very complicated.
Yeah, we know that people's tendency for sensitivity for stimulation varies, right? There are some people that actually are just more sensitive to stimulation. They tend often to be more introverts, where they get overstimulated. We can actually test this pretty young from babies, and it's decently predictive, even just with baby tests of like, you just expose them to kind of a novel stimuli, and if they smile and engage, it is pretty predictive of how they're going to respond later in life to being extroverted versus introverted. But it's also decent, again, decent as in I'm saying like probably like a 0.3 for people who are like into like probabilities and stats, right? Probably like a 0.3 of predicting whether or not they'll also like respond better or worse to more distressing environments, whether those distressing things are going to cause them to develop a mental health problem or not, right?
Wait, so can I ask one question related to that? I hope this is different. Is it known that there are reliable ways to develop resiliency in children?
Yes. There are ways to develop resiliency. Are you wanting me to go through them as well?
Yeah, like what are like the top one or two? Is it just gonna be like having a secure, loving relationship with a parent? Or
yeah, they're disappointing because it's one of these things of like, sometimes when people are like, what's the mental health trick? And I'm like, you probably already know it, right? Having a really solid social thing. But a really big one that I think a lot of people who are parenting right now don't know about is it's really, really important to give your children what we call like manageable stress. So if you say your little toddler is building like a tower and you're watching it and you know the next block they're going to put on is going to fucking topple that shit. You know it. And you step in and you fix it so it doesn't topple. And I would argue to some extent you're actually protecting them from a healthy, manageable stress that they could overcome, right? It's going to topple. They're going to get upset. They're going to cry. And then be like, hey, buddy, it's okay. Let's rebuild it. Like, maybe let's not put our block there. It's in an instructing moment, like, how do you actually overcome this stressor? So that is probably one main thing that any parent can do that absolutely is going to teach, because what it cultivates is something actually that I'm passionate about, because I've done, my thesis was on this, which is called growth mindsets, which I would say growth mindsets is probably one of the most fundamental, like non-conscious system that's probably contributing to like resilience and grit and all these kind of terms, which is basically, if you come across a problem, do you believe I'm stuck as I am, there's nothing I can do to improve, so I may as well like roll over and die at this problem? Or do you think, hey, this trait that I have, whatever it is, my ability to build towers is probably changeable. I can probably improve it over time. So how do I do that, right? So I'm really passionate about growth mindsets because I think it's fundamental. And it's not super hard to cultivate. My research was on social anxiety and just convincing some students that were kind of self-identified as like highly shy and anxious around like social settings to just basically believe that they could change their social anxiety, because a lot of people actually who have like mental health problems get very fixed, where they're like, I'm depressed and there's not much I can do about it. I am an anxious person and there's not much I can do about it. Like, that's my baseline. And it's like, actually those things are pretty changeable. You can absolutely improve them. So regarding resilience, I'd say the best thing you can do in your kid is cultivate a growth mindset and allow them to experience manageable stressors, right? If they lose a race, it's fine. You should be happy that they lost the race, because they're going to be bummed, but it's good for them because that's a manageable stress, right? Things like chronic aggressive bullying, I wouldn't say is like manageable stress for a lot of kids. Those are situations where I'm like, yeah, you probably should move your kid away from that school, because sometimes bullying just clears up by just giving them a new social setting, and then suddenly they're like a big fish in that school. but yeah, you definitely want them to like undergo certain stressors, allow them to fail, and then your job as the parent is to come in alongside and say, how do we approach this again and overcome it this time? How can we problem solve, right? That's really good for resilience.
Okay, gotcha. I had a friend a while ago that recommended a book that I never read because I'm too lazy, but it was interesting, and it kind of goes along with this. Conventionally, we're kind of taught that stress is like really, really, really negative. Like physiologically, it has a lot of negative effects on the body. And I think that this book went on to make the argument that there's two types of stress, basically. Stress where we feel hopeless is horrible for us. It's incredibly bad physiologically. But stress that we feel like we can manage can be a good experience. And that was interesting because like I've had a lot of stress in my life for a lot of different reasons. And but I always feel like I have a lot of agency, and I like those environments where they're very stressful. It makes me feel really good. And I've always wondered sometimes, like, am I gonna have a lot of negative, like, is the cortisol destroying my heart or something? And like, I don't. My mental seems to be pretty high. And then understanding that concept, kind of like, oh, okay, maybe this makes more sense. Like, I felt like there's been a lot of areas where I've had a lot of stress, but I've never felt like I don't have any control over, what I can do about it. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually like an excellent TED Talk that's pretty old now, and there's some nuance missing because she doesn't really get into like, she kind of tries to just be like, all stress is good, and it's like, well, there's definitely like, again, like PTSD stress is not really good for anyone, right? Like being kidnapped and tortured. Nobody really walks away being like, that was dope, and I feel like refreshed, right? Like that's not the experience. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's called Stress is Your Friend. Maybe somebody will come up with it in the TED Talk. It's not like one of the TEDx. Yeah, How to Make Stress Your Friend by Kelly McGonigal. It's a really good video. It's old. Like I said, there's missing some nuance, so don't like get like super angry right away. If you're like, oh, this isn't true. I know you're probably not going to, but I'm posting it in my chat and yours, so people can check it out. But there's actually some evidence that shows actually that if you come across manageable stress and you can kind of have a like, I can overcome this, I can manage this. This is kind of like, you kind of have like a bit of like a stoic, like amor fati response of like, I love this. This is meaningful to me. It's growing me as an individual. It's actually healthier for your heart. There's definitely, in this TED Talk, she goes through evidence of being people who died most often from stress related causes were people who also believed that stress was really bad for them. So again, this is where I get the nuance of being like, okay, well, obviously some stresses just aren't great and nobody's going to think that it's good for them.
For sure.
Like traumatic things, but kind of what you're talking about, right? Of like this Twitch debate space where there's just drama all the time and people are fighting and like you're in a debate and people are like grilling you on stuff, and the fact that like you enjoy it, like I think that that's actually a mindset probably in part that you're probably predilected towards, but also you could cultivate. And I would argue it's probably healthier for everyone because your heart can either beat really fast and prepare you for dealing with the situation, or you can say, my heart's beating really fast, I'm filled with anxiety, oh no, I'm doomed, right? Sure. And the way your body responds to that stress is different. And in fact, I think in her video, she even talks about how like cortisol levels drop a fair bit. When you have a healthier response to stress, it triggers you to be like more relational and engaged with others. You could try to reach out. You might engage in more physical forms of touching as well, which is great for like oxytocin. And those things are actually good for heart health. But again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not like specialized in neurotransmitters in the rest of the body. I'm much more like trained in just the brain. So yeah, I would just check that out. I think it's a really interesting take because I think like we definitely need to have a more complex view of stress because we've definitely been villainizing stress really hard, which is why we try to prevent our kids. Like, I don't want anything bad to ever happen to my kid. And I'm like, I mean, I don't either, but I recognize it will, and I really want to make sure my kid is prepared for that. Right?
Yeah, I think the way that I want to talk about this is it seems like we've demonized all forms of challenging experiences, and some challenging experiences are definitely important to development.
They're super important.
Okay, I super pulled you off the DID thing. Go ahead.
That's okay. Okay, going back, I think I was telling you about the paper. I was talking about amnesia. So there was another paper that came out just because you were dubious about amnesia. Okay, so yeah, trauma seems to do... Right, we got onto this because I was talking about highly sensitive children versus non-highly sensitive. Another marker might be something like neuroticism, which is a terrible word because lay people use it to mean
Neurotic
like crazy.
Is bad, yeah.
Yeah, whereas in like psychology, personality psych, it just means your tendency to feel negative emotions more strongly. Like it's just like a pretty like basic metric, and people vary high and low. the main thing to, I guess, to like, where am I going with this with DID?
People that are
Neuroticism
high
is
in
going to be really,
neuroticism maybe are more prone to childhood traumas, or what were you were talking about?
yeah,
Childhood trauma
in part, right? Because they're feeling it more intensely than you might be. Their negative emotions are more strong. But it seems to be the case that people respond to trauma differently, and particularly children. This is actually why the diagnosis of childhood trauma is really difficult, because so an event might happen to a child, like trying to think of like TOS safe words to say that are like traumatic.
You can, I mean, you can say anything as long as you're not being ridiculous.
Okay.
But like
so
like a childhood like sexual rape or something.
assault.
Yeah, sexual assault. Yeah.
Right. And so like it might have been as like severe as like a form of like grooming and rape that happens to this child for multiple years, right? If we think about that, we think about PTSD, because if that happened, even if it's just one instance, okay, we're going to just use one instance of a sexual assault, right? If that happened to an adult individual, there's a decent chance they could develop PTSD, right? There's actually other things that they can develop as well. They can just develop depression. Some of them just kind of grieve and then kind of bounce back, and then some of them experience something called PTG, post-traumatic growth. But that's kind of what we expect with adults. The problem is that children are kind of weird. Sometimes they'll develop PTSD, especially if they're old enough or it's severe enough. But children, especially if the person who is harming them is also their caregiver, their system is highly motivated to manage functioning and staying close to that caregiver, even if their caregiver is because we have these two systems, which is behavioral approach system. They're very, very deep old systems. Mammals, lizards even have them, which is that things that reward us, we tend to approach again. Things that harm us, we tend to avoid. Really basic phenomenon. But if you're a child, if your parent is the thing that harms you, your system in part is going to want to behaviorally avoid, but they also are your caretaker, and you're also biologically driven to draw towards them because they provide you food, safety, comfort, all those things, right? And so you kind of have these two conflicting systems. And what it seems to do in a lot of children is they go, well, this person is really hurting me, but I also really need them. And so like basically like your brain might, as a survival mechanism, be like, let's dial down the importance or even the memory of this harm so that we can manage staying close and our behavioral avoidance system doesn't overtake us. So we can continue to approach parent and be connected and desire like connection with them and do all the things that facilitate relational connection. It's why it creates such like major attachment issues as they grow older, right? Where they're like, oh, I don't have like PTSD as reactions. Like I'm not having necessarily flashbacks, but it's like every time I notice somebody like pulling away from me, I panic, right? And that's like, it's we can't really call it PTSD because PTSD is a very like unique experience. It's more like this unhealthy form of like coping that develops as a result. And so one way that children with really severe abuse, particularly by their parents, can cope is to shut down those memories. And your brain can go, we're not going to consolidate this. It's not super helpful to our functioning. The problem is that it gets kind of consolidated and then it gets kind of stored away. We're not entirely sure how. We're not sure if it gets consolidated as just like a somatic memory that, and like the episodic cues of it don't get like, because there's the problem with memory is also actually like there's like 6 forms of memory systems. I think 6 is probably an overstatement. I think it's maybe 4. But there's multiple memory systems, right? And so it's like, yeah, you don't explicitly remember, but that doesn't mean that there's kind of like a famous book. There's kind of the pop culture one by Bessel van der Kolk, but there was actually the original one by Babette Rothschild, which was like a research heavy book, basically about how the body remembers. And so there was a study that came out that showed of children who had experienced documented, reported abuse, 50% of them didn't remember it. Like 50% of them were shocked to find out and like were shown evidence of their abuse and were like literally like shocked, like, I don't remember this. Are you sure that this is real? Whereas we see those amnesic experiences once trauma is happening later in life really jump down. So it really does seem to be some sort of kind of unique system that's happening for children to protect them and keep them basically able to survive in connection to their harming parent.
Yeah, so something that I'm always fearful of is I'm sure have you ever heard of the concept of a just so story?
I don't think so, actually.
So something that is a little scary to me about like evolutionary psychology is that it's hard to test like why, like we can't really know why a thing happens, right? Like we might have like the body does this because of this, but we don't really know. It could be a byproduct of something. It could be because of a totally different reason, or it could be a malfunction, right? I understand that there are explanations for why maybe something could happen, but it seems hard without something else to test it to know why a certain thing happens. But I will say that, so the explanation you've given me, it seems like plausible, I guess. The interesting thing, though, I would be interested if you could link me later or whatever, that study where it shows that like 50% of children with documented trauma don't recall it. That's interesting to me. That would be like a strong indicator that would point towards, oh, well, maybe there is like some sort of amnesia event that's happening here. And then that in conjunction with the explanation of like, well, your early caregiver is really important, so maybe it makes sense that the body is trying to find a way to interfere with that if that early caregiver is not fulfilling their correct role. It sounds, pretty compelling. I would be interested to see that if you can shoot me that at some point.
Absolutely. I'll write it down just so I'm not like distracted looking for it while we continue to talk.
The only another really big thing why I think that's important, the verified part, is because I know that there was a time period where psychologists, unfortunately, we're creating, so the verified part is important, but every time you mention, I think you're aware of this because you keep saying that like people took pictures and it was like 100% verified. It wasn't just like the social worker saying something has happened.
Yes, and that's why that's exactly why I'm bringing verified up, is because there was a period where there was this issue where we started realizing that these fugues happened, and so all these, again, it's these like sometimes things with the best intentions are like lead to like the worst outcomes, right? So these well-intending therapists, again, who are like not always the most empirical or not the most empirically careful, were like, oh, that makes so much sense for so many of my clients, and so they started digging and being like, well, is it possible? And they would have these like leading questions, and they weren't doing it because they're like, I want to have my clients have all trauma. They were trying to offer it as a solution of being like, maybe this is why you're struggling so much, right? They were genuinely trying to help, but what happened is that there was a lot of cases of legitimately falsified and false memories formed, and it's actually part of, because there was a really interesting study that came out of UBC by a master's student that proved unequivocally that within like 6 months it's not that hard to create very complex false memories. It's actually why eyewitness testimony, she did it in regard to eyewitness testimony, because there's a big movement within at least like judicial areas in Canada to just more or less remove eyewitness accounts if they haven't been recorded within 24 hours of the event happening, because of the memory system's erosion over time. Seems to be pretty quick.
And not even, I think I would even phrase it a little bit more strongly. It's not even so much the memory system's erosion, is that I think that, especially with the advent of computers, it feels like we have a pretty bad way of understanding how we recall events and everything. We seem to think that we kind of like create these memories in our brain as like these kind of like bit perfect copies of like, well, this is a picture of that and we remember the sound, when you're kind of like more actively involved in recreating a memory every time you bring it up and like lacking some details. I thought the way they explained it in Inception was interesting, that like in a dream, you only have to create certain parts, then the mind will fill in the rest. And that is absolutely true, that only given some details, your mind can fill in a lot of extra information that was not there initially. But it just seems
doing
like
it right now as you're awake.
Sure, yeah.
Oh,
like, because you don't have the perception right now that you can't see things in your peripheral vision, but your resolution there is very, very, very poor. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like you see everything like exactly as you're supposed to.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen like the YouTube video where they have you count the volleyball as they pass the ball in between themselves. Yeah, with the gorilla in the center, right? That's just a good demonstration of like, in fairness, like people who are more likely to potentially be like ADHD tend to fail that test. They tend to see the gorilla right away. But in general, it's a show of like when you highly attend to things, you absolutely exclude like major things like a monkey dancing in the middle. And it was like upwards of 60% of participants who had that gorilla test didn't see the gorilla, right? So absolutely, like that's why eyewitness testimony is like so careful. Like, well, did they have a blue hat or a black hat? And it's like they probably didn't even
have a hat or something, or
they didn't even notice when they were looking at the guy, let alone 24 hours later, let alone 2 weeks later, right? Like what's the likelihood that they remember?
And something that is so frustrating to me, I took an AP Psych class one time, and it's probably the best class I've ever taken in my life. There's so many interesting things about like human memory and cognition, whatever. Everything related to priming is so interesting to me, that like just the way that you ask a question, and I don't even mean like don't we all hate noodles, like what do we think about noodles, but like just like the way that you phrase a question can have such a huge impact on the survey results or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of the biggest
Even
reasons.
just like the music you play. Like if I play soothing music while we're talking,
Mhm.
you're probably more likely to be agreeable and nice to
Sure.
me.
Mhm.
Right.
And the yeah, for sure. Yeah, and then like things like one of the big reasons why you should never talk to the cops is because you might say something dumb and you don't even realize what you're saying, because our default is like being really trusting of other people, and we'll offer more details than we need to, and we'll kind of like, because we always assume that people are acting in good faith generally is like our default assumption. Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting stuff there for sure.
Yeah. I definitely, once you get into kind of, that's more like the realm of like cognitive psychology. It's kind of like scary. It makes you be like, wait, are we just in a matrix? Like, but is the matrix just our brains? Like, you know, yeah. Once you like get into that, it kind of like blows your mind and really makes you question a lot of stuff. And I think what's most important about that sort of stuff is that it gives a lot of weight to like non-conscious processing and how important it actually is, because most of this stuff is happening I mean, there's an entire visual pathway in your brain that is completely non-conscious, that just like you aren't aware of happening, and you respond to it all the time. And even if we destroy your conscious brain, your conscious visual system in your brain, you will report seeing nothing, but to some extent, be like you can see it to a certain extent. It's called blind sight. It's a really interesting kind of case study of a woman who had blind sight from a stroke, where she couldn't see anything, but she could like put mails, like a piece of mail, in a mailbox slot, regardless of the orientation or placement of it, right?
Gotcha.
So she was like, I don't see anything. I don't see a mailbox. And they're like, that's okay, just try. And she'd get it in perfectly almost every time. Or like she would bump the edge and then get it in, just like kind of you would expect actually with anyone putting a thing of mail in. Yeah, really fast. The brain is an enigma, man. It's crazy. Yeah.
True. Okay.
Should we go back to DID?
I think I'm getting the gist of I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
Or you seem to that one study about children not being able to recall like well documented experiences would be interesting to me. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I like I said, I don't have it on me, but I will send it to you after like this chat, basically. One last study for DID I actually do want to go through was showing actually marked brain differences in people with DID when they were in their other states that we couldn't even falsely create in people who we call them high fantasy prone individuals, which I think is actually probably a term that would be really helpful for you to understand probably lots of people on the internet, because I would imagine more people who are engaged in online stuff and stuff are going to be tend to just be people who are more gullible. You can put them under hypnosis more often. This isn't to be they're lesser than, but they're people who are engaging kind of like fantastic thinking more often than people who are like really low in it. And so, as you could presume, you can kind of convince them to believe that they have maybe split personalities when they don't, through educating them. Which I don't actually know how this study happened, because I would argue like most ethics boards, I feel like would strike this study down. But
yeah, fuck. I'm trying to think of what you're talking about, because I think I've had somebody argue against me. It might have been the last girl I argued about with D&D. I wish I could remember. I was playing Rust, and I knew on the map I was running around when she was talking about this. But basically, there was a study where they tried to. I don't know if they told the people that they were studying D, but they tried to present something basically in the way that the people engaged with the questions. It was like, oh, there's actually like, there seems to be a fundamentally different cognitive process that exists here. It's not like just somebody completely faking something, that like there was some other type of recall or some other type of memory recall where it's like they scored really high on this particular thing, and that was pretty consistent with these people were way more likely to have DID or something. Maybe we're not talking about exactly the same study, but
I don't think it's the exact same study. There's been a lot of studies on DID people. The main thing is that they went under an MRI basically, and what we saw is that like when you're at a resting brain state, everyone has a bit of like a resting brain, like almost like thumbprint a little bit, and it is unique between individuals, and there'll be obvious overlap between all individuals, but it's going to look a little bit different between all people, and so the key thing is if you're resting and then we trigger you to be in a different personality, if you have a legitimate separate personality, theoretically we might see that the resting brain waves differ while you're in that state basically. And so they tested this by having low fantasy prone people, high fantasy prone people who are the best, who were like the closest controls we could have to DID people, and people who are diagnosed with DID, and we compared, and basically we trained the controls, the low and high fantasy prone people, basically about DID. We taught them how basically, because actually with DID people you can trigger alters to come out, through different like sensory cues or verbal cues, stuff like that. So they trained them basically on that, taught them a lot about kind of intrafamilial systems therapy and how we all have different parts to us and how you can draw these parts are, and in some cases they can even be full separate identities, and the other identities are actually non-conscious at that time, right? So as you can imagine, low fantasy prone people were kind of like, this is bullshit, I don't think that actually happens for me. High fantasy prone people were probably more like, oh, that's really interesting, I wonder if it happens to me, I bet you it does happen. And then you kind of convinced them that it could happen to them. And then we had DID individuals that we did no education with, and then we put them in an MRI and just looked at their resting brain waves between basically alters, and we'd be like, okay, and we would basically, they don't go into details in the study about how they triggered precisely, probably for ethical reasons why they didn't go into it, just because you don't want to like teach random people
how to trigger
trigger swaps and stuff like that. So anyways, what we saw was that there was a pretty marked difference in the DID people when they swapped, and there wasn't this difference in the resting brainwaves in high prone individuals when they claimed they had swapped personalities.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So it's definitely interesting. I think DID is still going to be contentious for a while, in large part because it's like, how do you see who's faking or not? Because you can't just stick everyone under an MRI, obviously, either, right?
Yeah. It was interesting that in the beginning of this conversation, I feel like I've talked about this like 3 different times, 3 different psychologists who've all come on to talk about like DID. It was interesting at the beginning of this conversation, you brought up the frustration with the sometimes the overvaluation of like clinical psychologists versus research psychologists, and that was the main criticism that I'd heard in the in the DSM-5 for the only reason DID made it in there was because the DSM-5 overrepresented for clinical psychologist experience versus researcher experience, and a lot of researchers were upset because they were like, oh, well, you guys you're not taking us seriously enough, like it shouldn't even be in here or whatever. So it's interesting that you come from the research side, but you seem to be on the opposite side of that for the DID thing, or maybe the research has changed also, because the DSM-5 is pretty old at this point, right? Like how many...
Well, the DSM-4 that they're referring to had multiple personality disorder. They just called it multiple personality disorder. They didn't have DID. It was just labeled something. That's kind of what I'm confused on. I mean, like, which DSM did they think didn't have it? Because the DSM-4 TR did have multiple personality disorder as a diagnosis, and the DSM-5 just changed it to a dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah, I think the thing that my understanding of what was frustrating was the concept of dissociative amnesia, I think, is still somewhat contentious, because I think there's still a lot of debate over what even is a dissociative experience, or is dissociative amnesia possible. And there are so few cases of this, it's hard to get like a big quantitative, like, oh, like we gathered 280,000 patients with DID, and this is what we researched. It's really hard. A lot of it is still built on case studies. And then historically speaking, I'm sure that there's still like a lot of iffy people in the field because of the Sybil girl or whatever. Are you familiar with her?
No.
There was one girl her case study was like, I think, the landmark case study for multiple personalities, and I think near her death, basically it was revealed that everything was fake. It was all complete bullshit. And I think that probably was a big setback for a lot of that research as well. Or at least a lot of people were willing to engage with it. So I'm sure.
Yeah, and like I think there's a fair hesitation within the field, and I even though I'm saying I believe in it, I wouldn't even discourage the hesitation. I think the hesitation is well founded and wise, and we should probably maintain hesitation around it. I'm just on the side of basically saying, like, I believe that there are dissociative disorders. I'm not sure to what extent I believe about this like full amnesic stuff, but as somebody who is like been friends with people who I find very credible, and had also they kind of had like, so there is something called OSDD, which is like other specified dissociative disorder. So it's like dissociative disorders that aren't necessarily dissociative identity. So what you might like disappear a little bit and operate and have like a massive gap in your memory, but you wouldn't really call it like a separate identity came out. There's a varied number of these things, and I am friends with somebody who literally, like, they claim that they did experience it and that those parts integrated, and they do remember like waking up like after 2 hours and having like stolen stuff and being like, I really don't remember this, and through like trauma and like EMDR and like reprocessing trauma and stuff like that, they were able to like integrate those things, and they no longer experience it, right? And so when I hear about things like that, I'm like, the brain is so wild and crazy that while we should be hesitant, we've had so many. I think like I don't. Do you know the researcher Ramachandran?
Well, I do, but you might want to refresh him for chat, of course. For the
Sure, yeah.
less
He's just
well-read
basically
people.
like a really popular neuroscientist. He really studies a lot about like neuroplasticity and kind of he's at like the avant-garde basically of like neurological research. And he talks a lot about this idea of like I struggle because I feel like all my researchers and peers are saying, show me a talking pig. And then I'm like, okay, ready? And then I wave a wand over a pig and then it talks. And I'm like, here's a talking pig. And then all my peers go, yeah, but show me another, right? And so I think what we're at like with brain science right now is like, we know so much that now we know that we know so very little, and brains are so incredibly flexible and changeable based on like experiences that it's hard to like pin your hand down and say like, this is absolutely can't be true, because so many we've seen like phantom limbs be like cured by like an illusion box, right? And it's like you just never would have expected that to ever be possible, but it does, and now it's a standard treatment for phantom limb pain. So I think that's the trick, is just like, and this is why I'm like, diagnosis is actually really complicated, because like in part the brain is an enigma and we have to be careful with our diagnoses. And like you should be having like a hot take, I don't even think general practitioner like doctors should be diagnosing mental health problems. I actually don't think that they have the training required for it, because of the nature of where we're at with like neuroscience and stuff. Like we don't know enough. That like, unless you're really versed on like complex things and how drugs, I mean, there's cases of like people diagnosed with ADHD as children, they go on drugs, it turns out that all along they had OCD, but because of the stimulants they also developed Tourette's syndrome, right? Like there's crazy stuff that happens with like misdiagnosis, which is why I think we have to be careful. We have to do this weird balance of being conservative and careful, but also open-minded to the fact that like there's probably so much we don't know about the brain right now. And in 10 years we're going to be looking back and like laughing at ourselves.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Well, anything else?
Yeah. Trying to think about anything else. I'm trying to think about how long we've been going for, too. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Because I think you have a chat with somebody else pretty soon here, correct?
Yeah, but if there's anything else you can think of, we can... Any other big talking points or anything?
Yeah, the main one would be therapy. I think that there's... I think I have a differing perspective on therapy than maybe you do. On like the purpose of it. That's probably different than a lot of people potentially within the field. Probably not a ton of people, but a number of them, which is basically kind of the argument of like, should therapy be short-term or long-term? And kind of what goes into that. I think like, I think short-term therapy really came around because of insurance first and foremost. I absolutely think that there are short-term forms of therapy that are valid, are good, and should be used. The problem is that we see like the effects of therapy don't seem to last super long, and I think that that's an important thing to talk about, of like, we've really medicalized mental health, when I think that probably we need to have a different lens of how we view mental health, in part because I think the medicalization has led to kind of some of this hopelessness. I'm just this, and so there's no point anymore, right? I just have depression, so there's no point in trying anymore. And so I actually like really try to challenge people on therapy, being like, absolutely, therapy is there to like present you with skills, those short-term forms of therapy where they give you some basic CBT skills, some basic mindfulness skills, they kind of give you some psychoeducation, and they like give you some positive rapport even, and just like nice interactions for a couple weeks, can absolutely be beneficial. The problem is that like we see the effects of it wane off pretty quickly. And so it feels like the and this is kind of the argument for why some people do short-term therapy, is because therapy wanes off after time. But what we do see in like, there are some studies that show like people who do long-term therapy, while the effects may be more slow because they do maybe like a psychodynamic approach, they actually lead to more stable changes long-term, because they're just immersing their client for like 2 years into like a different way of like viewing their whole world, and like grieving and processing their experiences of the past, and like getting to have like a new narrative, and kind of like, well, psychodynamics might call it, like, you're kind of like taking your present self and sending it back in time to rescue your like child self and stuff like that, right? Which is very like artsy and floozy, but there's definitely some evidence coming out that like these longer forms of therapy, while it's kind of obnoxious that they're so long because we can't pay for it, they seem to have more stable impacts long term.
Something that would be, so I can't disagree with you because I'm pretty sure everything you're saying is 100% correct. But the only difference is, or the interesting part is that it feels like you're placing a fundamentally different or greater burden on mental health than we would around health, or physical health, I should say. So I think that when we go to hospitals, the primary goal is that they're moving you to a place where you're basically not dying. Or like your body is like has some minimal level of functioning, and that's like the goal when we go to a hospital. When I go to a hospital, I expect them to fix, you know, if I have like some like an infarction or if I'm having like some serious medical, I expect them to fix that. But I don't expect to go to a hospital to get like better cardiovascular health or like better like more muscles or whatever. I wouldn't expect that from a hospital. But it feels like when we talk about mental health. This idea of like the infinity therapy is we're no longer talking about just like curing ailments or whatever, but we're talking about like a long-term, like making somebody healthy, not just not dying, which I guess is a far bigger burden than what we would expect of like traditional medicine, I guess.
Yeah. That's a really, really good point and an important point, and it's actually why I argue. So part of why I have this view is because I think actually a lot of mental health practitioners occupy a space where normally community and mentors would traditionally probably have filled.
Or sometimes even like, unfortunately, parents, right? Or just friends, right?
Yeah, parents or friends, right? And I think it's kind of this like modern solution we have to a modern problem, right? It's kind of that thing that sometimes people talk about of like, we have all these modern problems, and then we like, rather than like giving it like the simplest answer, being like, why don't we just like have healthier communities? We're like, no, we're going to create this new field and train all these specialists to go out there and be professional friends and mentors to everyone. And rather than exchanging like basically like tit for tat a relationship of being like, I'll mentor you now if you like care for me when I'm an old person because I don't have children, instead you're just going to give me money, right? That's kind of like the tit for tat we trade now. And so I definitely agree to an extent. I think like the problem is that I actually suspect that we have mental health problems that are like much more like biological and more medical in nature. Like there's kind of depression is being now split into like a biological form of depression versus a stress depression, right? A stress depression, to be honest, like you can go to a therapist, and I would encourage you to if that's like what would solve you. But a lot of times what solves stress depression is removing the major stressors that are making you depressed, right? If your boss is a bastard to you all the time, probably the best way to solve that is to find a new workplace, which is, again, easier said than done for a lot of people. But sometimes the reason people are depressed is because their life has been really terrible. Right?
Yeah, and I think the problem is that and that's kind of, so maybe we agree, maybe we don't disagree, I guess, but like it feels like we're asking medical health professionals to solve for like environments, which is impossible.
Yes.
Like no amount of medication or therapy is going to do as much for depression as like huge fundamental lifestyle changes. And I would say probably even in the case of like medical, real major depressive disorder, like even in that case, like things like a better diet, better sleep schedule, better social functioning are going to do more for you than just like, you know, having medication and therapy. But it's the problem, the reason why people are probably asking so much of the therapist and everything is that it's changing all of society is a lot harder than just creating a new discipline to kind of like band-aid the problems, I guess, is the difficult thing.
Yeah, I agree. I like that's the problem though, is like as a psychologist, I try to steer away from like trying to advocate strongly for major social changes because I recognize that I'm probably not the most informed. I can give you my opinion, but it's not my professional opinion, it's my personal opinion, right?
Yeah.
About being like, yeah, I would like to see like systems in Sweden where they have like these community living apartments where they like have to share a kitchen area and they have to have like one meal together and they get reduced rent, and it's the whole idea is it's kind of the government forcing people to have community, right? I absolutely would be for that. I agree with you. There's strong evidence. Something like schizophrenia, which we would call a very biological mental health problem, it experiences remission in like Latina and like African villages way more often than it ever does in like North America. Like people with schizophrenia, honestly, they do better in Latin American countries broadly, which is like crazy because their medical interventions for it of getting them on like tranks and stuff like that are way less, which is super interesting. So I definitely would agree. Probably most mental health problems could be better adjusted for by just making societal wide changes, right? As we've reduced religion in our culture, whether you think that's good or bad, it has removed a major form of like community bonding that was happening. So how do we replace that in a less religious society? Well, we need to figure that out because people are sad, anxious, and depressed. And most of that can be fixed by just giving them friends. And right now we're band-aiding it by giving them like a mental health therapist. And some CBT skills, but CBT skills won't fix your problems if your problems are that you just like don't have intimate relationships with people where you feel seen, right? And so I definitely think that like we probably actually agree on this more than I originally presumed. I just wanted to be clear, like I think short-term therapy is actually like I value it a lot less than probably like a lot more, and I think the reason why it even like came into existence is largely because insurance didn't want to pay for long form therapy.
And you support long-term therapy, not necessarily long-term therapy, but more so that like we have to recognize that to fix some problems in our lives, it's not going to be like a 2 months of sessions and then you're done. Now you've fixed all of your interpersonal problems if no other changes in your life are happening.
Yeah, and my view of long-term therapy isn't like you should be in therapy for 10 years straight, once a week, every week. My view is like probably you need to be in for like 2 to 3 months every week. And after that, you should probably do check-ins like once every 6 months, once every year, kind of like a doctor more so. But it should actually be more standardized of like you just do your check-ins, because it's like if we have these people as band-aids for now, probably the better system is to allow them to continue to be band-aids. Obviously, if we could have social reform that changes that, if we have more community living that maybe happens or something like that, I'd be more for that. But that's just not the world that we live in right now.
Unfortunately,
yeah. I guess one last question somebody recommended I ask is, do you have any recommendations for me on Twitch and where I should go from here?
I don't know. Do the panel shows. It's good to have women that aren't fucking insane on this platform. I think that generally the stereotype is true that like if you have women on the platform, they tend to be like very ultra super far left on everything, and that's like going to be the point of view. So I think it's good to have like more moderating voices. I think it's really positive. So yeah, I mean, keep doing the panel shows and have the representation is good. Yeah.
Awesome. Anyone you think I should like talk to specifically or reach out to?
Yeah, there's one of the most intellectual debaters on the platform goes by the name Demon Mama.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is somebody very well versed background in psychology. I think it'd be interesting to talk to them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we disagree on most things. She's the individual who's really pro self-diagnosis, correct?
You know, I don't want to taint your view of that person, and I think you should go in with an open mind.
Don't want to poison the well. That's fair.
Yeah, don't be so close-minded. That who knows what they believe. It changes day to day. So, yeah, I think I don't know. Like, the problem is that like this is gonna sound self-congratulatory. I'll talk to anybody, but the people that I tend to have the biggest disagreements with seem not to all the time. So yeah, I don't know. I like talking to one of those people that have a huge disagreement, but with you have an educated background would be interesting. The frustrating thing for me is that like I said, like usually when I talk to like really educated people, we're usually agreeing on like 98% of things. But then whenever I talk to people that disagree with me, they say that like, oh, like, you're just looking for people that agree with you. You just circle jerk all the time. Like you don't engage with the data. But it's like, okay, well, I mean, I try. Like find me somebody that disagrees with me and we can have that conversation. But they never seem to want to. So
yeah, that's fair and frustrating for sure.
You can also try talking to Vosh too. That's another guy that Demon Mama adjacent. Maybe he would be interested in it. So
okay, all right, I'll keep those names on the list. I know a lot of people keep saying Mr. Girl, but I don't know if that's just because he's kind of like the popular person to talk to right now.
Oh yeah, he's definitely interesting, but my frustrating thing with Mr. Girl is you'll end up agreeing. I think you'll end up agreeing with 99% of what he says, but it's only once you've chewed through the kind of the weird, I'll call it semantic garbage. So like I might say something like, therapy is horrible. Nobody should be in therapy. And then you'll be like, well, what do you mean by that? Isn't therapy important? It's like, no. What you should have is a relationship with somebody that maybe you have to pay some amount of money to talk to every now and then to get through your problems. But therapy is garbage. Like it'll be like something like that. Like, okay, sure.
Okay.
But yeah, it might be interesting to chat with him. He's a very interesting guy to chat with, so I definitely wouldn't discourage it. But yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, if you ever want to chat again, or you come across stuff that you would like to address around psychology, or a view we come across, definitely don't be hesitant to hit you up, and I'll try to pay attention to your stuff and see if there's anything else I hear of in the future that I have strong contentions over.
Yeah, just let me know if I say anything you disagree with. So yeah, have fun.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
It's really frustrating that I get so much pushback over so much shit I say online, but anytime I talk to anybody in any of these fields, it feels like we agree on almost anything. I wish that like people would be more willing to talk to these people. Like I wish Demon Mama or Vosh or somebody would talk to somebody like this more instead of like, oh, well, here's like an undergrad sociologist that I found and blah, blah, blah. You know, like, oh, we'll go, I don't know, go talk to people that have like stronger opinions in these fields or whatever. I don't know. Or it would be, it would also be interesting, I think, to talk to somebody that like super disagrees with me on some things too. But I feel like I tend to be generally correct with most of my bigger things. So I don't know. Eddie Carey seems really frustrating to play. Yeah, it's just a shit roll, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I don't know, it's whatever. This is where my time is, so this is where I shall remain. We're gonna have our season 3 again, it's coming. Me and Jin are like both doing nothing in this lane. My lane is 2 and 7, and Jin is 0 and 2. He's like, we're dying, but he ain't getting any kill. Like, look at him. She just like goes right past the Yasuo. No fucks given. Rip. I didn't need to do that. Fuck. That's how all my games are. Both 80 characters are just farming. Yeah, it's like pretty cringe. Oh, he can just zoom to these creeps and kill me, but she's gonna shield me and protect me. So we're good. No chance am I dying here. I'm actually just baiting. I'm baiting my teammates and myself, actually. That's all that's happening. Lux with the standard 9 kills. Not broken at all, of course. That was a really good Diana. Oh, no, that was a really good Yasuo. Oh my god, that was a good tornado! Nice job. The only real mission of the modern day AD carry is not feed as much as possible. Yeah, I think that the goal of bot lane is to just, you're like a bank for the enemy team to make withdrawals out of, and then the enemy bot lane is the bank for the enemy team to make withdrawals, or your team to make withdrawals out of. The goal is just not die as much as the enemy bot laner. And hopefully if you get like 3 items, you can also do some damage later on too. But... It's not something to play something other than AD carry. I think I would want to like relearn like a whole other role. Oh my god! Oh, those ice. How did he hit her? Oh, she's mad. I don't even know what he shot. Nice. No. Oh shit. Cool. So our anti-work went private. Yeah, I saw it. I know everybody wants to talk about it. I don't think there's much to talk about. I watched the interview and I didn't think it was honestly that bad. You want me to just... Okay. Oh. I'm tired that fast I thought I would.
Orders are more like guidelines, really.
The description of it seems pretty bad. I think the worst thing they did was they said that they had a job like walking dogs, but like, I don't know if that's that bad. Somebody can link me the interview unless I watch a different one.
I dare you to dare.
Nope, I'm not getting luxed.
Let's get this party started.
Jesus. I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. I can't believe that didn't hit me.
Is, you know, a solid work day in your ideal.
This isn't the full interview. The full interview is like 3 minutes, I thought. That Jenna is super mad. Are they going for Baron? Did we waste his full teleport cooldown doing that, or does it get refunded if the thing dies? Oh. Oh, rip, this sucks. Okay, they all came back from Baron. Nice. Takes the full cooldown. Good. I just reset my whole Discord. Nice. Okay, cool.
An ally has been slain.
Wind wall. Wind wall. I put up the wind wall. He did put up the wind wall. Did I chat with the Psych person? I did. I'm chatting with Taff after this game.
Walking tall.
I'm just gonna run into a Lux Q and instantly die. Like, that's what's gonna happen.
Ally has been slain.
What? The G Oh, Lux ulted me. Okay. Or not Lux, sorry. Graves ulted me. I thought the Jin W touched me. I was like, there's no way. But it was the...
1.6 million subscribers. Joining me now is the person who operates this anti-work group, Doreen Ford. All right, so Doreen, why do you like the idea of being home, not working, but still getting paid by corporate America?
Yeah, so there's some misconceptions about the movement. So we're a movement where we want to reduce the amount of work that people feel like they're forced to do. And so we want to still put in effort, we want to put in labor, but we don't want to necessarily be in a position where we feel trapped. You know, you just quoted from Office Space where that person feels very trapped in their job. I think we're calling for a society where there's less of that. But yeah, absolutely, people still want to do things. They just want to do things where they feel rewarded and they feel like they're in a good spot in their life and that their job respects them and stuff like that. You know, there's varying.
So
so
Doreen, but you're not being forced to work. This isn't slave labor. You've applied for a job. You've agreed to the terms and conditions of the employment. And
It's so stupid,
you know, you can
dude.
walk away from that job at any time and quit. So I don't understand really what this is about, except it sounds like maybe people are just being
Sorry, I was
lazy.
talking about League, not this
Are you encouraging people to be lazy?
So I think laziness is a virtue in a society where people constantly want you to be productive 24/7, and it's good to have rest. That doesn't mean you should be resting all the time or not putting effort into things that you care about. But I think one of the
What do you
issues
think
with
is like a good work day? How many hours is you know, a solid work day in your ideal society?
Sure. I mean, I think as much as people want. I mean, I personally work. I have like a 25 hour work weeks, which I think is fairly good. So I would like less work hours.
And what do you do, Doreen?
I'm a dog walker.
A dog walker. Okay.
Yes.
And how?
Yeah. So
How
I
old
find a
are
lot
you,
of
if you don't mind me asking?
Sure, I'm 30.
You're 30. Okay. And is there something you want to do besides being a dog walker? Do you aspire to do anything more than dog walking, or is that kind of your pinnacle?
I love working with dogs. If I had to do this for the rest of my life, you know, I wouldn't be super complaining. You know, dogs are wonderful animals. But I would love to teach. I would love to, you know, work with people and stuff like that.
What would you teach, Doreen?
Philosophy mostly. Just introduction to philosophy, critical thinking, reason, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I would love to take your class, Doreen. I would just be taking notes the whole time. And you know what? A professor's a very similar schedule than something that you're imagining. So I think that actually might work perfectly for you. Listen, I think this might not be the greatest idea, but who am I to judge? To each their own, they say. It's a free country.
Sure.
Not
Yeah.
everything's free, you know, but it is a free country. Thank you so much.
Sure.
We got to run. We got to pay the bills.
I don't think it that was the worst interview ever. I mean, for like an anti-work person, I think that could have gone like a million times worse. But apparently the whole anti-work subreddit is like going crazy or whatever. Let's go, Trend. We get Mass CS and XP here. Nice. That's the attitude I want to see. I need 58 gold. I wonder if that kills me instantly in one shot. Why is Diana going? I mean, we might as well lose on a 5v5. Don't try to... You're never getting Baron. Even if you died and got Baron, I think we'd still lose. I don't think you can test Baron with 3 inhibs down. Oh, and she's trying to fight this guy. Okay. Oof. Well, if you're gonna dive, it's probably gonna be rip. Right back.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Integrated Logistics V3 quad stacks your logistics station output, which means your belts are supporting 120 silicon per second input. One input belt can feed 60 T2 smelters and will output 2 unstacked lines at max capacity. Dummy.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Dab, 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 dab.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Destiny pushback WTF.
/raid. Des Tiny.
Feels peak man.
You're a fucking statistician!
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Bingus.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Was in therapy for 5+ers until they saw a BPD. Dedicated my life to recovery. Now in the healthiest relationships of my life. After years of abusive and toxic relationships. VBT a lifesaver.
Do you ever feel like an NPC?
EGS is an amazing convention.
someone else's life?
I wish Destiny would talk with Gadsot about partner selection as well.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Woo. Dr. Octagonapus.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Sorry, white names. I've ascended. Also, fuck you, Destiny. I deadlifted 405 yesterday after years.
Thank you, Steven!
Glug.
/raid. Des Tiny.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking dubstep.
Hi.
You're a genius, dude!
Fuck that subreddit.
Dubstep.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Des Tiny.
77777777777 77777777777 77777777777 77777777777 7777777777777 77777777777
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
$777 of mercury, 777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters.
777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters of mercury, 777 millimeters.
The Lundis core. 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 L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L.
Let's go again. Check ticket today. Hey, 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 hey,
The transparency and age range for YouTube chat versus Twitch chat is astounding.
Please stop making me say L. Jesus fucking Christ. My throat is in unfathomable pain. Make me say L again and I will come to your house and kill you and your entire family. In a video game.
L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
My sprinkler goes like this and comes back like and goes this and then comes back like
My raffle cutter goes soy 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 soy.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Obama, lower, 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 Obama, lower.
Do you guys think Duke Nukem is gonna last forever if you guys do this to him? Do you think he's gonna be okay with that?
Sports, it's in the game.
/raid.
Stephen Benally, a proposition. Would it not be maybe even, possibly, perhaps, the most hilarious thing if you put girly clothes on me. Maybe even bullied me, if just a little. Just imagine how much you'd laugh, possibly come. Whoa.
Yo, Des.
Steven.
What?
Hello.
The
What the fuck is
going
your
on with
name?
this
What
TTS?
is this name? Can you
Not
explain
gonna
it?
lie, it's got me kind of bricked up.
Aftaj.
Taj. Why?
Yeah, it was an acronym, and it meant like the account for the something something, and I forgot what it meant. But like very early on, when I was like sort of getting popular on the internet, people asked me to create a Twitter account, and I just wrote in Taftash because I was like, you know, I need something very quickly, and the name stuck. So now I've got 100K followers, and they're attached to an account that has fantastic search engine optimization, but is horrible to pronounce for Americans.
Cringe. But okay. Cool. What's up?
Not cringe based, even based. You had a conversation with a psychologist? How did that go?
All my conversations go great with educated people. It's only the uneducated, disgusting filth that inhabits the internet that I have problems with. So I'm fine.
I think that bodes well for this conversation for sure.
Don't you have a degree in something?
I do in business.
Yeah,
but
so there you go. Let's get down to business.
Yeah, exactly. Not super relevant to the topic of social policy. But yeah, democracy.
Oh God, it's this conversation. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, democracy, fun. I would say that like I don't believe in democracy as a general rule. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that democracy is bad in all of its forms, but more fundamentally that democracy just like is a fantasy, and when it plays out in real life, it looks a lot more like oligarchy than anything else. So like I would argue that in any political system, there's going to be some group of people who are more willing or more capable to influence the political system than anyone else. Does that seem plausible to you?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm glad you agree, because I think everything sort of builds out from this.
Mhm.
But it's a fundamental critique to like someone like Vosh, who thinks democracy should be used for anything. If you create like a worker co-op where everyone has like democratic control and everything is equal, right?
Wait,
so you've like
wait.
eliminated.
Can I respond a little bit more to your last thing? Because I don't want to feel like I'm copying everything you're saying, okay?
Okay.
I think that in all forms of democracy, there's going to be some forms of like power that are going to be gotten in certain ways. So like in a capitalist country with democracy, we could argue that people with more money might be able to exert more either direct influence and that wealthy people are more likely to vote, or indirect influence and that they are more likely to have more prominent voices in society to influence people. But even in an idealized Vosh world where we would like eliminate all forms of like capitalist democracy, even in like a worker co-op, there's going to be people that are, we can say, have like more social currency than others. Like maybe a very charismatic leader is able to sway the votes of other people, or maybe somebody with like there's never in any conceivable system will there be like a one-to-one, every single person has exactly equal power through the whole strata of society. Depending on the type of society, there's always going to be some people that have more influence than other people, basically. Yeah.
Right. And I think it's a fantastic point about social capital, but it's deeper than that. And that there's going to be a great number of people who just are unwilling or, you know, not interested in exercising democratic power.
Yeah.
So like we can only get something like 60% of people out to vote in a presidential election. It's much less for many state elections. And so most people are totally happy to just delegate that power control to outside forces, to representatives, and so on. So the idea that we'd like have worker or, you know, the public deciding on things is just, you know, it's a fantasy because people on average are not interested in deciding these things. But
or another way to say this might be more harshly, people always criticize like workers are dumb. And I think that might be a hyperbolic way of stating it, but like realistically, like most people don't want to learn the minutia of all the policies, even of their own workplace. A lot of people just want to show up, do their work, go home, have fun with their family, go out drinking on Friday, you know, whatever, and then show up and do it again. And that's kind of what you do. I don't think everybody wants to be like this ultra empowered worker that is like making all these, like, I'm super motivated and interested to know like where the hamburger patties are coming from for my restaurant, and maybe we can make it environmentally more, like, I don't think many people engage with it that way. Or care.
I think this is one problem with like a lot of the co-op or cooperative model discourse is that if you create like a co-op where people are working together and they're all voting collectively and they're all sharing like power over the company, chances are that kind of organization of a company is already selecting for people who are really engaged in wanting to do that. And if you were to like ever, you know, impose that on people in general, most people would not be interested in that. So, I mean, I think we agree that like in any democratic system, there's going to be like a small people who are really exercising power. I think you're one of these people, right? Like when you go
I'm very powerful. Absolutely.
Well, you went to like Georgia and you canvassed like crazy. And your canvassing is having, you know, an enormous amount more impact than someone who just votes.
Or some loser who talks about it on the internet. Yeah.
Or some loser who just talks about it on the internet and doesn't mobilize anyone. Yeah. But I think interestingly too, you ran a candidate in Omaha, right? And did he ever actually get to being voted on by the general population?
No, I got axed from the campaign because somebody wrote a huge hit piece on me. And he almost lost his teaching job over it.
Well, I think this is like the perfect example because there's some people in our
hold on.
culture-
He made it to the election, but I mean, like, yeah, he didn't win anything. But yeah.
He didn't win. He didn't have your support. So, like, despite your relative wealth and influence, like, journalists and the press are able to like exert enormous control on the political movings and dealings of our culture. I think this is like problematic because the press is able to influence so much power, and the press is like in many ways beholden to like the university system, which is like producing journalists. And so you have like a very left-wing university system. It creates think tanks, right? Special interest groups. It creates a lot of the most economically elite people in our society. So, you know, the high-level business interests. And it creates like journalists.
It does. I would argue that I think that that's good. I mean, like, the idea that the press can serve as a check on big capital, I think is not bad. I think that's an okay thing.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think the problematic part is that Americans have really bought their own hype. They're drinking their own Kool-Aid.
Yeah, just
when it
recently,
comes to
or
democracy.
I mean, this is part of the American tradition.
Over time for sure. But like Americans certainly seem to believe in this like conception of democracy as, you know, free and open and like the power stemming from the people. But I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with this. There's a study that comes out of Princeton. It looks at almost 2,000 policy polls over, you know, I think it's about a 20-year period. And what it finds is that the average voter's opinion on a specific position has almost no relevance to whether or not that position gets implemented in policy. And
I feel like
Yeah.
we can go back and forth on those types of things, but okay, go for it.
Well,
I would disagree with where we're going with that, but I don't know how relevant it's going to be to your next point. So,
I mean, I'll elaborate. That's not to say that the average voter's opinion doesn't get implemented. It's to say that their position doesn't have weight on whether it does or doesn't. So when the average voter, when their position on a policy decision coincides with the position of specifically special interest groups, so like the NRA or the AARP or so on, when it coincides with these groups or coincides with the interests of economic elites, that's when it gets implemented. And so the paper finds that like consistently the average, you know, voters' policy preferences do get implemented but it doesn't matter if, 30% of voters believe in it or 90%. It's about the same rate as far as whether or not it's going to get implemented or not. And what really matters is whether it has backing from economic elites and special interest groups.
That might be the case, but I feel like the interplay between those two groups are very important.
Okay.
Is this the Gillinson Page study?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who Sockdon Left is?
Him,
and there have been other people that have made responses to this, kind of like breaking down why maybe it's not quite as dire as this study points to. But I don't know how much we want to dig into all of that. I think that whether or not groups support certain things and whether or not people support certain things and what gets passed as policy, I think is really complicated because of how complicated our system is. And I don't think it's as easy to say like there's a one-to-one draw on like there's a one-to-one comparison where like this is what the public wants and this is what happens. For a variety of reasons. We can say one is because population desire doesn't matter because we have like 50 individual states, right? So say 60% of the population wants something, but that's overrepresented in blue states, and then the Senate doesn't resemble that desire. It's obviously not going to happen. Now, whether that's a good or bad thing is a separate discussion, but it's not just because like the elites are against it. It's because of the population split and how we've got the Senate set up. Another thing might be that a lot of people are in favor of a certain thing, but there are other issues that are more important, so that thing doesn't get passed. So for instance, it might be the case today that the majority of Americans are supporting legalization, I think, of at least marijuana, but like there might be other issues, especially the conservatives, that are more important to vote on, so they'll vote for like an anti-marijuana guy because it's more important to them that like certain things get passed related to the economy or tax cuts or something. The biggest challenge that I usually try to think up of, so like if I'm reading research on something or studies or something, usually I try to back up and I try to think like on a macro level, like can I think of stories or can I think of like, does this seem to be true or am I like getting lost in the weeds? When I think about like whether or not the average voter is represented in the in like the government, I try to think of like, are there huge policies that the government passes that everybody's against, but for some reason, either special interests or corporate elites or manage to get it passed in Congress? I can't really find examples of this ever happening. I can find examples of policies on the edges where there's not a lot of like public fervor, there's not a lot of public interest, where maybe you'll find like here where special interests can really work their magic. So like, let's say for instance, we're talking about, should we ban the ability to drill oil from, surfaces in the ocean that are between 5,000, like something like that? Like, okay, now a special interest can work in Congress and lobby and do this, and most people don't know or care, so maybe they can get some headway. But in terms of like every American really wants this thing and we just can't get it passed through Congress, I think that that's largely a fabrication of polling data, of asking questions in a specific way, and then people run with that and they go like, oh look, well you can see that like the government doesn't represent the will of the people. The most salient example I can think of is Medicare for All, where like if you ask somebody like, should the government provide healthcare to everybody or free healthcare to everybody, it pulls at like 74%. But if you ask it at the other extreme, it's like, should the government ban all private insurance and make government insurance mandatory? It's like 24%. So yeah, I think I'm not as dire on like, does the government represent the will of the people? I don't know how important this point is for the rest of your argument. I can assume that it's true. We can move on from here, or we can fight on this if you want.
Yeah, I mean, just to like clarify a little bit, the polling data used in this study is careful not to include polling data that use like strong hypotheticals. So like an example with like Medicare would be like, would you support a government option if it meant you could never use private insurance again, right? That polls like quite negatively. And so this specific study was careful not to use like those sort of hypotheticals in the polls that they include. But I've also seen criticism of the study, and usually the criticism breaks down to saying something like, it'll say something like, well, if you look at wealthy Americans and their positions, they also weren't highly represented in the government policy decisions, which is also true, right? But I think it's missing the point of the paper, right? And the point of the paper is not that wealthy people have their policy positions implemented. In fact, the point of the paper is specifically that that's not the case, right? It's only like in the specific alignment of like economic elites and special interest groups. And so like, you're also right that special interest groups, they're not passing legislation that is like broadly unpopular. Because also that's not their job, right? Like if there's a special interest group for like farm subsidies, that's not relevant to most Americans. It's relevant to farmers and it's relevant to like voters in Kansas, but not really relevant elsewhere. So, I mean, your point is like correct. The special interest groups tend to represent like sort of niche issues, but like that's, you know, by definition, you know, their job is to represent these like sort of niche border issues.
There's a guy that he's a data nerd in my chat. I don't argue against this guy because he's right about everything else, so you can argue with him too. One of the problems that he's pointing out, or I didn't mean to say that as if like he's knocking down your argument, but this guy seems to do a lot of this kind of stuff. He says, what if my criticism of the study is that the model in the paper has an R-squared of 0.07, meaning the variance in variables is associated with 7% of the variance in outcomes. So simply that the evidence is insufficient to support the claim, and then he's linking a paper. I don't want to dig too hard into this. I don't know how true or untrue this is, or...
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, let's move past that. We don't have to worry about that. For the broader claim, I guess.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, for the broader claim of what you're saying, do you think, or can you think of, just so we're a bit grounded, I guess, in the policy, can you think of some stuff where it's like, this is legislation that should have passed, obviously, but didn't, or this is legislation that definitely shouldn't have passed, but somehow did, that would show like, well, look, I think that the elites or some ruling body is kind of like corrupting the government here? Do you have any examples of that, or can you think of anything like that?
I mean, I think if you want to broaden it out to like, so we're not like in the weeds with, sorry, messing with my camera. So we're not in the weeds with like a very specific data argument. I would just say that like, it's only natural that in a political system, the people who have the most power and the most willingness to influence the politics are going to. And we've established that like hypothetically and with your sort of, you know, conversing with you, where we agree that these like special interest groups who are highly motivated are probably going to work a lot harder to influence politics than like if you take a broad opinion poll, you know, on Americans on any issue, you're going to get a lot of people who, you know, on the paper or on the phone, they'll say, yeah, I want this, right? But they're not necessarily going to go out or vote or make their voice heard in politics. So I think this understanding of like America and democracy as a whole as something that is in large part influenced by like the interests of people who are highly motivated and highly capable. I think it's an important thing to recognize because...
Do you think, or do you worry that like when you see, say, somebody like Donald Trump get elected, this is somebody who I think was opposed like by literally everybody in the establishment. The media hated him. Both parties hated him. But the people, at least the Republican Party, seemed to like be super obsessed with him, and that was enough for him to make it through and break through all the processes. Does somebody like that challenge?
Then look at like what the people wanted, right? So like the people who voted for Donald Trump, they voted for him on the promises that he would build the wall and drain the swamp. And what did we get? And probably also like withdraw from Afghanistan, stop being so interventionist, which he started the process of. Give him credit for that. But he didn't drain the swamp. He didn't like crack down on corruption, and he didn't build the wall. So these are like broadly popular things, which people are voting for him on, which didn't get implemented. And of course, you know, he can't do that without the allyship of a great number of people in the Senate and in the House. And that allyship comes with the allyship of broader establishment, right? Broader establishment that's able to create canvassing groups to get politicians who are supportive elected. And so
I
on.
agree with that, but I think that the thing that so this is going to be the broader trend of every argument I make. I agree that what you're saying is true. I don't agree that those things are like their own kind of thing that exists as kind of like these like political vampires. I would say that these things exist because they draw so much power from the groups that tend to support them. So like we hate the fact that like McConnell has so much power, or that, you know, whatever politicians, you know, we hate them, you know, Manchin or Sinema. But the reality is they're not there as just like a foil to the system to show us how the illusion of democracy that we live under. They're there because they draw their power in real part from people that actually do support these politicians.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. And what you're getting at is this like understanding of American politics as something that is like highly regionalized,
For sure.
and highly like fractured and like pushed to the local level. So, like voters in West Virginia who elected Joe Manchin and like Joe Manchin because he's this moderate guy, their positions in politics are, I mean, those voters probably feel highly represented right now. You know, they can look at the political system and say, wow, yeah, my positions, glad I voted for this guy. Like he's stopping bills, he's like representing my interests. But if you're a voter in California, of which there are many more, or a voter in New York, right, these voters are less represented.
Sure, because of the
on
structure of
ballot.
our Senate and even the Electoral College
Right.
too, arguably, sure.
And so I agree that like you're pointing out that the structure encourages this kind of political fracturing. And I would say that the end result of that political fracturing is that the interests of special interest groups and economic elites are more represented in the data.
Okay, let's go to the next parts of this and we'll see if we agree or disagree on places, I guess. Well, I guess, or maybe this is where we so I believe that my broader narrative is I believe that the American system is actually highly effective. I think that it does what it wants to do exceedingly well. And I think that all of the problems that we're seeing aren't, it feels like sometimes people want to argue that the problems that exist today in American politics are artifacts of our system. Whereas I would say that the problems that exist today in the American system are features of the system. So for instance, like when we say that like we have a Congress that can't pass any legislation, I would say that that's true, but that probably should be the case because we have a historically divided America. Yeah, so I think a lot of what I'm going to say is like I'll agree that like, yeah, there are problems, but I would argue that the problems come from the people, not the system. And that the only way to be able to rectify those problems is going to be to like fundamentally change like how we weight different people's, I guess, voices, which some people would argue we already do weight them a little bit differently because of the Senate and the presidency. And I guess we could talk about that more specifically if you want, but yeah, okay. Cool.
Well, if I can take this in a little bit of a different direction.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't necessarily think it's a problem that the average voter is not being represented in Congress or in the policies that are implemented, right? If we agree that like on balance, there's like some voters who are going to be more represented, some voters that aren't. And
yeah, I probably would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, you know, we agree that there's like not this like overwhelming representation of like majority will. I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. But what I think we need to do is recognize that and recognize the influences on American politics as real. So like I talked about this a little bit earlier, but like the university system and like elite universities, which produce think tanks, journalists, you know, economic elites and so on, these universities and the beliefs taught in them have enormous impact on the kind of bills that end up getting written and debated. And so I think if you want to understand, you know, how bills are really created, you have to first understand like the influence of these elite educational institutions. And when we look at America and its history of, I know this is contentious, but like, you know, leftward positioning, where like if you were to take a conservative from 60 years ago who, you know, 60 years ago, or I guess like 80 years ago, who's opposing like segregation, you know, they're going to, or is opposing desegregation. Take them, put them in today, they're going to be on the extreme, like fringe far right.
Yeah.
And in general, I think, you know, 20 years ago, and they're opposing gay marriage. Even liberals like Obama are not explicitly for gay marriage. If you were to take a liberal who's like against gay marriage, put them in present time, they're going to be, again, on like the weird far right, or they're going to be in like the weird excluded part of their party. And so I think that we need to understand that like this leftward shift is really, it's coming from the universities. And I think that produces like a number of problems. So I don't know if you saw, there's this like Jordan Peterson video that was released where he talks about like diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
Okay.
Things like affirmative action, right? And committees that say that we need X amount of Black or brown representation in our schooling. Those kind of committees and those kind of requirements, which place skin color as a more important quality or an important quality that can sometimes take precedence over test scores or aptitude, is the kind of thing that I think undermines the meritocracy and the legitimacy of the kinds of policies that are coming down from educational institutions. And so when you have like a massive replication crisis in social sciences, and these social sciences are also having a massive impact on American policy, I think that's when you have like some issue.
Yeah, so there's a couple parts. So I think that there are legitimate conversations to have about affirmative action. I don't know if I would say that it's always like it's just like on its own principle like a bad thing. That might be a separate conversation we could have. I do think that some of the diversity and equitable things are a little bit cringe when you're trying to specific like. So I think in California they try to say like every company board should have at least one woman on it or something like that. Is like kind of weird. There's that, and then oh god, fuck. What was the second part of what you said? What did you end with?
Oh, it's a little bit scary to me that it's like eroding the sort of meritocracy, and I don't think it's a problem if like elites and special interest groups are having a huge impact on politics, as long as those elites and special interest groups are, you know, demonstrated to be highly educated and effective at delivering good policy. And so when you have like an erosion of institutions as credible sources of knowledge, that's when I think it becomes problematic for these areas to have, you know, an outsized influence. Does that seem plausible to you? A lot to think about.
So reforming it, the idea is that society is moving more left, and you believe that the reason why society is moving more left is because policymakers are overrepresented from places of educational institutions
that are very left-wing. Yeah.
Don't there exist like pretty right-wing like think tanks and things like I think the Heritage Foundation or like the Cato Institute? Like, aren't these relatively educated bodies? Also in schools, isn't usually said that like your econ department or your business department tends to be a bit more conservative than like the rest of the school?
Yeah, I mean, these are both true things.
I guess like one of the scary things is that like I think I can agree with you a little bit on principle. I guess I would one question, or I could agree with you a little bit into what you're saying, but then one question would be like, is it my fault or should I care if it's overrepresented on the left right now when the right just seems to be just so batshit fucking insane? So like, for instance, I think it's really important to have two strong opposition forces to figure out good agreement in the middle. I think that's incredibly important, but I don't think that the Republicans offer a sane alternative to the left at the moment. I think there's good conversations to be had about like, okay, climate change is real, but we need to be mindful of the economic harm. There does exist some level of like racial disparity in the United States, but maybe the answer isn't like mass affirmative action and, you know, like rioting all over the place. Like, I think that these things are important to think about, but it feels like sometimes that I don't get good alternatives on the right, because it's just like, you know, like climate change is totally fake and it's a hoax by China and the Wuhan virus was made by China, and it's like, okay, well, fuck, where is my opposition party here that I can, you know, that I feel like represents a good pull against the left in the United States at the moment?
Yeah, this is a good point. I think you have to be like, in a way, sort of crazy or weird to be on the right.
Yeah, unfortunately. Or not a conservative, but to be a Republican. Yeah.
Sure. But also, I mean, to be like someone who seriously questions democratic institutions, you have to be already a little bit weird to do that, or very willing to search for the truth if it might contradict, you know, what you've been told. Because, you know, you grow up, you're in elementary school, and you get this like nice little prepackaged understanding of the American Revolution and democracy and how our system works. And that perception of like power flowing from the people is something that gets reinforced over and over. And to question that at all, I think already puts you probably in a camp of maybe being a little bit weird. And so it's not surprising to me that also like a lot of these people believe, you know, other very strange things. But I mean, just because like it might be a little bit weird, I don't think that we need to necessarily like throw the baby out with the bathwater. What we really need is like a serious intellectual movement from the right.
Yeah.
And I would love if right wingers could work together to model a way of intellectually conceptualizing the world that is able to paint a compelling narrative to contend with the left wing. And the left wing, like, they have a lot of, you know, intellectuals and people who are very smart and very good at analyzing data, and people who are producing studies, and left wingers who are peer reviewing the studies and publishing them, and so on. And so there's certainly a left wing intellectual movement, and it grants a lot of credence to left wing ideas. So, like I mentioned, like the replicability crisis in sociology. The other half of that is that like a lot of people in social sciences are starting out as people who are progressives. So the kind of questions that they're going to ask, the kind of data that they're going to search for, and the kind of data that they're going to find legitimate or not legitimate in a study is going to be biased, I think, in some way towards the left wing.
Sure.
And
I will. Something that I'll challenge real quick before we get too far on this one, though. I feel like the replication crisis is wielded a little bit too much by people on the right as a way to discourage the social sciences, when I think the replication crisis, what it's supposed to point to, is an issue with potentially the peer review process. Everybody likes to point to the social sciences having a lot of issues with replicating studies, but that was ubiquitous among all sciences, even like physics and chemistry. The percentages weren't as high, but they were scary. It was still like, I think 20, 30, 40, 50% for like
it's like an order of magnitude difference. But yeah, there is
a
problem in both.
There might even be like a clean Wikipedia page on this, but I thought it was like in some of the social sciences it was like 50 or 60%, but I think like in some of the harder sciences it was still like 20 or 30%. So there was a big difference in the social sciences, but it was shockingly high for the harder sciences as well. And I think the problem was just that I feel like the replication crisis, everybody uses it to attack sociology, but I feel like the bigger problem was just that publishing like verifying experiment results is not very sexy. There's not a lot of like money in like verifying the results of certain experiments. There's not a lot of excitement in doing that. So like that's like a critique of how we raise money and do grants and everything for our system. It's not necessarily like the slam dunk, like, look, sociology is garbage, that I feel like a lot of people represent the replication crisis as being. If you have a source or a link on that where I'm totally wrong on that, feel free to correct me. But
I don't know the exact numbers, but you're absolutely right that there's like a problem with the peer review process in this way, and also in this incentive structure. So like another example that I've heard given is that like if you're getting grants for a study that's going to show that like, you know, chocolate is really good for you, that's like great, exciting news. It's going to be published everywhere. So there's like a massive incentive for that. And so sort of like you see this a lot in like health sciences where you go back and forth on like publishing that this food is like really great, or this food or that, and it makes headlines. It's good for getting money, people like it, right? So there's this like incentive structure in place to sort of look for results that are going to look good. And so like, you know, they talk about like p hacking, right? And or maybe like getting lots of different variables and just seeing like which one, you know, you throw them at the wall until something works, and so on. And so I mean, like, there's a study about like names and whether or not you're more or less likely to get hired based off of a job application, based on like whether your name is traditionally associated with this racial group or that racial group. Now, I think these studies have been proven to have a pretty consistent effect, but it's very easy to imagine a world where you just like throw lots of names at the wall. You know, send in lots and lots of applications, and eventually you're going to get a really black sounding name. And just by chance, it's going to get far fewer, you know, application requests or interview requests. And you compare that then to your like whitest sounding name that also got the most interview requests. And you draw this conclusion that like, wow, we sent this to like so many people, and, you know, the p-value is so low that the chance of this happening randomly is so low. But then you omit the fact that you like also included so many other names that didn't have relevant factors. Now, this is like a hypothetical scenario because I think that this this evidence has been suggested to be like pretty firm and like pretty good. But, you know, it's an example of how you can test many variables and search for the kind of result that you want. So, I mean, when we look at like the political bias of these institutions, I think it's, again, problematic because there's this peer review process that people are going to be more incentivized to know, well, my peers, they tend to be more progressive people. And so if I want my study to be published, I know that, you know, in some small way, and it might be very small, there's going to be an edge given to papers that are validating progressive worldviews.
Yeah, that definitely could potentially be an issue. I agree that it is. It's just hard to find the solution to that sometimes when the mainstream Republican views are so detached from reality. Like, it's refreshing and fun to have intelligent conversations with conservatives sometimes, but goddamn, take for instance like the idea behind like trickle down wealth for like a strategy for getting money to poor people. It's just like empirically and even case by case, like if you've ever had any experience running a business, you know that this is like a ridiculous way to do wealth transfer. It's never going to happen. You're never going to willingly increase the cost of doing business as an employer. You just wouldn't do that. But so many Republicans still buy into this, or anything related to so many of the sciences and everything too, where you run into these issues of like just the Republican Party is so anti-intellectual and anti-institution and anti-university. I don't know what the solution is to that or how you break through that to like establish a healthy Republican mindset where it's like, hey, it's okay to, you know, engage with science and not be like a crazy reality denier. Like there are conservative answers to some of these questions. They can exist, but you have to do the work to find them. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I would say the answer is just making sure that universities are very neutral spaces. So
yeah, that shit is fucked now.
I mean, think about like, there's been lots of discourse about critical race theory. And I'll say, as someone who's like more right-leaning, that I don't necessarily think that critical race theory should be banned in schools. I think it's fine to teach critical race theory. I think the problem is that the professors who teach critical race theory are true believers in critical race theory. And you'll rarely find a professor who is teaching critical race theory who is not, as part of the theory, engaging in something called praxis, right? Like theory and action mix.
It'd be like, so like we would say that like learning about Catholicism in college is probably a good thing. We should learn about religions, but people would probably feel a little bit differently about it if it was like Catholic priests teaching about Catholicisms or like imams coming in and teaching about Islam or whatever. It'd be like, wait, hold on a second. I don't know how I feel. Now it feels a little bit different. There's a different character.
Yeah, precisely. Where the students should not be like propagandized towards, or even if like a professor is trying their best to be neutral, say like, you know, someone raises their hand in class and they express an opinion that is supportive of the critical race theory that they're teaching. And they say, okay, yeah, good, thanks for sharing. And then someone raises their hand and expresses a viewpoint that is critical of the theory that's being taught. And then the professor, who frankly speaking, is probably going to know a lot more. Is going to be much more informed, much more capable of having a conversation about it. Then the professor will publicly, debate or question the student.
It's like the old meme of like, one day a brave atheist stood up in class and tried to challenge the professor on, the professor said God doesn't believe in evil, and then the professor left the classroom shaking. Except in reality, it's always the other way around. Yeah, I largely agree with this. I think I largely agree with what you're saying. I think something that upset me a lot, it's happened with other things, but I'm more familiar with the Rittenhouse stuff since we talked about it so much. But did you ever see a lot of the letters that universities sent out related to the Rittenhouse stuff?
I didn't.
It was incredibly disappointing. So like a good college letter might be something like, there was a very challenging verdict that came out of a court case. Like we invite everybody to discuss and share their feelings on it, make sure that the debate is healthy, make sure whatever, like make sure that you stay, as dispassionate as possible because we are intellectuals in college, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't the case at all. It was like people were sending out emails where it's like a very troubling and upsetting verdict came out of the white supremacist justice systems of the United States today. We understand that many students are going to be traumatized by this. Health counselors are standing by. And I'm like, bro, are you fucking serious? I think even my college, my alma mater or whatever, I don't know if I can say that, I flunked. But even my college, like the letter that they sent, I was like, are you actually serious? It was basically everybody was saying that like Rittenhouse is like this white supremacist Nazi murderer, and it was the worst verdict ever in all of human history, and there was no room for conversation. Like that was it. Like they sent the letters out, and that's it. Boom. And rather than having like college be a place where we can explore and debate ideas, it's become like way more, this is the narrative and this is what everybody's going to believe, and if you don't, then fuck you, or you're going to get canceled, or you're going to get whatever. Yeah. A similar thing is unfortunately happening inside the ACLU in the United States today, I would say. But where the ACLU is coming out and making statements about stuff that, quite frankly, they just have no business talking about. I don't give a fuck about the ACU's like place on like racial equality or whatever. That's not what the ACLU was originally ever designed to deal with. But now they seem way more concerned with like social justice than what they were originally for, which was really the defense of the First Amendment and then kind of the Second Amendment. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, part of it too is just universities are trying to attract students, and students tend to be young. Young people tend to be very progressive.
Yeah.
And so if you're a university that is neutral, is challenging or just neutral on these sorts of issues, that's going to like ultimately hurt your bottom line. And so the incentive is always for universities to take these like more left-wing stances.
Yeah.
And again, like, I think understanding that relationship between universities and the most successful, powerful people in society, right? Like, I mean, just like on the basis of your average college graduate's going to earn more, right? And be more likely to engage in politics, to have much more influence in politics than another person who's not college educated. And then when you understand that, like, well, there are these incentive structures in place for universities to be very left-wing, I think you start to understand and to validate left-wing beliefs, right, through studies. I think you start to understand how we've gotten to this point where it just seems like so crazy to be a conservative, and we've got this like cultural force that is so supportive of the progressive movement. But I mean, like, more than that, I think in regards to choosing politicians, it seems to me that there's like, if I were to hire for a company, right, and I wanted my CEO to deliver like good results for the company, I would not go to the general public, the American public, and like do a poll on who should be our CEO. I'd probably like create a committee, and I would do interviews for people, look at their qualified, past experience, and I'd hire based on that. And I would create like a high degree of financial incentivization to do well in the company. And I would fire them easily if they were not able to deliver.
Yeah.
So
have you ever seen the movie Sunshine?
I have not.
Oh, fuck. There's a really funny moment in this movie. It's an interesting movie, but it's reminding me of what you're saying. There was a funny moment where they have to decide whether or not they want to embark. On a really risky part of their like space mission, and at one point one of the characters says, "All right, well, we're going to take a vote on this," and then another character shuts him down and it's like, "We're not going to fucking vote on this. Like, we're a group of highly trained scientists. We're going to make the most informed decision we can. And we're going to go with that." So it kind of playing into what you're saying. Like, if we wanted to figure out what the best thing to do for business, we wouldn't just like throw it up to a vote. Like, we would have a committee of specially trained people that would be evaluating based on known metrics or whatever for what decision you want to make moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And I think we've got like a system in America where sort of there are like intellectual powerhouses in the universities that try to give like the best kinds of policy based on data to politicians and to think tanks and so on. But the erosion of meritocracy in these institutions, I think, is probably a serious problem for the legitimacy of that.
Potentially, yeah. I think there's a balancing act for all of it, but like, I don't think there are times where forcing some level of diversity. I think there are times when forcing some level of diversity can produce positive outcomes, because markets sometimes can be slow to react to things. Like, there have been a lot of studies showing that you can fudge the minimum wage a bit higher than it is and have almost no downside on any of the workers. There was a popular one that was looking at restaurants between, I want to say it was New Jersey and New York or something, but it was like 2 neighboring cities. So like there was so much in the controls that were the same for both. And I think the minimum wage bumped up like $2 or $3 higher, or it might have been New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Yeah, the minimum wage bumped up higher for one state, and there was almost no negative impact on unemployment at all. So there's like an example of like where maybe the markets aren't always as steadfastly rational as we'd like them to be, and they can be a little slow. So a nudge in one direction is good. But I mean, I definitely agree that it goes a little bit too far in the other direction sometimes, for sure. I wouldn't argue with that. Or it has gone incredibly far in one direction right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And again, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that democracy is bad per se, but that people need to be really cognizant of how a democracy is actually working in practice, and the understanding of like democracy as a system that inherently tends towards oligarchy, I think could help deconstruct people's views that like democracy is some principal goal of which society needs to be oriented towards, and maybe introduce people to new lines of thinking that, well, maybe we can create systems that are less democratic but might have ultimately similar outcomes, provided there are still checks and balances on the kind of oligarchic power which is putting policy into place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would necessarily understand. I fight with a lot of people sometimes who don't understand how our system works, and then sometimes people can get distraught with the system without even knowing how it works. So, for instance, we might have a federal election, and the people are upset about why criminal justice or policing policies haven't changed at all. And it's like the federal government has nothing to do with how cities and states run their individual police forces. Yeah, it's all local. And then understanding who votes is very important. So, white, affluent people, white, affluent, educated people tend to be like the most represented voters. So like when you're looking at a city and you see that only like 24% of people voted in the last election, well, we can guess that it's going to be heavily weighted towards a certain population. Oh, white, affluent, and older people. That was the third one I was looking for. And then when we start to see like who's voting in these elections, what we actually see is it's not very surprising that nothing is being done about, like, say, criminal justice, because old white people don't get arrested. They don't give a fuck about the criminal justice system. So yeah, it's good to have like a realistic understanding of what the system is actually doing, so that you can either engage with it in a way to change it, or I guess like at least hate it for the right reasons. Yeah.
I read a book a while back, actually on I think your suggestion or your community's suggestion, called "Politics is for Power."
Oh, that was my suggestion. Yeah. That's a good book.
Huh?
That was my
Oh,
suggestion.
yeah.
Don't
But
give
in
my
the-
community
in the-
credit for my shit. Okay.
Your shit. In the book, they talk about this like case of this union guy, and in the city that he's in, like the ability to get elected or to get policy passed is like massively dependent on him, and getting him to like get his community to rally behind you. And I think this is like another. I mean, that book is just like full of examples of how necessary it is to have like the influential people in your local district, supporting you if you want to get anything done.
Oh, was this the older guy that was like foreign born, where they talked about how
Yeah.
like the mayor would send people to like shovel this dude's driveway because yeah.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, it's so striking how like single individuals can have so much impact.
power. And he started, I think, it's been a while since I've read it, but I think that guy started from like when he immigrated over 20 or 30 years ago. I think he was just helping people fill out like mail-in forms or something. He just like, so people around the community started to know him, and I think they called him the boss. So people would like go to him for help with like small things. But eventually he wielded a significant amount of local power, such that there were local politicians that would skirt him or not skirt him, try to like appease him for like favors and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And like I've done some like local politics stuff as well. And I think anyone who's worked in these like areas knows like just how much power like single individuals can have, or like small groups. Like the city council might be elected and like might have their positions because of only like 10% of the city.
Yeah.
And it's just like, in a sense, it's like democratic because everyone can vote, but realistically that is not what happens.
And when you're talking about like a city and it's 10% of the city is voting, and then you only need like 40% theoretically, depending on how the primaries go, that like one person that's like connected to 200 or 300 people can represent like a huge voter block. Yeah. Whereas federally, we're so obsessed with the like winning by 100,000 votes or 300,000 votes, or this like in a city level, it's the elections are way fucking closer. Yeah.
Yeah. So we need like mechanisms to get politicians out of office if they're doing poorly. But the idea that like our politicians do good because like the majority of people support them and the majority of people like tend to have the right positions or are representing their own like interests is just like not at all accurate to the actual reality of politics.
Sure.
Good stuff. I'm glad you agree with me on these issues.
I'll agree on a lot of the issues. This is why I'm so popular among conservatives these days, I guess. I'll agree on a lot of the issues. I guess what we fight sometimes is what the solution should be. Yeah, because I do think that, like, and I think even you largely agree, like, Republicans are just fucking crazy. Like,
a lot of times. Yeah.
So when we talk about like liberals and far left people are way overrepresented in these institutions, I'm not going to disagree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But like,
you're like, good, hell yeah.
Yeah, but like, do I want Republicans there instead? Fuck no. Like, you know, like some dude that's talking about how like black people need to learn math differently because he's like super bought into some weird CRT shit. That's super cringe. But like the other dude who's like, black people should be fully caught up with white people at this point. There's no reason for them to be doing bad other than the fact that there's black and their culture sucks. It's like, I don't know about that one either, Chief. Yeah, the lack of sane alternative like really drives me fucking crazy. It's really bad. It really upsets me. Because we shouldn't be as fucked as we are today politically, but we are because the right has no good answers to anything. They're garbage. Trump is fucking insane. Like, the guy didn't believe in climate change. He lied up until he couldn't anymore, that like the virus was fake, that nobody was actually sick in America. Just like it's just so horrible. Yeah, I don't know. Just it drives me crazy that there's no viable alternative on the other end.
You think like a good start might be to create more transparency in like the schooling system, or in some way mandate that there's like a little bit more representation of conservative or right-leaning views, just to counteract the natural tendency of these organizations to be left-wing.
I don't even know if you could do that. I feel like if you were to even suggest that, I think people would like start killing themselves. Like the idea of like having to share a platform with somebody that like isn't 100% the most woke left person possible.
Isn't that quite bad?
Yeah, it is. It's the university stuff in the U.S. has gotten unbelievably out of control recently. Over the past like it's been a long time coming, I guess, but especially over the past like 5 years since Trump, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about the Brett Weinstein guy?
A little bit, but not a ton.
Annoying fucking moron, super dipshit. But like how he got his start, his claim to fame. Did you ever hear anything about this? Like where he came from, kind of?
I don't think so.
His fucking the fucking university he was a part of. They had like so a long time ago, black people weren't allowed to go to school because it was segregated, and so their school, they wanted to celebrate this history by having a day where white people weren't supposed to go to school. And I think he opposed that on obvious grounds because that's fucking cringe. And he got like basically canceled over it. I think they forced his resignation. I don't know if he had a license pulled or something. I don't think it was that serious, but like he basically got kicked out of that college. And it was like, are you serious? Like this is absolutely fucking insane. I don't know.
But that contributes to this, like, you know, when the left does like fucking insane things, right? It gives credence to the right to also do fucking insane
crazy things. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. So like when I try to argue that like BLM is important, and then people on the left are saying things like when some other shooting happens and it's like obviously the guy fucked up and the cops probably did what they needed to do, and then people want to defend like the Makia girl that stabbed the other fucking girl, and people are like, oh, another pig cop, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, fuck. Like
what is she supposed to do?
Yeah,
let her stab her?
Yeah, the most annoying thing is that like I have to fight on both ends. I've explained this while arguing with my mom, where any conversation I have with my mom, I have to immediately concede like 15 crazy things the left has done before trying to convince her that the right is also crazy. And you're already like lost at that point. You look horrible. I remember there was the huge one with my mom that took a while for her to get over, was the high school students that were demonized by CNN about near it was like the Indian protesters or whatever.
Yeah.
And they tried to shoot this video that made it look like they were being unbelievably antagonistic. And it basically was
like
the exact...
smirking kid.
Yeah. And this kid was like fucking 16 or some shit. I was like, are you serious? I don't know. Yeah, it's very, very, very fucking annoying. It's hard to explain to people that like you are doing an actual damage to your movement when you act like fucking lunatics. You're actually destroying your movement by acting in this way. It's very irritating to try to make people understand that.
Well, in a way, I think the movement survives, but the movement becomes like more predicated on falsehoods, and that like those sort of like false things and misinformation just contribute to like a culture of toxicity and a culture of like degradation of truth and like valuable, virtues in society. So like if you are constantly spewing misinformation, you legitimize the other side to also spew misinformation.
Yep.
And on balance, these two ideas can like compete with each other if they're both agreeing to like spew misinformation. But it's like worse for everyone as an end result. And so personally, I think it would be really good to see like more transparency in schools as far as what is being taught, how it's being taught. I also think it'd be good to create some sort of system, and I'm not exactly sure how you'd implement this, but some kind of incentive for colleges to open up to a broader diversity of opinions and to counterweigh some of that progressive shift in universities.
I think the issue is that is capitalism and democracy. So this is where I'll break with my analysis from the right is when people complain about this, I think the problem is that our democracy is incredibly effective, and a lot of our markets are really effective too, which I think makes it hard to alleviate this problem. Like you said before, there is a huge selection criterion that goes on with kids when they think about like the reputations of schools and everything, and it's hard to tell schools, well, we need you to act a little bit more proper. And make sure you're maintaining a neutrality of viewpoints when they're like, I could do that, but also my business is going to fucking fail, It's kind of like how on one end, I'll criticize the fuck out of companies for buckling sometimes to public pressure over stupid college kids crying about some shit. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, well, if you are a publicly traded company, you get a board of shareholders, and you look like you're about to lose money because some employee, accidentally used the word blacks instead of black Americans or black people. It's like, okay, well, fuck, I guess I'm a little bit empathetic because if our market system works, like, maybe they have to act in that way. It's a hard problem to correct for when I think that they're just responding to how society is acting sometimes, like they technically, in a free market democratic system, colleges are doing the right thing. They should be censoring conservatives as much as possible because conservative viewpoints can be harmful to a business's bottom line, and a business does only exist to make money for the shareholders. So there has to be some like third-party government intervention there or something to stop it, because I don't think I would ever expect the market to solve for it.
I think this is a great insight. And actually, I break from the right here too as well. I don't know if you've been following on Twitter, like the discourse around SNAP benefits and like health and security and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think a lot of companies have a lot of incentive to create like not nutritionally beneficial, but actually like incredibly addicting, dangerous food that is not going to,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, not really going to sate people, give them energy, not going to help people like in the long term. And so this is like another case where like the market clearly has incentives for something, but those incentives contribute to a degradation of society as a whole. I mean, that's like dramatic, right? But like what I'm saying is that like there's an incentive to create food that is not going to help people. It's going to satiate their immediate pleasures. And in some sense, like the ideal business model for short-term profits and gain is the opium den. And the closer you can get to the opium den, if you're creating a social media platform that's highly addictive, that appeals to people, keeps them scrolling for hours, you don't necessarily care about the well-being.
Yeah, this is why I get so fucking upset every time I see somebody else shitting on Facebook. Like, people are like, why is Facebook playing into the fake news? It's like, bro, their job is to get you to click shit. Like, if the last vanguard of American democracy is a private firm whose goal is to show you as much radical shit as possible to keep you clicking on ads, like, you're fucked. You're so fucked. It's like a fundamental misunderstanding of what you expect different actors in a market to do. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's really upsetting to me that people don't know that sometimes. So you'll get people relentlessly shitting on Facebook for doing what we would expect Facebook to do in any business environment, acting as any firm should. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And like, if this if Facebook is creating this product that's highly addictive
Mm-hmm.
in the economy, that's represented by like GDP increasing as people consume more
Mhm.
and are willing to consume more, and people are like, you know, advertisers are buying more space on the platform and so on,
Mhm.
right? So it's represented by these like economic metrics as something that's good. But then you look at like social media use in teenagers and you find out that it has these destructive effects on their mental health
Yeah,
and their mental well-being.
inarguably, yeah.
And like people's ability to like have long attention spans, like their dopamine receptors get fried by these things. So I think a lot of culture and policy and governmental action is really about like keeping people from engaging in these like short-term destructive things, keeping businesses from like pursuing short-term destructive profits.
Yeah, we could call them like, broadly speaking, I think it's fair to call these externalities. These are all negative externalities of doing business that aren't directly accounted for in the profit or loss or whatever of any given business. And this is literally the reason why government exists as a check on private industry sometimes. It should be able to deal with these types of problems. Like environmental damages. Companies don't pay anything for environmental damages, so maybe cap and trade is a good way to deal with that, or something like a carbon tax, you know? Just something to make there be some actual cost of harming society, because right now you don't usually pay a cost for it, and oftentimes, unfortunately, you can be rewarded for it.
Yeah, and this is why I'm not like on the super libertarian side where they don't believe in like any restrictions, because I think we can clearly see how private companies are incentivized to sometimes create these business models that are really destructive. And like you said, you know, they're externalizing those costs onto broader society rather than having them incorporated. Have you read anything about the SNAP benefit discourse?
All I've seen are people basically wondering. I'm gonna be honest. I wonder this too when I walk by certain stores, like, maybe this isn't what it's right now, but it has to do with like how people can basically use SNAP on like fast food or like candy and shit, right? Yeah. Somebody, did you follow Bloomberg at all? The guy that ran.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. He seems like a really smart guy. When I've listened to him talk, he says a lot of stuff where it's like, this guy's really smart. I don't know why none of that translated to anything he said on the campaign trail, because, oh my God, was he a fucking buffoon. But I heard him talk once about a sugar tax before, and he brought up something. He said something. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I'm.
Oh, he was arguing with somebody. Yeah, and somebody brought up like, well, I don't know, Bloomberg. Like, I don't know how I feel about sugar taxes. They're very regressive. And Bloomberg was like, good. They should be. There should be some kinds of regressive things on society, because like poor people are adversely hurt by these way more than anybody else. Rich people aren't hurt as much by sugary foods and shit. They tend to have healthier lifestyles, tend to have healthier diets, tend to be less stressed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, these things do hurt poor people more. It's okay if some taxation is regressive if we're trying to demotivate certain individuals in society from engaging in certain behavior. And I thought that was an interesting point, that most people aren't willing to like stake out a position and say something like that, you know?
Well, we talked a little bit about Sockdom Left earlier, but like I was talking to him on Twitter, just in like a group DM, and one of the points that he made, which I thought was quite insightful, was that if you are creating these like taxes on ingredients that aren't nutritional, or creating like tax incentives for nutritional food, then you might be able to, you know, allow SNAP benefits to apply to any kind of food. But on the other end, you're increasing their price through taxes, or creating an incentive for these health food companies to just like modify their ingredient lists to be more healthy and more beneficial for people.
I think that's okay, though. The second part, I bring this example up a lot. I remember it was really funny that in my high school, a long time ago, we were having debates over whether or not fast food should be served in schools or not. I'm 33. I don't know if this is still a debate or if it was settled or whatever in high school or in schools in general. And I remember that in my high school, there were new guidelines, I think, that were released across the country saying that, like, oh, okay, well, if you want to, we're only going to allow these types of foods to exist in schools anymore. We're not going to let like these fast food companies, blah, blah, blah. And then people got really ass mad because all of like the fast food people, they basically slightly modified their stuff to make their food a little more healthy so that people could sell fast food in schools. And people got really mad at that they were still showing up in schools. But I was like, well, I thought that was the point. Like, isn't it better now that they've made their stuff more healthy so that now people can buy them? Like, if we make a hoop for you to jump through and you're willing to jump through the hoop, then I think that should be considered a success. Like, it's a policy success, right?
Yeah, totally. And so like, if the tax burden on sugary food results in like fast food companies changing their nutritional makeup so it's healthier, then great. Then like good that the SNAP benefits still apply to them,
Yeah.
and that poor people can get food paid for by the government, and that food's going to be healthier.
Mhm.
So, and that was like a solution that I wasn't necessarily thinking of because I was just caught up in the discourse. But like to his credit, I think that was pretty insightful.
Mm-hmm. Like I think if you ever go to the UK, and I can't do this because I'm an American, but if you go to the UK and you ever drink a Coke, holy shit, they taste like ass, okay? Because Coke has modified its formula in the UK to not have as much sugar. I think it's like 10 or 15 grams in a bottle of Coke versus like 40 or 50 in the West. It's dramatically different. But I'm sure that like people in the UK at some point probably don't notice anymore. They're like, oh, okay, whatever, it's just like Coke. So I think I would say that like a positive, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's good because I think some things you need to sacrifice sometimes, some
course.
pleasure in life.
You have to,
for
yeah.
benefit.
Mhm.
And one of my problems with like the left is this constant insistence that like people just should have access to like
Everything.
whatever pleasures
Every
they want.
person should have everything in life that they want, maybe hopefully without even having to work.
Yeah. No, yeah, because I think there's like someone on Twitter is saying that like it's oppression for the government to like not pay for fast food for people to eat. And that is like shocking to me because it's like only in America could like, or only in this like modern age can it be considered like oppression to like not have food paid for you of like a specific kind.
Yeah.
That is, somewhat unhealthy.
Everything is oppression. Everything is white supremacy. It gets a little tiring to read it.
It was called authoritarianism, to be clear.
Gotcha.
But yeah, cool. Good talking, Stephen. You're going to be on the Dylan panel, right?
Fuck, is that tonight?
No.
Oh. Yeah,
it's
I
like
will
in
be.
a few days.
Are you like doing politics now on Twitch?
I'm trying to get into it.
Okay, good.
Do you have any advice for me?
Yeah, keep going, okay? I'm
Keep going.
growing my new community of master debate people, okay, that are more center-right. I don't know if you're center-right or not, but
I would say so.
debating with communists and shit is so fucking boring. I hate it so much. So having more grounded discussions about shit, I think, is infinitely more entertaining.
I'm a little bit shocked. I don't know. I expected you to have a different sort of outlook on democracy a little bit.
I think that
I thought I was going to fight with you a lot more.
I think what needs to happen more is I think that we have to match our descriptive realities because people are totally disagreeing there. And then once you've matched that, then you go off into another direction prescriptively. But the issue is that people are so fucking afraid of like, everybody's so binary. Like you're either good or you're bad. So like if a Republican comes up and it's like, okay, he's bad. And then a Republican says something like really easy access to drugs for people might cause more people to do drugs. It's like, no, impossible. You have to fight on like every single fucking point. You can't concede anything. Like, like maybe it's the case that women aren't as happy today. No, wrong. Women are more happy than they've ever been in the history of the world. It's like, okay, Jesus, fuck. So yeah, I think that even being willing to meet on like descriptive grounds and then move from there is something that a lot of people are incapable of doing these days. To be fair, it happens on the right too, but the left is kind of the predominant cultural power right now. So I see it happening more on the left and Twitter or Twitch, YouTube and all that shit than I do on the right. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what causes that necessarily, but I think you're right. There's like an insistence that every part of it needs to be fought, like every step of the way. And it makes conversations very difficult.
Stupid and a waste of time. Yeah, it just gets so ridiculous.
I can't believe, Destiny, you're grooming me to be a center-right debater.
Wait,
to
how
fight
old
the
are you?
lefties. I'm 21.
Oh, okay. Dude, chill. You're ungroomable. Okay, that's only prior to 18. So.
Yeah, fair enough.
Once I got you and then Lauren Southern and her friends over here, it's just gonna be a fucking Nazi fest. All right. Dude,
Just like as many insane blonde women as possible.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Have we on our first conversation? Do we ever talk about the stuff related to like gender identity and shit?
A little bit.
Do you have a feeling? I feel like we did, but we didn't much. Do you know who Demon Mama is?
Yeah. I talked with her, or I talked about her a little bit with someone.
Have you ever tried to debate her before?
No.
Have you asked her?
I did send her a message asking to debate, but I feel like she's a really good debater, like much better than me.
Oh, maybe you should try it then and see what happens. Okay.
Okay.
Your expectations are very high, but I think it would be interesting to see. Yeah.
Well, I think that I like struggle a little bit with like rhetoric sometimes, where I don't know. I'm like comfortable with the ideas, but like I'm not sure that I look super good when I'm making the positions always. Because like this is something that like Mr. Girl, I've like watched him a little bit, and he's like very aggressive.
Yeah.
And I'm like not aggressive at all. And I'm like, I tend to like capitulate a little bit or like moderate things when I talk about things. So I don't know if that plays well in the online debate space.
I think it kind of just, that's super context dependent on what you're arguing. Like there are times where I'm critical of Mr. Girl because he is very aggressive, but I think it doesn't work. I think it actually destroys the conversation. He fucks up really hard by trying to be too aggressive. And then there are other times where he's more aggressive and it works really well. I think he's learning to like find his pace there. I think he's doing a good job at figuring it out too.
Yeah, it's sort of cool to watch. I was on a panel with him, and I could definitely tell that he was like frustrated by not being able to like really engage with people and like dig down on things one-to-one, just because panels are like they can be so chaotic, and that was definitely one of them. It was hard to get a word in edgewise.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Wait, but why did you bring up Demon Mama about like gender identity?
Oh, it would just be fun. I hate that none of these people will talk to me anymore because they're all scared as fuck about it. So it'd be interesting to see people that think similarly to me go and challenge them on it. I'm just curious how those arguments would go. I feel like a lot of there's like a weird thing that happened in the left over the past year or two where do you know how Gotham used Batman and then they got rid of him when they were done with him?
No.
That's what they did, okay? That's what they did. That's what the left did to the debate bros, okay? They used us, and then they tossed us out, and now they hate us, okay? It's interesting that the left is taking this weird anti-intellectual bend where, like, you don't need to do debate. That's just for losers. We don't believe in that, and blah, blah, blah. And, like, and they'll even say that, like, oh, like, the mainstream opinion scientifically, it's oppressive and blah, blah, blah. And it's, like, it's irritating because, like, anytime I argue with any of these people, they're, like, so sure of everything they're saying. They're so insane. And if I argue with, like, an educated person, we don't really argue. We usually, like, agree over everything. It's like, fuck, like, why can't you? I connect you two people together. Like, I want to hear Demon Mama talk to, like, an actual clinical or research psychologist. Like, let me hear this conversation. But they won't. They refuse to engage in that. They don't do those. It's just like a bunch of preaching to the audience of like dumb shit, and it's irritating and annoying. Yeah.
So I think it's all power politics, right? It's all about like how do you advance the agenda?
Exactly. You don't care about what is true or correct or more right. It's just like what gets you the most influence.
Right. I think this is the problem with like putting, your philosophical or political vision up on a pedestal as some sort of utopia, right? Because it justifies doing anything to get to it, even if that's incredibly destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll think about it. I'll try to debate her.
Did you like Trump more than Biden? Who would you voted for if you did vote?
I voted for Biden.
Oh, okay. Base. Okay.
Yeah. I was really disappointed. I mean, not only with the Trump presidency, but also with his like rhetoric around COVID. Especially early on. And now I think that like the progressives are a little bit insane on COVID, to be honest. But that's only because like we've gotten, vaccines are like widely available. So I think that if you are getting seriously sick at this point and you're like unvaccinated, I think that might be more your problem than the government's problem.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, well.
A little bit dangerous to talk about on the internet, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Destiny, you should debate her on COVID. Wait, what does that mean? Uh-oh. Do you think
I don't think I have super controversial opinions. I'm pro-vaccine. Okay. I think mask mandates are a little bit cringe.
You don't they help a lot?
I would argue no. So there's a lot of data to suggest that KN95 and N95 masks are effective, right? They're good at stopping transmission and spread of COVID. There's no randomized control trial data on the effectiveness
normal cloth masks or whatever.
Cloth masks. So I think that mask mandates, if they mandated a certain kind of mask, would be probably very effective. But as long as they're mandating any masks and they're allowing people to use like dirty, reused cloth masks, I think their effectiveness is severely weakened. So I'm a fan of them if they're done right, but like realistically, they're not done right. And so I think they're much harder to justify.
Maybe. That might be the case. It wouldn't surprise me from, I hate to use like the common sense thing, but like obviously if you sneeze into a mask, you can feel droplets are caught in it. But you might still transmit, but maybe at a lower viral load. Like maybe less gets through, but yeah. That is true.
Right.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure.
And
I
that's
don't know.
possible. It's just like hasn't been demonstrated
Sure.
with cloth masks specifically, that's a hard point to make because it's like it's very technical. It's very specific to like one type of mask. And that's a nuanced sort of conversation, which is hard to have.
Yeah.
But in general, I think my positions on COVID were like a major reason for voting for Biden. So I don't think they like are super correlating to Republican positions right now.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else, chat, that I'm missing?
You're not going to get in trouble for irresponsibly platforming me.
Yeah, I've platformed a lot worse than you. Don't worry. Well, maybe I don't know. Actually, know your positions. Can I? Okay, you post like sexy stuff sometimes on Twitter. Can I ask a sexy trans question?
Yeah.
I'm curious. I've never looked this up before, and you don't have to answer this personally or not. But I'm curious in general. For male to female trans women that have boobers, the majority of the time, do those result from taking hormones, or is it usually hormones plus top surgery?
Mine are just hormones, but a lot of
Wait,
people
what did
would
you
get
just
top
say?
surgery as
Minor
well.
minor can be hormones?
Mine are just hormones.
Oh, okay.
But like, I mean, so you can get them from hormones.
Mm-hmm.
Usually they're not like super big if you get them from hormones, but yeah, so you can get them from hormones.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That's almost what I was curious about. All right. Anything else?
Sexy trans question. Okay. No, that's it. Thank you so much for talking, Stephen.
Yep. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe. And good luck on your panel.
Thank you.
Bye. Damn. This you can get. I guess probably. Who even was that? Oh, that's Taft Jeff. I guess you can get good results from just hormones then. Ran Nuxus. I thought she said mine are, but she also could have said minors, because prepubescent people might respond differently to hormone therapy. So I don't know, but.
Gilles Deleuze, along with his intellectual companion Félix Guattari, is one of the most influential thinkers of the 20th century, but his works are notorious.
How are we doing, guys? Did you watch Trans Gamba streams yesterday? Someone's getting more and more unhinged. No. Wait, what is this?
Gorillas don't eat meat, but they have more muscle mass than humans could ever add on naturally. I wonder why. LMAO. Yeah, man. I don't eat meat either.
Yeah, it's a... Okay. He brought out a needle. I think he was going to get his vaccine and it was going to make him really strong. So is Anna just going to be projecting her Destiny situation onto me so she can't talk about Destiny? Maybe, Waffles. I call that great success. Good luck. Waffles, you are my armor. Okay. Ben, you're boring. I'm not finishing the bench pro video. What a loser. Bro! We should have won the game with that Lulu, but Lulu got mad because the top and jungle were feeding. Me and Blitz crushed our lane. We came out like 8-1, and Lulu was raging because top end jungle were what a fucking loser. I just noticed that Tab's been running sales on her OnlyFans profile the day she talks to Destiny. I'm gonna shatter reality for you, okay? OnlyFans people are always running sales. Okay? Okay, let's just go ahead and hop into Plat real quick today. All right, let's go. Did you react to the Justice retiring? What is it to react to? What am I supposed to say? Cool. What am I supposed to say? I don't know what reaction I can have. Okay, I don't understand these studies. The more money people earn, the happier they are, even when it comes beyond 75,000. That 75,000, is this regionally adjusted? Because it's going to depend a lot on like who you are and what your life goals are, right? You put any thought into timing journalists during a lane? No, because I'm a streamer. They're always in my lane. There is no timing, okay? Should I have dodged this game? Fuck! What is the DTFH? I don't know what the fuck this is. All right. A moo-moo. More like a shitty... I don't know. This guy's like kind of a support caster, hard engaged person. Oh, it's a cheese lane. Cool. A moo-moo be having smite. Good job, dude. Nice, man. Well done. I could have exhausted her, I guess, but like, I don't know what he's doing. Why would he sit there? You miss it and you run away. No? Am I a fake booby droid or natty only? Natty only. Fake boobs feel not good.
Sometimes outnumbered, never outgunned.
They look good though? I disagree. I think fake boobs look atrocious. But hey, listen, to each their own. Do you believe that people can, do you believe that you can tell when boobs are fake? If I can touch them, yeah, easily. If I can see somebody laying down topless and moving, maybe. But anybody that tells you that they can tell when boobs are fake with a bra on, I don't think that's possible. I know a lot about boobs, okay? And I will tell you confidently that anybody that says, oh, I can tell without a bra on, maybe in like exceptionally rare cases where they go like extremely huge on the size or something, but generally like bras are crazy. Fuck, I'm not watching that guy. What are we doing? We got ganked, we didn't die, that's good. Could they maybe only notice fake ones that are done poorly? If you're touching them, you'll always notice fake ones. They're not even remotely close to, they don't feel anything like normal boobs. I don't know why you would even try to go in here. They're just not even, I don't know. Why, what are you doing? That's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. Okay, back up. You're good, come on, dude! Fuck, die. I don't care. I'm missing a cannon because of you. Fuck you. I should have just left him. Maybe he would have been fine. God, what a horrible amount of gold. Good luck.
I might just drop it.
There are different types of fake boobs. I thought the water bag ones felt pretty normal. I've touched a lot of fake boobs at this point, like 5+, and they all are like super obvious. The second you touch them, like, oof, oof. There are some where you can get like under fake boobs instead of like the whole fake boob that are a little bit harder to tell unless you really get in there, but hey, does Zamuma have flash right now? I don't know. It's my jungle. It's possible to remove fake boob. Oh shit. You know what? I'm not going up there actually. You guys can. I am going up here. Yeah, get out of here. I am coming up here. You ever get bored of boobs with a long-term partner? It's hard to describe, and I feel a little bit bad saying this, but boobs are not like a very sexual thing for me. They're just very fun. Boobs are just super fun to play with, but I don't think I ever get like turned on. Like, oh my god, boobs. I don't know. They're just like more like a boobs. They're not boobs. They're boobies. Not even the first time you're messing with. I mean, like, they're okay, but they're just like, they're, usually I just grab them and I smack them together. And once I've done that for a minute, I'm good. Anything, no matter how awesome, will lose its luster over time. Destiny will confirm. I will not, actually. I really like booties. And that never gets old. You're really gonna back? Later, bitch! Later! Later, bitch! Thank you. I got a gank. Not that I needed it, being that pro player I am. Sometimes it's good to get them so you know that you're not being forgotten, you know? Oh, cool. If Pantheon comes over the wall, we're dying 100%. Any part of a girl can be sensitive and turn on if you do it right, for sure. If you're willing to pinch right up here, a girl's eyebrow open, and you lick her eyeball, ugh, drives them crazy. That's the secret sex guru technique, okay? Go try it. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I'm using all my luck on this game, 9-1. Looks like my next 5 games are gonna be fucking pure misery. Good luck, dude. Oh, he didn't need the luck. He's good. Do it, MMO. You little cuck. Hit the back. Oh my god. Wait, why didn't he go for the turret? What? No! You fucking loser. Oh, that carry that I just shit on all game is now massively fed. Nice. What was the killing spree? 400 gold. 700 gold kill. Nice. Hit it! What? Hit? What? Don't want gold, I guess. Okay, whatever.
Shut down.
Oh, we're just fully inting now, huh? Man, do I want to die for this turret? For this first turret gold? I think I do. Oh shit. I was trying to suicide to the creeps, but I think Panther was gonna ult me. But I think that guy canceled the ult. Kill me! Okay. I should have stopped shooting at the creeps.
Shut down.
Oh, did Rakan get out alive? Okay, yeah, we take those. $420, baby. Blaze it. Didn't T1 already get masters? Yeah, well, that's because his account is in Elo heaven, okay? It's way different. No moo, no moo, no moo. Cool. Let's go mid, because that's what I'm supposed to do. Cringe. Look at all that damage, guys. You can totally win. No, no, they can't. Ooh, okay. Dude, why is that AP Nasus? Oh, it is. Okay. Cringe, bro. Oh shit. Ugh. I'm gonna die if I stay here. I know I am. But I could also just go bot and try to farm the Jung. Oh my god, yes.
Where's the action? An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Wait.
An ally has been slain.
Why was he walking over there? Seems like that booty streamer got that, or that booty close-up got that one streamer nuked. Yep, the LSF touch. What is he doing? Wait, hit this. You don't think that AD carry is running to me, right? Oh, donos, here.
A, B, C, D, F, G, H, D, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, B, C, D, F, E, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U,
Oh, good donos.
W, X, Y, Z, D, B, C, D,
Stop your
F,
fat fucking mouth.
G, H, I, J, K, L, N, O, P, Q, R.
I'm off the grid. Homicide. Homicide. What? Got tats on my ribs. Tattoos on my ribs. What? I just hatted my kid. Onyx. Flat. I just threw 20k on these. We was at Onyx. What? I just bought me some brand new clothes, Dover Street.
That was ignite.
You're a genius,
Loser.
dude.
Oh! Is he gonna die to the cannon? Nope.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Come inside the walls, Steven. World Poker Night starts in 4 hours, Giga Chat. Yeah?
Come to me. Zeri, unstoppable. Getting shit on in lane. Another game where this bad fucking champ is somehow getting kills and shit. I don't think the champ is good. They're just lucky. These players are so lucky.
Hardstuck Plat Sage. Here is my proposed tax plan.
I feel like I've
Tax women, tax sex savers, tax friends, tax people who donate to the gym, and last but not least tax 500% income for anyone who uses my voice for stupid fucking L spam. Nodders.
See.
Dude, I am destroying this Elise's jungle. I almost feel bad for her.
Okay, Donnie.
If there is no God, then why do we believe in a lie?
Because we prefer any light to the pain.
Am I gonna start streaming to TikTok? Good question, Bertel.
This is how Destiny sounds when he rages at League. Hey.
Oh, good.
Hey.
Epic meme, dog.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
And then when I looked down, I shit you not,
No, wait
I
for
had
me.
no shoes. Draven, Draven, Draven,
It's real. It's real. It's real.
Draven, Draven, Draven,
It's real. It's real. It's real.
Draven, Draven, Draven.
Okay, Draven, tell Lux she can come home now. This is a funny joke from you.
He's dead. One more tick. Nice. Do you think this is warded over here? Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm a god, dude. I just don't know what am I supposed to say, dude? When you're a fucking god like me? Oh no! Okay, I guess you couldn't do anything. I don't understand. What is this? The person accusing me of syrup and I were involved in sexual conduct. The involved alcohol at the time, but I had been informed. I have a list of behaviors related to cuddling that I've been using for over a year. I'm trying my best to be... What the... That's the anti-work mod that I didn't... Yeah, I see. It's Doreen. Jesus Christ. Alright, dog man. That was so fucking greedy. If that moment would have killed me, I would have just died. And I would have smashed it.
Have you ever been in an institution? Cells? Do they keep you in a cell? Cells. When you're not performing your duties, do they keep you in a little box? Cells. Interlinked. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlinked.
This is a message to all dinos. The order has
See
been
ya!
given to kill all Nazi frogs. Fire your rounds in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Ye 7.
Just run a burn, run a burn, run a burn. Oh, why would you alter? Whatever. Oh god.
Double kill. Aced. I dare you to dare me.
Is AP Nasus a thing? It seems kind of troll, I'm gonna be honest with you. I fucking missed. Okay.
Bring on the bad guys.
Oh, we going a dog hunting. Yes.
You're a fucking statistician.
Fuck, I just wasted
/raid. That's tiny.
I don't even know if I win this.
You're a genius, dude.
Fuck.
Any Shin Megami Tensei fans in chat, let's go with Shin Megami Tensei best RPG series of all time.
Ask your mom. Got him.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
You seen books of Boba Fett? Nope. Why have you?
Aim for the sky. For the heart.
Good job, guys. Fight without me, please. More. Let's go. Yeah, you know, just God things. It's just what I do. I'm a God. I'm a God. Okay? That's what I do. That's how we do. I'm also 12 and 4, which helps. But good job, dude.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Oh my god. Chat. He's playing League against Pepe W.
This Camille is like solo losing the game for these guys. I'm super dead. Super dead! Boom! Should have tried to blow that up before jumping. I need like 3 more autos. Ooh! Does Mord permanently gain stats when he kills people in his ult? Or is this a temporary thing? It's a temporary thing, I think. Stolen Spirit. Until that person respawns, gotcha. Do you know that you get extra range on mid inhib if you're a blue side? What? Mord, you and me, babe.
You have slain an enemy. Wanna see the fireworks?
What are you guys doing? It's go time! Still going. I have so many kills. Oh, I have so many kills.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Poor Amumi.
Sometimes outnumbered. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Yikes, fam. Oh my god. Fuck! Fucking hackers. Thank you. Where's the restroom? 1 second.
Oi, everyone! It is time to yump. Yump over the haters. MMMM. Woo! 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 MMMM. Woo!
Look, I just, watch a pee and all proud of paint. Okay, bought her a pee. Not a pill, a Porsche, push and pee. 3 PS, popcorn, Porsche, SKRT, push and pee. I just fucked a cup of water. I did.
Good job, guys. Wait, what did that guy say? Destiny thoughts on what?
Having the perspective of living in Destiny's walls, I have discovered why he subjects himself to playing League. It's because it keeps his IQ down for us simple humans to understand him. Thank you for your sacrifice, Destiny white people happy.
Big boobies in my hand. I sleep,
Little boobies in my
feel like
head.
about
Well, it is time to go. Anna has moved on. She doesn't need you anymore. It's time to get back to your shift duties.
Was I a good moderator?
No? Merle, I'm told you were the best.
Destiny, please tell me honestly. I need to know. It's driving me crazy over here in this geometry. How often when you leave the stream are you actually yanking it?
What? Please tell me honestly, I need to know it's fair because every time geometry. How often are you to leave when you leave the stream actually yanking it? Almost never. I don't usually have to jerk off because I'm usually fucking your moms instead. Woo yeah! I have no idea who that is, Gojo. Is Russ dead? Nope. We're waiting to wipe for the, I think, next Thursday, I think. There's like a forced wipe coming. I think we added stat tracking to the server, and we've got U vs Pepe shit. I don't know if we'll use the U vs Pepe shit or if we'll just track it to see, but... These events have led me to suffer several symptoms of PTSD, sporadic suicidal ideation, and self-esteem loss. Oh my god, dude. Jesus, chill! I don't need lotion things like this. Oh wait, they admitted to everything. Oh no! So, oh, we're gonna read the whole thing now. Hold on, now it's more juicy.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Destiny, I have re-downloaded League for the first time in 5 years because of you. When will you realize that you're not just hurting yourself?
Okay. The person accusing me of serial rape and I were involved in sexual conduct. This scenario involved alcohol on their part, but I had been informed multiple times that it wasn't a big deal. They said they were only tipsy and that they were consenting to what was happening. I took them at their word, and I will be more responsible in the future when it comes to alcohol and sex. I'm unaware of who I've allegedly raped besides the person making the accusation. The only person I can think of is a previous partner. I'll put their details in the comments. I take consent very seriously. I have a list of behaviors related to cuddling that I've been using for over a year. I'm trying my best to be da-da-da. These events have led me to suffer several symptoms of PTSD, sporadic suicidal ideation, and self-esteem loss. I've done my best to heal by privately talking to multiple friends about this, but I think I need to do more than that. Throughout my life, I've striven to be a respectful and compassionate person. That means that when others are clear with their boundaries, I want to be sensitive to and respectful of them. And that if I discover after the fact that I violated someone's boundaries, I want to apologize and make amends, as I've tried to do for this individual. Even so, in this case, and in the context of an ongoing sexual relationship, I engaged in behavior that, because of this person's history, pushed very sensitive buttons related to prior trauma. I'm embarrassed and regretful that even after learning how much it harmed them, I still engaged in it after the fact. I do not know what coming forward with this information will do. I hope everyone can still trust me to do what is right and hold myself responsible and accountable when I make mistakes as well. I hope people realize that I struggle and trying ways to heal. Find ways to heal. I don't know. The only comments I'll be accepting in this thread are clarifying questions and constructive criticisms that are coming from support from a good supportive place, shaming me in an attempt to show that my actions were wrong and both unproductive and unnecessary, as I am well aware of my actions and their lack of morality. I'm sorry if this harms anyone. I want to discuss a history I have with someone that I used to know. This is a person with whom I had an ongoing sexual relationship and living arrangement. Eventually, a mix of fundamentally incompatible needs, past trauma unrelated to me, and my issues with impulsive control resulted in a very unhealthy dynamic between us. Due to my dislike of call-out culture, this person will remain anonymous. Anyone who knows who this is advised against contacting this person. This individual had past trauma from previous relationships that caused emotional and physical distance between us over the course of months. This led to my needs going unmet, which led to masturbation as an unhealthy coping mechanism. After months of trying to keep myself in check, I began sporadically masturbating while they slept next to me or by themselves. Even though they stated this made them feel uncomfortable, these events continued to happen until I sought help through therapy. What does it mean while they slept by themselves? He wasn't able to masturbate, or she wasn't able to masturbate while the other person slept? What does that even mean? He stood over the bed? Oh, that would be kind of weird. I had woken up one morning with them laying next to me and remembering they felt uncomfortably masturbating next to them while they slept. I placed their hand over my boxers. They moved their hand away. And thought nothing of what happened and fell back asleep. They later woke up and mentioned to me that they had a nightmare involving something series of events. I admitted that it had happened, apologized, and explained that I was half asleep and was not fully controlling my actions. Lastly, the previously mentioned coping mechanism resulted in this person creating alarms for us so that we wouldn't fall asleep together and thus boundaries violations would be minimized. What the fuck is this living arrangement? What is happening?
You should listen to Fnatic's Retro Future album while streaming. It's great. Also, if you want to support Duo, I'm down. I just need a couple of days to get back into Plat Law.
When I learned how much these harmed this person, I soon after went to therapy. Thereafter, I was better able to cope with my impulsive tendencies of those that I... Jesus. Resulting from my remorse, I made a... Wait. Who's the best jungle right now, guys? What is this pregame lobby? This is that cancer mid that just solo lost the game. Get me the fuck out. Wait, it's Trevor, the 12-year-old who doesn't know how to shut the fuck up, LeMayo.
Time for the annual DGG survey. If you are a Nazi pedophile, please type the Pepe emote. If you are a based wall living individual, please type the YE emote.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, that should just fucking do it. There it is. There it is. Cookie Monster 123, Master Tier, week and a half. Speed running the support challenge. Just like that. Bro, we tried for one day. Anyway, that should
If you
just
were
fucking
to
do
play
it.
memo.
I think Warwick would be the worst champion to play against Lulu, but... Oh god, this man talks like eats his eggs raw every day. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and sit that queue out. Thoughts on changing e-girls to i-ladies? What? Sounds dumb as fuck. What's on the LSF today?
A lot of the anti-Pepe conspiracy theories coming from deranged Lino posters in chat. Do we need to remind you all about a certain individual from Singapore? Not a good look.
Oh, okay. The last soy bender. What?
Next post. The last soy bender.
Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed and my brother and I...
Yes! Luck support. That's what I need, baby. She's got to have that one skin. Every time they've got the one skin, they're so good.
I discovered the new Avatar, an airbender named Aang. And although his airbending skills are great, he has a lot to learn before he's ready to save anyone. But I believe Aang can save the world.
That's a little weird.
That was a good one. Uh-oh.
Some of the shit you guys say is so stupid.
Uh-oh.
I know everything China does politically, whatever the fuck, is fucking not good or
You can't
I'm
rely
not
on
in
anyone these
favor of,
days. You
but it
gotta do
doesn't
everything
mean-
yourself, don't we? That's okay. I came prepared. It's a funny world we live in. Speaking of which, you know how I got these scars.
No, but I know how you got these.
Fucking not good or I'm not in favor of, but it doesn't mean you just fucking generalize the whole fucking country or the people, you stupid fucks. Like, it's not even edgy. It's like dumb as fuck. Like, these are fucking game devs in China. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand your fucking logic.
Okay, I don't care.
Wait, you guys are reacting to this way more than I am. Dow? Like Dow Jones? Leaked Blizzard new IP? Okay.
Go and get the Samrak relic and train on like bellies or something, I guess. Thank you, Candland, for the $3. Let's see. Hey Books, I'm a Swedish, as you know. I'm wondering if you would like to meet up and make some content. Maybe IRL stuff like taking out the trash together. No thanks. I think I'm good. But thank you for the donation.
Is this 13 by 9 inches?
I've taken 9 inches before, that's about right.
Woman sex
I
code.
think so. Wait, I know this glass slippers.
You're a genius, dude.
I prefer men screaming jokes. Thank you.
Why not just do a short wipe Friday? It's the second time you move it last minute, Peppy. The Thursday forced wipe next week doesn't have to be a BP wipe.
Maybe. What am I looking at? Where's my game? What is this?
That's Daddy's tongue. Oh shit. No, it's okay. I got wall alone. Oh, little. Come back in a second, babe. Oh my goodness.
Probably do a pilot Minecraft instance next wipe. Oh wait, did that guy want to do like a 1 week wipe? Is that what he was saying?
Bring on the bad guys.
Wait, why did I do this? Surprised you get an AoE more. AoE 4 more. It was okay, actually fun. But I'm a league boy now. Wait, doing something like this wouldn't lessen my gains though. Hold on, we got a games discussion going on in chat. Doing what? Undulating rep ranges. Oh fuck, I don't even know what that means. It was in the one guy, Mike mentioned that. I don't remember what it meant though. Yeah, we're dropping. I'm dropping the variation, Gojo. You got me, okay? I'm dropping all my dumbbell lifts. I'm just only doing all the barbell ones. Fuck it. I'm tired of getting stuck on the dumbbell bench press shit. So I'm just gonna start doing bench press every day. Fuck it. Not every day, but. Hey, where was the Lux from the other game? That Lux was a god. This one is soy. I just missed a creep for no fucking reason. Oh, he just hit a thing and I just used my fucking abilities. Like a fucking soy lord. Destiny 3 weeks ago. Barbells are so good. You develop so much your muscles. Destiny today. Fuck barbells. Give me the bar. Oh, you mixed up. You misspoke. But I know what you mean. I stand by everything I said about the dumbbell shit. I think the dumbbells are really good, but it feels like once you get to a certain point on dumbbells, it feels like really hard to advance. And I don't know if I'm wasting my time like trying to advance on dumbbell lifts when I could just be benching more. Well, that was fun. Am I supposed to lose that hard? Oh, she has heal, maybe. Huh. You talk a little about protein shakes. How long until you started working out? Did you start drinking them? You started right away, bro. I don't know. You don't build muscle in the gym. The muscle comes afterwards. You destroy in the gym. You rebuild outside of it. You have to drink enough protein or have enough protein in your body in order to build back any muscle that you are working on in the gym. If you get enough protein in your diet, then you don't need your shakes. If you don't get enough protein in your diet, then you do need shakes. That's all it is. Just make sure the number's high enough, babe. If you don't have enough protein, do your muscles just stay destroyed? Well, I think you'll just start to get hurt. They won't grow. But like if your diet is lacking, or if you're not eating enough protein in your diet, your body will break down your muscles for protein, which is not good. You don't want that, right? Or maybe you do want that, you know? Whenever it's not enough protein, I think it's supposed to be you're supposed to get 1 gram per kilogram of like lean muscle mass, I think is what they recommend. Some people do 1 gram per pound. I drink 50 per day, and then I eat a chicken thing, so I know I'm getting enough, but I mean, it's up to you to figure out what you think your number is. I've seen different people say. Why am I hitting a creep? I'm dead. What? I was holding tilde. I don't understand how the fuck it started shooting at. You get like 70 per day? I get like 140 per day. I think we would have killed them. I've always heard 1 gram per pound of body weight. That's high, but that's probably good. That's like your safe number. Like if you do 1 gram per pound of body weight, you're always going to be over whatever you need. Are resistance bands cringe? It depends on what your goals are or why you're using them. I would have killed that Jinx 100%. That's so fucking annoying. Yeah, resistance bands can be good if you have like injuries, or if you are or if there's like a specific thing you're trying to work out, I guess, where you need like more resistance at the end of a movement than like at the other parts or something. I don't know. Does your body get rid of extra protein if you drink too much? Yeah, it'll break it down and convert it to glucose and then store it as fat. Stop! But thank you for being a member for 7 months.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Don't take shit from blue names.
Oh shit. Lay baited! Lay baited! Why? I knew I wasn't gonna get that. I should have just ulted it. It's... I don't want to talk shit, because he's doing well so far, but damn, dude. Fiddlesticks feels like a really garbage fuck champ right now. Oh my god. I feel like every time I see them in games, they just fucking blow dick. But maybe this one will be better. I don't know if he got like his damage nerfed or what, but... seems like he's in a rough spot right now. Fiddle is S tier? Oh, okay. Maybe he's good now. I don't know. Every time I see them, they're like, not that good. So sloppy. I didn't know she would queue the... not Nami, the Yumi. I would have just went on the Yumi first. I don't know how that Yumi keeps getting hit by Lux Qs.
An ally has been slain.
I might just drop in.
I don't think a max range Jinx ult will kill me at this range, right? Or at this HP. Lean body mass calculation I'm familiar with from Nippert is 1.2 to 1.6 grams of protein per pound of lean body mass. The lower the body fat, the higher on the scale you should be. Sure, but that sounds really high. So what, are you drinking like 200 grams of protein a day depending on your weight? Seems like a lot. Oh my god, dude. It's actually disgusting. Good luck, babe. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. I'm assuming her abilities were on cooldown. Did I flash? I shouldn't have wasted what I did. You are super dead. You're not gonna wait for me, you're just gonna fucking go for it. Jesus. Oh! You're not gonna go check? Okay. Fuck me, dude. Oh, he's gonna die too. We're gonna lose the game to the Remus. We're gonna single-handedly lose to the Remus. Fuck! Let me trade jungles! Oh god, Remus is so good!
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Love you, buddy.
Your turret has been destroyed.
What are you guys doing? We're doing it, I guess. Probably should have waited a half second more for that Yumi to hop on. Also, that person definitely did not need to ult, but whatever. What are we worried about? Oriana?
Because I'm putting 100%.
Obama?
Obama. Any other Obama lovers in chat? It's the best protein powder you found? The optimal nutrition stuff is fine. I do the vanilla stuff right now. I think that's like the perfect one. It mixes decently, like pretty well. And it tastes good. I am so far down in CS, holy shit. I don't know how I didn't possibly make it over that, but okay. Single, it's like the one champ. It's just the jungle. We just lose the game to the Rammus jungle. I think I displaced as you tried to jump? Oh, maybe. Did that guy just teleport on top of me? I can't believe he didn't hit me. Is it AP? Why does he do so much fucking damage, dude? Jesus Christ. I don't know what this turbo chem tank item is. It's not even. He has Thorn Mount. It's so stupid. Nice job. Psych, he's not even gonna fucking die. Good job. This is super free for us, and it's a bonus objective too.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Rest, 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 rest.
It's not free. Oh, he's just gonna... I don't understand. No, this game is not winnable. Not with these players. think about what any of that was. I'm okay with going next. I don't think we ever win with these people.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Okay, nope, never mind. I don't know why these forfeit votes stay up for so long. I think you should have like 5 seconds to vote and then it's done. Or maybe 10 at the most. I don't know why they stay up for like 30 seconds. It's really stupid. Give me a jump, please? No. No life still. Okay. I should have dodged the top card this too. Honestly, it's probably the top card that's more than the fiddle that I should be upset at. Damn, dude, I've never seen tanky teams die so quickly. Jesus fuck. I guess it's technically a Karthus man. I don't know. I don't know what happened this time. Oh god, people are finding this person's YouTube channel and everything? RIP. I was the most honorable player on my team. Wow, thank you. Okay. I don't think if I should sleep early tonight. Get all my work done right now. When are you playing FNAF for Nathan? Never. What do we have on the agenda for tomorrow? Anti-work went private? Yeah, I'm sure it'll come back. D&D tomorrow, assuming it doesn't get canceled again.
Person who
a running flare? I don't know if we do running flares here, okay.
Has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch.
We haven't hosted Michaela in a while. Go watch her, okay?
And lives in a world of illusion.
I didn't even get a save!
By thoughts, I mean specific.
Reverendo Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Dappuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Alpuccino, my dude Renos. I will catch you guys tomorrow, Reno, okay?
Of words, of reckoning and calculating.
Be careful, dudes.
Thinking is bad.